Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Gentleman agreement, yes, but is that in the wider interest of Nigerians? I think not. Again, I go back to the point of equity and fairness. I think that the Southeast should be given an opportunity to produce the next president.
Okay, when you talk about speculation, from what you've analyzed now, there was a strong position that speculation was actually rife and if not true, that he almost became the running mate. And from what others have said, the likes of Tunde Bakari, the likes of people who also confirmed that speculation. If you were Tinubu, for example, don't you think that this is the last chance you have to go for that position, having become a governor, and what else should you look for, if not for president? You've also been a senator.
Well, that I've been governor and I've been senator is not an automatic, what do you call it, right of ascendancy to presidency. If that were the case, everybody who's been governor and senator should aspire to presidency. And there are a lot of them currently in the Senate at the moment from all parts of Nigeria. Yes, he has a right, like every other Nigerian does, but exclusivity should not be conferred on him and his ambition.
Okay. Exclusivity should not be conferred on him. I'm looking at the kind of political capital he has built over time. I'm looking at what the likes of even Muhammadu Buhari would say about the price he has paid for him to become the president. I'm looking at what is out there in his emergence as a presidential candidate of APC, looking at probably the link pocket he has and the so much that has been given to him. Don't you think these are all factors that should be considered in political calculation?
Well, the ambition of one person should not automatically sway all of us as voters in Nigeria. Yes, he's said to have a deep pocket. I'm not sure that he has accepted that. His name has been touted time and again as having the presidential ambition for 2023. He's never said anything to that effect. If anything, on about 2 occasions, he has given the impression that he's not a fortune teller, he's not Nostradamus, and all those who have predicted his ambition are doing so based on their own self. The latest being the one by a group led by the senator who was removed by the appeal court, Senator Adeyeye. So I think that he's simply trying to find a job for himself. If the former governor of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu, is interested, I'm sure that with time he would throw his hat in the ring, and then Nigerians would have a choice as to whether to follow him or not.
Okay, while I will allow you to remain an analyst and you do want to speculate, but you and I, okay, let me not say you and I, let me not make an assumption on your behalf, but are there not enough signs that there is an interest to come out in 2023? We've had even the former governor of Lagos State saying that there was a gentleman agreement. We've had even the former Lagos chairman of APC saying that there is a plan for rotation. There are body languages everywhere saying that we might just be having a...
Still remains in the realm of speculation. And to go back to what you have said about this being his last time, I don't think that anybody has a last chance. There are many chances. Politics gives us the opportunity to run as many times as we like. Age should not be a what do you call it? Age should not be a disadvantage. If you look at the last elections in the US, either way that the pendulum swung, the president of the United States would have remained a 70-something-year-old president. We currently have a 70-something-year-old president who ran on 4 occasions. So if you call him a perennial candidate, you're not wrong. So if Bola Tinubu does not run in 2023, there are several years that he has ahead of me if God decides to keep him on the side. So I don't think that there's finality if he doesn't run in 2023. But my position is that the next president of Nigeria will be better served if the next president were from the southeastern parts.
Thank you, Babajide Benson. Thank you
Thank you
for
for
your
having me.
consistent position on where the presidency should go in 2023. Incidentally, the president that was supposed to be with you on the set is the man you referred to, and that's Prince Dayo Adeyeye, who was a former senator, and trust him. I want to believe that he might have some information. We'll do our best to have his take, join us. Since the network wasn't friendly today, let's hope that he will come and tell us his position and probably disagree with your consistent position. Thank you once again, Babajide Benson.
Thank you. I'm more than happy to spar with him if the opportunity presents itself.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Good. Deal. We'll bring you again. And we will take a short break now. And when we return, I'll be giving you my take. Please don't go anywhere. And here is my take on the issue of underage being recognized as eligible voter. Quite shocking, you might say. What better word can we use to describe such move by the lawmakers? Like many posited, the sponsors should even be arrested and, if possible, be prosecuted for bringing up this idea in the first place. Since we are governed by Constitution, it is therefore unacceptable. There are other issues begging for amendments in the Electoral Act. We should concentrate our energy on these and not get distracted. And that's my take on the issue. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time, same station. I am Kayode Ladede saying bye for now.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continue with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a child with fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting mental health as part of their package. It may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of incorporating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees, or you and your gang, you and your group, have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, where the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of these sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And yeah, that was basically how it all begun. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, oh, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get. And many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Adebanke Odunuyin. President Muhammadu Buhari is to meet members of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 on Tuesday afternoon. The meeting, which holds at the Aso Villa in Abuja, comes at a time when Nigeria is battling the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. The PTF chairman and secretary to government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, had on Monday announced fresh guidelines to curb the spread of the virus for the next 5 weeks. He had announced the closure of all bars, nightclubs, pubs, and event centers and recreational venues. Also, ordered to be closed included all restaurants, while schools would remain closed till at least January 18, 2021. The federal government will sanction travelers who breached public health protocols. Boss Mustafa, chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, said this in Abuja on Monday. Mustafa said 20,216 travelers would be sanctioned for shunning COVID-19 tests upon arrival and endangering members of the community. He said President Muhammadu Buhari has authorized the PTF to deploy legal structures and resources, including enforcement, to manage the pandemic. The Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehaniwe, has said that the federal government was substantially ready for a successful COVID-19 vaccination. Ehaniwe said this on Monday in Abuja while briefing the Senate leadership on the federal government's plans to procure COVID-19 vaccines worth 400 billion naira. According to him, 156 billion naira will be needed in 2021, while 200 billion naira in 2022. Labour and Employment Minister Dr. Chris Ngige gave the assurance that the outcome of the federal government's negotiation with the leadership of the Academic Staff Union on Universities, ASU, at last Thursday's parley. According to the minister, parties would be back at the negotiating table today to resume discussions on the special assignment given to both sides at this last meeting. ASU National President Professor Biodun Ogunyemi said that the union would respond to the minister's assurance. Ngige expressed the hope that there would be a breakthrough in discussions in the meeting with the lecturers who have been on strike since March, adding that the government has met almost all demands of ASU. He said negotiation between the ASU leadership and the government has reached 98%, adding that it will remain only 2% to be completed. Ngige spoke in his Alo in Demili South Local Government Area country home in Anambra State during the launch of his free medical outreach at the community's health center. Troops of Operation Hadari Daji have again rescued 10 kidnapped victims from bandits at Yenyewa village in Zamfara following a tip-off. The coordinator, Defense Media Operations, Major General John Eneche, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday in Abuja. Eneche said the troops had, on December 20th, responded to a distress call on bandits' activities in the area and engaged them accordingly. According to him, troops overwhelmed the criminals with superior firepower and forced them to abandon the 10 kidnapped victims before fleeing in disarray. The rescued kidnapped victims have been reunited with their families. NHA also disclosed that troops of Operation Wellstroke killed one bandit and arrested 2 others in 2 encounters in Benue on Monday. He said the troops received credible intelligence on the presence of some bandits around Anguwa on Bagu General area in the state. According to him, the bandits were linked to the recent killing of a Makurdi-based lawyer and his wife. Edo State Head of Service Anthony Okungowa, who was abducted on Saturday evening, has regained his freedom. A family member said the head of service was released by his abductors on Monday night. The source, who chose anonymity, said that Anthony was set free after payment of an undisclosed amount as ransom. Recall that Anthony's driver was shot dead by the gunmen before abducting him as he was returning to Benin after attending a local event in Oza. Police authorities have arrested 9 suspected kidnappers and rescued 2 victims in Adamawa State. In a statement issued on Monday, the police public relations officer in the state, Yahaya Unguroge, said the suspect was in possession of locally made guns and other dangerous weapons. He said the suspects were involved in the abduction of one Baba Wure Damuwa and Yerima Musa of Song area of the state on December 18th and demanded the sum of 24 million naira as ransom. The police spokesman said the suspect will be charged to court for prosecution. The news continues shortly after this break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And in other parts of Africa, the Moroccan government has announced a 3-week nationwide curfew between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. The government said this in a statement on Monday, adding a ban on parties and public gatherings from Wednesday. Morocco has registered more than 418,000 coronavirus infections, including 7,000 deaths, according to the last official count. Authorities hope to begin a vaccination program at the end of this year with the aim of immunizing around 20 million people in 3 months. Supporters of the National Democratic Congress have held demonstrations across Ghana calling for the results of the December 7th vote to be overturned. Dressed in red, they sang their party's slogan while police kept an eye on them. Ghana's Election Commission declared President Nana Akufo-Addo winner of the election with nearly 51.6% of the votes, but the result was quickly rejected by John Mahama, who accused the ruling party and President Akufo-Addo of engaging in fraud in order to retain power. And outside Africa, U.S. President-elect Joe Biden received his first dose of the Pfizer Incorporation COVID-19 vaccine at the Christiana Hospital in Newark, Delaware. At age 78, Biden is in the high-risk category for the highly contagious respiratory diseases. The United States now has 2 authorized vaccines to protect against the virus. One developed by Pfizer and German partner BioNTech was cleared for use on December 11th, while another one, Moderna, was approved on Friday. After getting the shot, Biden urged Americans to get the vaccine when it is available and to wear face masks.
You know, this is just the beginning. It's one thing to get the vaccine out, and now Moderna is going to be on the road as well, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time. In the meantime, I know I don't want to sound like a sour note here, but I hope people listen to all the experts, and the Dr. Fauci's on, talking about the need to wear masks during this Christmas and New Year's holidays, wear masks, socially distance, and if you don't have to travel, don't travel.
Russia reported 28,776 new coronavirus cases on Tuesday, including 7,237 in Moscow, pushing the national tally to 2,906,503 since the pandemic began. Authorities also confirmed 561 deaths, taking the official death toll to 51,912. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin was quoted as saying that the number of COVID-19 patients in hospitals is approaching 13,000. Many of them are seriously ill. Russia rolled out the Sputnik V vaccine to medics and other frontline workers in Moscow earlier this month, and more than 200,000 people have already been vaccinated. Indonesia's president announced on Tuesday a sweeping reshuffle of his cabinet, including a replacement for a health minister criticized for his perceived mishandling of the country's coronavirus crisis. President Joko Widodo, known as his nickname Jokowi, said 6 ministers would be replaced, including in the portfolios of health, trade, tourism and fisheries. The newcomers would be inaugurated on Wednesday, December 23rd. Mohamed Lutfi, currently Indonesia's ambassador to Washington, and the trade minister under President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, will replace Agus Suparmanto as trade minister. And in business, the rising number of countries gradually shifting from fossil fuels and encouraging the adoption of electric vehicles may pose a major threat to Nigeria's crude oil exports. The stock of electric cars has now climbed to 7.2 million electric cars, with China leading the charge. The International Energy Agency said in 2019, electric vehicles in operation globally avoided the consumption of almost 0.6 million barrels of oil products per day. The demand for crude oil is expected to continue to decline following the surging sales in electric vehicles in Asia and Europe. And in entertainment news, Rihanna has big ambitions for her career in 2021. The musician and fashion designer tells Britain's Closer magazine ahead of the holidays that she is already looking forward to the new year, which she says will see the stars releasing her new music since 2016, Auntie. Discussing her New Year resolution, Rihanna says she wants to take her music and brand to the next level. Meanwhile, the rock singer also touched on her plans for the holidays as she revealed she's spending her Christmas in her native Barbados. And in sport news, World Soccer's governing body, FIFA, said it will file a criminal complaint with Zurich cantonal prosecutor, claiming evidence of criminal mismanagement of a museum project set up by former President Sepp Blatter. FIFA said their complaint identified the direct involvement of former FIFA president Blatter together with other persons in the agreement made for the museum, which is in central Zurich. The complaint includes the entire project cost at 500 million Swiss franc and identifies that the previous FIFA administration poured 140 million Swiss franc into renovating and refurbishing a building that the organization doesn't own, while also locking itself into a long-term rental agreement on unfavorable terms when compared to standard market rates, which in total will cost FIFA 360 million by the date of expiration in 2045. Blatter, who was FIFA's president for 17 years, was suspended and later banned by the soccer's body ethics committee after he became the subject of criminal proceedings in Switzerland in 2015. World number 1 Novak Djokovic has withdrawn from this month's ATP Player Council elections, citing the governing body's new rule that will make it a conflict of interest because of his new role in Professional Tennis Player Association, PTPA. The Serb set up the breakaway PTPA on the eve of the US Open in September and resigned as head of the Player Council, but last month he confirmed that he had been nominated by the fellow professionals for the current elections, which he accepted. However, the new ATP rule means he has to withdraw. Djokovic repeated the assertions that he made several times this year that the PTA wanted to coexist with the sports governing bodies, but the ball was now in their court. He added that the PTA was still in the formative stages, but he was still keen to advance it to further the interests of all players, especially in the lower ranks. And that's our news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. I am Adebanke Odunuyi.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
The Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles.
Appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no rights to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
You are now in the mix with DJ Amizi.
You know, say
way she dance all over. Oh, wow, I'm back. Welcome to Tea Time. Come and squat with me, any baby, any fair or mine. So you know it's about to be lit when it comes to the analysis and dissection of the biggest entertainment stories. But man, it has even started lit already because man, that DJ Easy is a problem. What do you guys think?
Oh my gosh, it's torture because it's only Tuesday.
And then it feels like it's Friday.
That puts me in like, okay, let's go party. Like,
Like, are you sure today is Tuesday?
yeah, man. That's the touch of DJ Amazy, and he's the official DJ for Buju to your ears as well. So you should know that, man.
That's my ears. I like.
Yeah. But you know, we just don't do this for fun. Of course, you know, when we're talking about greatness, we always bring greatness for you guys to see as well. So DJ Amazy is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, he's in the building, but he's virtually. You get me? Where's DJ Amazy? We can see you, bro. Where you at? DJ Amazy. All right, so we'll be waiting, but before you guys even get to meet this guy, that's how stars do. They are very proud. The guy's ID somewhere. But DJ Amazy is set to make 2020 his year. You know, it's the end of 2020, but it's still going to be his year, as he is the newest talent to watch out for in grand style. He has released this 10-minute mix, Heargasm. You know what that means. The anthemic mix radiates uninhibited energy with seamless transitions and constant groove flowing. DJ Amazy's mixing skills and talent is elegantly spelled throughout the mix. Heargasm is a musical experience that listeners will not soon forget. The video infuses an uplifting attitude to the listeners through the dancing and DJ Amazy's presence with a distinctive style. This talented artist maintains a fully charged arsenal of high-octane music that supports the fact that he is set to make a strong impact on the music industry, no doubt. No cap. Make sure to check out the mix, as it is a must listen and it is well-rounded track selection, impeccable transitions, and constant energy. Well, DJ Amazy is one of the greats as far as I'm concerned. He grew up. He is from Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria, and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. The talented DJ is quickly making waves in the scenes with his unparalleled sound and style. DJ Amazy seeks to pioneer a unique sound of Afro music to the world, with a flair of dancehall, hip-hop, soca, and the French sound, man. I don't even want to say too much, man, because it's right here in the building with us, virtually, like I said earlier. What's up, brother, man? You have a long bio, but, man, you know, we already know what you're about, and we know rather hear from the horse's mouth. What's going on, bro?
I'm good, and I'm chilling.
Man, you got us sweating. I can't even believe it's Tuesday. Like, man, I've been sweating. I've been dancing. I was on my feet in the background. Like, they don't even know about it.
They don't know.
It's some typical Heargasm for real. I wonder what you do to your girl if you do that to my ears.
Oh, my God.
What's good, man? What's good?
I'm chilling.
How did that come about? How did that come about? Tell us. What's the magic behind that? Because that's totally different.
To be honest, I made the mix around, I think it was August or something. It was when Party Day dropped by DJ Lambo, and I was because I work with Buju, like Buju is my close friend. I work with him like as an artist. I was thinking of different ways to also like push the artists with regards to like the Toronto scene, because it's kind of hard to be able to put different artists out there and all of that. And like with the fact that we have COVID-19 restrictions and everything, and I was just thinking of different ways. I wasn't locked down basically by myself, so I was just thinking of different ways to express my art, to get people to, you know, pay attention to the name Amazy as well. And I just came up with I made the mix randomly. I was just having fun with myself in my room, and I randomly made the mix. And like after the Over the Moon part, I was like, I don't think this should be any longer. Like, I think it ends there. Like the Heargasm just ends there. And like, I wouldn't say I'm dropping another video right away, but you should be looking like forward to another couple of contents coming your way, definitely.
I like the...
But Heargasm...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
You like what?
I like the music aspect of it.
Yeah.
I mean, your answer to your first question, the music and the work you did kind of even it aligns too perfectly. Like exactly what you were saying is the vibe that we got from the music video. The fact that you sold yourself, but also brought a lot of music, a lot of artists together with that. It's like it's so genius and so collaborative. But you already answered that. But I want to talk about the video. I like your style with how you did that and involving yourself in it. A lot of the times, I feel like the DJs like really take a step back and, you know, they just want to put the music, but your presence in that video added another spice to the already magic that you created. And I liked that. Do you think that that's something that, you know, maybe you started? I don't know, because I've never seen that before. Like, I've never seen that ever before. So should we package it to your name and say, you know, pioneer of such...
I mean, definitely, you should package it.
So what would that be called for other?
Yeah, what is that? Like, how did you even come up with that?
Because this was gone beyond Dick's jockey, you know.
The concept behind the video was I basically like me and the video director basically saw Emizi as like, because I played him the mix and he was like,
sort of.
bro, I've never heard this before, and he was like. And I was like, okay, I think it's eargasm. I was like, that's what I want to call it.
Okay.
And he was like, okay, we should kind of think of like concepts of videos and stuff. And I was like, I don't want it to be something that I just stand in one place, I just DJ and just make the mix. And I'm like, because that's boring. Like, even I wouldn't want to watch that like for like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let's do something more behind my personality, basically, because I'm more of a dancer. I like to go to parties, have fun, dance, and the people in the video are like my friends, like my uni friends. So we all just dance together. We all just have fun together. And I was just like, I just called them and I was like, bro, I think I have different scenes for her. I had the picture of like the different casts that she used, and the concept was, okay, let's have like an amazing disease that's going around.
Yeah.
So it starts off with the student who can like get schoolwork done.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, let me tune into Emizi's mix.
Yeah.
And then he listens to me and all of that, and he gets like energy to actually write what he's writing. The next thing is the couple in the room, they're having like a little argument and everything. And like with my drums, the scene gets intense. So I'm like, that makes sense. And then we got to the Fireboy part, and I was like, I don't think there's anything else apart from like the dance scene has to start coming in. Like everyone wants to see like Mufasa, like everything. The spell song is crazy.
So does that make you an artist?
People really want to.
Also, as well as a DJ, because that's not DJ anymore. That's like
it's gone beyond
you've gone far. But do we call you an artist? Like, what category do we put this
DJ,
this work, this talent, this piece of amazeballs that you've just dropped? What do we call you? Like creative director?
What do you call yourself?
Different. Like.
Sorry, say that again.
I said, like the presenter said, Emizi is different. Like I don't know how else to explain it, but DJ Emizi is a different DJ.
Maybe DJ Emizi with Spice and Jara.
So Emizi, I listened to your mixtape, and I must say I'm one of your biggest fans right now. I absolutely adore it. So I must ask you, what inspired your love for music? Have you always wanted to be a DJ? But what inspired your love for music?
I haven't always wanted to be a DJ. I started DJing about, I think, 4 years ago. But I only used to DJ with my laptop. I'm a big fan of music, like a lot of other people around. And like I'm part of this like entertainment group where we have young DJs. And I feel like what inspires me the most is just seeing the talents on the team that I'm working with. Like my friends that are all like DJs, we're all like getting it in the game. We're all young. We're all young entrepreneurs, and like everyone actually looks up to us as well. And like it's quite amazing to actually just work with like those bunch of people. They inspire me a lot.
Right.
And I feel like what also inspires me is seeing my mom happy, basically. Like me making the video, it was like one part of the video, the Ben 10 part, like a lot of people always ask, I only added that part because I feel like at that moment, like my siblings just came into my mind for like that second. And like I was trying to explain like how I felt at the end, because I felt like, okay, with what I've just done, I feel like I kind of changed the game a little bit. I made like a slight difference to the game, and I was like, okay, I will call myself Ben 10. Like I switched the watch, like that type of thing. And like after doing that, like how are you feeling, Emizi? Like I feel like I'm over the moon. So I don't know if you get it, but like that's the concept I was trying to like
we
portray
get it.
at the
We're
end
just in
of the
awe.
video.
All right. So one thing that was constant when I was reading your bio was the transition. That is, you knew exactly what you were doing with the transition. You know, you went from this local scene, you took us to the house, you took us to the foreign scene, and you know everything was just a blend of greatness, in my opinion. Now, what type of music do you listen to even be able to come up with that type of transition? Because you have to understand music to a certain degree before you know that, okay, after I play this and I play this next one, even though it's not the same genre, it will still flow. So what's your playlist like? You know, let's tap from you right now.
I listen to a wide range of sounds. I mostly listen to on my piano right now because South African music is doing crazy, and it's like a great sound. I really love it. I also feel like for me, I have a great influence from my friends. Like they listen to a lot of trap music and like foreign sounds. I mean, I'm from Akwa Ibom State, and like I spent like half of my life in Akwa Ibom, and I wasn't really exposed to that much of like foreign sounds while I was like back home in Akwa Ibom, until like I actually moved to Lagos, to like a more developed place, and I started listening to like a wider range of sounds and all of that. And I feel like my playlist, I listen to a lot of slow music, French songs. I listen to artsy songs.
French?
I listen to a lot of. Do I speak French? No, I just have a couple French friends, and like I really love French music because it's a different, like I feel like it's a different flex of Afrobeat as well. Like their sound is, they have an Afro sound, but like it just sounds different coming from like a French like perspective.
Well, in the spirit of I keep doing that to you. I'm sorry. In the spirit of involvement, because you seem like somebody with your bio and even your work. Really, you don't really like to stay in one place for too long. Taking us through. Do you think we'll start to see you more in other aspects of the entertainment, the music industry, like from the DJ space? Would you actually start to write your own songs, maybe even perform songs, maybe be a rapper,
just gonna stay a DJ,
or even start dancing? You already mentioned in the beginning of the interview that you're a dancer as well. So like, is there anything of even acting? Because I can't box. It seems like I can't box you, which is a good thing. So I want to know where your mind is at in terms of progression.
In terms of progression, I would think I would want to in terms of like producing, I would want to drop a few songs, but I wouldn't want to like rush myself into putting out music there, because I also want to put out something that is different from like what a lot of people like are doing right now. And I just feel like with the fact that I'm doing a lot, producing is not really like the focus for me. I don't think acting is the focus for me as well. I'm really really passionate about DJing more than like a lot of things.
Right.
So like with the DJ industry, I feel like that's something that I really want to have an impact on. I'm also like Buju's DJ at the Spaceship Artist, Buju to your ears. So I just want to have an impact on the DJ industry. I don't think I'm a great actor, but I might explore that too.
Alrighty.
So I must ask you, is there any sound you're still thinking about working on in the future? What do you plan on doing in the future? Like any sound you've not experimented on, or you're thinking about doing?
With regards to sounds I haven't like explored, I have a lot of mixes that I haven't put out. I listen to a wide range of songs, like I said before. I listen to very, very slow songs too. Okay. So with regards to sounds, I wouldn't know like what exactly you're referring to, but then the different sounds that I would definitely like want to explore.
Okay. All right, so we're all looking for validation one way or another. Even sometimes, we kind of act like that's not what we're looking for. At what point do you get validated and you're like, yo, amazing, you're the man? Like, what's that point for you?
For me, I feel like it's when I feel like it's when I see the impact of what I've done on my friends. I'm like, yes, amazing, yes, you're making people proud. Like you're doing this, like you're doing the right thing. I also feel like when when I'm done making like a mix or something, or when I'm like done mixing, I take out time to like sit back and actually listen to it as like a listener, and like as rather than like an actual DJ who actually made the mix. So I listen to it and I'm like, if this is something that you really like enjoy, like something you really like, I'm like, I think the rest of the world will like it too. And I also always go back to the first ever mix I've made. The one I used to make with my laptop and all of that. And I'm like, okay, I like to see the progress you have made. Like, I like to see the difference in the sound, the difference in the creative process and all of that. Like, it's really fun for me to actually always go back and I'm like, yes, there's actually improvement. There's more reason why I should actually make my name known in the DJ industry.
All right. So before we let you go, because we're running out of time, what's the future of DJs in Nigeria? And you're in Canada. When are you coming home? Because I think you'll be doing a lot better if you're here in Nigeria. So what's the future of DJs? What should we be expecting from you? And when are you touching down Nigeria?
I definitely should be back in Nigeria whenever. Might be next December, most likely that next December, but I was meant to be back this December, but with regards to COVID and like the flights and all of that, and it's just been crazy, and I don't really want to get stuck in Nigeria because COVID in Canada is quite different right now. I think we're back in a lockdown from tomorrow or something. So I really did not want to be stuck in Nigeria because I'm in school here as well. But regards to like the DJ industry, I feel like you guys should expect a lot more from DJs because especially making entertainment is a group you should watch out for because the different talents on that. You should definitely watch out for that. Making entertainment, definitely taking over the world soon.
Okay. And you don't think DJs are underrated? You don't think you guys are underrated in this part of the world where, you know...
I definitely think we are.
What do you think would change? What structure do you think should be in place for that to change?
I just feel like with the DJ industry, a lot of DJs picture themselves as restricted artists. They don't really allow themselves like explore different aspects of DJing. Like you could for me, I just explored like an aspect of dropping a visual for a mix. I don't really think anyone not a lot of people would really want to drop a visual for a mix. They would just think, oh, it's just a mix. It's meant to be done audio or something. Like you don't really have to make a mix or anything. You could you could express your art in different ways. I just feel like for me the most important thing is the love and soul you definitely transmit through your art.
All right, let's stir up some controversy. What's your take on the DJ Any featuring Fireboy and Stoneboy, DJ Fair featuring Whiskey and Davido? You know, guys putting out that stuff. Like every DJ now wants to be a musician. They're dropping albums and stuff. What's your take on that?
I definitely think that's also a good push for your brand, your DJ brand, whatever. I definitely think it looks good on your name. You dropping sounds is also one good aspect because as DJs you also want to create music. Like you also want to put out sounds that people might like, people might love. But at the same time, I also feel like not every DJ is meant to tune into the aspect of just dropping songs. I feel like you're also meant to explore different parts of DJing. Like, I don't feel like it's just smart to restrict yourself to just, oh, I just want to become a DJ. I don't see any other way to push myself apart from dropping songs. But I feel like songs also like help give you a great push to your DJing career.
Alrighty. It's been amazing talking to you. I wanted to say jamming with you because yes, we've been jamming with you as well because man, your mix is some sick vibe and we appreciate you. Immediately after the show is over, we're going to jam to this again. Maybe over a cup of red, over like 3 red cups, right? Yeah, you never know what are red cups anyway. But tea time has to go on the break. Thank you, Emizi, for joining us and sipping tea with us and spilling tea as well. Thank you so much for having me. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And yes, we just concluded that amazing conversation with DJ Amizi. And he gave us, that good morning vibe, like you do it on the show. It's good energy and good vibes always. And yes, they say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. But all play and no work makes Jack a dollar boy. Yeah, so at the end of the day, we still have to go into the business of the day, and we have to fill you in on what's going on around the world of entertainment. And this one is on controversial singer and blogger Tunde Ednut, who is currently off the grid as his Instagram account is currently deactivated. This is coming days after Nigerians lambasted the singer never to sing again after he released a song featuring Davido and Tiwa Savage. Tunde Ednut, who is known for throwing jabs at whosoever pleases, seems to have been building an empire filled with enemies, as social media users rejoiced over the loss of his page. Well, in case you're wondering, why would Instagram want to take off your page? There's this community guidelines that Instagram has, so I'll just tell you a few of them and a few things they frown upon when you do it. So you must post only your own photos and videos. Instagram frowns upon stealing or reposting other people's permission. Always follow the law. It's a bit vague, but hopefully they clear that up later on. Respect everyone. Instagram has been in the spotlight for being a place that isn't great for mental health. Of course, this comes down to the people on Instagram rather than the app itself. So Instagram are taking online bullying more serious. Don't spam people. Don't post nudity. Instagram celebrates a diverse community of people, but this can only be successful if people are respectful. These community guidelines are here to encourage respect, kindness in the massive online community. When you sign up to Instagram, you agree to their terms of use, which include all of the guidelines that I just listed. So what happens if you violate the terms of use? Well, what happens to Tunde Ednut? So what's your take on this?
I don't want to sound like I'm happy for somebody's demise. My Instagram got hacked middle of the year, and I know how painful it was. Instagram used to be the place where I would actually dump my memories. It was like my Google Drive or something. All my travels from like maybe 15 years that one day that I probably would never get back. So even just the work as well, like the work you put into taking your pictures and all that. And they also said that I had, my account was exposed. So I think I used a third-party app to either do a repost or something, and then said it broke the guidelines and they deactivated it. So it's fair to say that I understand, or at least I can relate to Tunde's loss in that aspect. But am I sad, or do I feel like it was unfair or unjust for Tunde? Absolutely not. I've said it a million times on this table.
It's quite insensitive.
I don't like him. I don't like anything he stands for. I know I'm not the most, a lot of things, I don't find a lot of things funny. And some people even argue that I'm a bit too serious, but it's okay, whatever. I'm not shallow thinking. I like to think deeper than things, and I just find him really offensive with how he jokes about people's work, how he talks about women, and how he promotes drama, and it's just a really toxic space. So if Instagram is going to talk about all the backlash that they've received about the app being unsafe for your mental health or whatever, I think Tunde's Ednut's page is a good example of what that looks like, in my opinion.
True.
So yeah, whatever, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine. Okay, I've always seen Tunde Ednut as a cyberbully. To me, that's why I unfollowed him on Instagram. That's just me personally. I see him as a cyberbully, because there's a thin line between entertaining people and embarrassing someone. Yeah. There's like all bloggers, they entertain, like Nigeria Online, Yaba Left. You don't see them embarrassing you on their side. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But my point is, you don't see other bloggers embarrassing people. Like one time, I saw Tunde Ednut post a picture of a lady with acne on her face. And I called it kuli kuli. Like, come on now, that is so insensitive. So many people are conscious about this thing on their face. She can read that now.
Freckles, by the way.
No, freckles and pimples are not the
same.
same.
Acne, yes, on her face. They were really huge. You now called her out that she has kuli kuli on her face. So many people I've read a post that she was actually depressed over her acne over her face. So imagine that girl reading it and she starts feeling self-esteem now reduces. Like,
he promotes rape. You post a girl with really skimpy clothes and you say, later now you say we're raping you. He's very
makes sense. Sorry. And do you remember this fight
good.
with Joro?
Yeah,
Remember?
I remember that.
just loved what Joro did to him. Like, called him out. I even saw you saw the picture, text messages that he was exchanging with his fans, insulting their mothers. Your mother would die. So to me, I don't know why it took this long. They should have done something about it.
Absolutely.
It took too long.
I can't count how many times I have personally reported Tunde Ednot's posts. To me, I've never even followed it before, but every time it gets to my timeline, I'm like, what is this? And I think this should go out to a lot of cyber bullies, and also, since we're talking about Instagram, give them a lot of kudos for that. TikTok is another space that I'm waiting for them to catch up, but it is your responsibility to make sure that you are not allowing the ills of the world to thrive. Yes, you cannot control everybody's thinking, but you shouldn't feel too confident. So for me, this is a good, really, really good action, because it's going to send a message to a lot more. Trust me, there's a lot more Tunde Ednots out there. I just think it's a really big fish. But to send a message to all the other cyber bullies that, listen, if you think you can go on just feeling like you're invisible because you are behind a keyboard and you can't say anything that you want to say, then your account can be taken away from you. A few years ago, if you say your account can be taken away from you, it's not really a big deal. But we know what accounts are today. We know that this guy was living off his account. So yeah, it would actually burn you well. All you influencers, quote unquote, and you don't do anything else but influence and hurt people and say the worst things, they're also coming for you. So I'm happy.
Yeah, personally, I just think it's amazing that the world is becoming a whole lot more conscious about people's mental spaces, because Instagram is one place that has always contributed to mental health and depression and all of that. People feel like when they are on Instagram and you see your friend doing something you're not doing, people get into depression. So not to now talk of when somebody actually uses their words on such, but it's depressing enough to be on social media for some people. Now, when you now start saying things that even gets you, that makes you lose your self-confidence, your self-esteem, your pride, and you feel like you're nothing, and you're body shaming people, talking down people's marriages, or you think you should have an opinion about everything that somebody puts out there. So I like the fact that the world, I'm not just talking about Instagram, is more conscious about that space for people, and things, laws are being put in place, which is the reason I read the Instagram guidelines. Some people will be like, do they have the rights? Why should they? So in case you have that question, I've answered you already. So just make sure that when you're following all the social media platforms, make sure you're following the guidelines and they are just doing the right thing. It doesn't take a lot to do the right thing, actually. And to Tunde Ednot, I can't be bothered. I don't follow you. I don't like your posts. I don't even think you're funny. I even think you're even way like it's too late to post. You get? I see a post on another blog site like 3 days ago, and he's posting it, and I'm like, bro. And then yes, about that song with Davido and I can't help. I must go there. I know you're in pain right now, but you need to feel more pain. That's not a Christmas song. That is a very depressing Christmas song, but we shall be moving on to a Nigerian singer identified as Quincy Benner on social media that claimed that a guy in Abuja took advantage of her and raped her. She shared photos of the guy identified as Alaska Obi and recounted how they met in Abuja and he allegedly raped her. In a new development, the guy has spoken up on what transpired and said that they had agreed to have sex for an amount which he didn't end up paying. Obi also shared screenshots of their chats that showed places Benner omitted in her own shared chat. We started this conversation with Wajay yesterday, and I was about to be beaten. So today I'll be very careful and tread softly, but I'll just pass the baton to Ife.
No, I want to hear yours.
Yeah, start it.
Okay, no.
No, start it.
So I want to hear yours, actually.
I said I was about to be beaten. Can you guys just allow me?
Wajay's not here. She can't beat you.
What about you?
Beat you.
Are you sure?
I can't beat you.
You see this boots? It's looking like something you can stone me with. But let's just go. Okay, so personally, I'm of the opinion that you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. But I'm also of the opinion that don't let people go down for your own selfish reasons. Rape is a crime. Rape is an offense that could get you to jail. not keep it to your own end of the bargain after telling a girl, you know, transactional sex, that's the oldest business in the world, you understand?
Yeah.
And then you tell a woman that I'm going to pay you if you give this to me, if you give your body to me. I'm not saying it's right for you not to keep to your end of the bargain as a man, because it speaks a lot about your integrity. You actually support. But when you don't get it, are there better ways to go? Of course, the law doesn't have any, there's no backing from the law that you go to the police station and say, oh, this man invited me over, he said he was going to pay me, and he didn't pay me. In fact, the police might lock you up, especially Nigerian police, especially with this judgmental community or environment we live in. So I know it might be a bit difficult, but there are better ways to go about it than calling a man a criminal. Because imagine that guy didn't have receipts as well. He probably would have been arrested. He probably would be in jail right now. And it's just a case of a misunderstanding or him not having enough integrity. So it's not because he's a criminal, it's just because he's a dull boy.
Okay, maybe there's more of the screenshots that I didn't see, but it didn't look that transactional to me.
No, it was. It was. There was a voice note. I don't know if you listened to her voice note. Okay, so in her voice note, she was like, so how much are you going to pay me? Are you going to book hotel for me? Like, you know, I'm not
but she already explained all of that, that she was saying that from an artist's perspective.
No, like this one, the guy was outright. The guy kept on typing. There was a place when he said that you're too sweet. I don't want to lose it. That I already enjoyed your so I want to have more of it. So I don't want to. So he was actually paying for the Do you understand?
Okay, well, I mean, false accusation is something that, I mean, I want to say I hate it more than rape, but that's not true. Rape is still a lot more offensive, but it's just as despicable to me. It's like giving you a gun. It's like you take a gun and you use it to shoot people, like, and it's not supposed to be weaponized. Calling out your perpetrator, the person that abused you or took advantage of you is something that's supposed to be elevating. It's supposed to help. It's supposed to help people.
Other women.
Yeah. It's supposed to help yourself, help other people. It's
And
supposed to be.
victims of such
It's supposed to
crime.
even be this, in quote unquote, a beautiful thing that you are removing yourself from the bondage of secrecy of what has happened to you and all that. And then women come together. At least that's how I interact with people who come out with it. And we come together, support you, and ride with you through it. So I find it really awful when people take that aspect, because especially when they know that that's what it's supposed to be for, and then you use it to draw clouds to yourself or to even like evade your ills. I cannot tell you what to do with your body. If anything, I'm not even against transactional sex. I'm not. If you want to do that, do that. I would not push for it, but I'm not against it. But if you've decided that's what you want to do, you have to do it with your full chest. If there's anything I don't like, it's people who do things that they cannot stomach. Like you find strippers or prostitutes who come on social media and they're even talking to their girls about like what to do this, like they've done it with their full chest. Like, listen, this is who I am, this is what I'm doing, and they own that space. My problem with this girl is that it seems like she didn't want people to know that that's what she was doing. So she had to create another story to kind of deviate from the fact that you wanted to do that. And I think that is if it's not a criminal offense, it should be a criminal offense already.
It is defamation of character.
Yeah, you're destroying somebody's life. And it's because, you know, it could have gone worse. There's some people who act a lot faster. If you put her in a different situation where she said, oh, this guy raped her, there could have been mob justice, there could have been a lot more things.
True.
You don't know what has happened to this man's life, what he's losing and all of that, for the mere fact that he wanted sex from somebody who was willing to give him. Like, it makes no sense. But in regards to the man, I still think it's very cowardly for you to do that. And we need to talk about that a lot more. If you're going I'm not going to preach here, like I already mentioned a million times. I'm not going to preach that it's wrong and don't do. But if you're doing, can you at least let your yes be your yes? Is it still this mindset of like, it's just a girl anyway, so I can swindle her? Because they don't have that kind of mindset. They don't have that kind of chest to be doing it to every man that they meet. But it seems like it's more eminent when you start to have dealings with women. And I don't like that.
And then she started charging from $100 and settled for $200. So I don't know. I just feel like, man, come on, man, put some respect on it.
Okay.
Please, Abel, that's what she wants to say.
Yeah.
Well, put the price.
For $200.
I felt there's 50 naira. So what are you talking about?
There's 50 naira.
Yes.
Calm down.
If I go to the bus stop
50
Yes,
naira.
100 naira. Food even. What are we talking about?
Can I talk?
Okay. 50 naira.
50 naira if so if she wants to put a value, it's up to her to put the value on herself, what she wants to put herself on. But okay, I don't want to go and think for her, but have you ever been in that situation? I'll ask you more because you're not a girl. Okay. Where you are having a conversation with you're having a conversation with a man that you need to work with, and he keeps on bringing in sex, but you ignore it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You know that that's what he wants, but you keep on talking and encouraging the conversation, but you're not necessarily agreeing to the
Why
sex.
do you think I don't have? I've had ladies that you have conversation and they keep talking about sex, and you know that's exactly what they want. It's vice versa. Why do you guys think we're the only ones thirsty?
No, you're the ones that are asking. In this situation, like I've had a dealings. Okay, for example, I know I'm going to meet up with this person in Abuja, right? Okay. Like, and I know that this person wants to have sex with me, but he's the only person that is my source to getting me to whatever. And I start talking like, yeah, okay, so I'm going to come and pick me up at the airport and drop me off at this event, and he's bringing in sex, and I'm just like, whatever, and keep on having my conversation. It might look like I'm kind of like agreeing, but I'm gonna get there and just go home.
That's not the case here, though. I get where you're coming from, but that is completely. This one is that before she left Lagos, she knew what she was coming to do.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like, she knew that, okay, this is
she needs to be persecuted for that. No cap.
And I'm going to get paid for this. The guy even used those points to pay in a very luxurious hotel for her as well. True. So she called it audio. But the guy was paying with his points. Points does not come with room service, does not come with food, does not come. So the fact that I'm giving you a room and then they are not giving you food and you have to pay for the food, it doesn't mean it's a fake room. Just that I'm a very good customer that has been in that hotel for many times, and I have points. But it's all good. We need to go on a music break, more vibes. I don't know. I just want to make you guys feel that Christmas spirit because, man, yes, it's about to go down. And T-Time will be right back after this music break. Stay with us. All right, that's Leah with Melo, and yes, this is UT time on Plus TV Africa, and I've still got the excellent, marvelous squad with me, and that is Any Baby and Ife Oma. Yes, and then we're moving on to the next story, which is on the We Found Love Eats Maker. You know that song? We found love in a hopeless place. Yeah, you know that song. She's looking forward to 2021. They've started, dude. That's how they started with Vision 2020. Look at where we are today. But they started with this, 2021, where she's planning to take her career to a different level, as fans are highly anticipating her new music. The musician and fashion designer tells Britain's Closer magazine ahead of the holiday that she's already looking forward to the new year, which she teases will see the star release her first new music since 2016's Auntie. Look, she has told us we'll sue this lady if she doesn't. What are we going to sue her for now? Expectation.
Honestly, deprivation.
Deprivation. Yeah, we're looking forward to that as well. And then she's discussing a New Year's resolution. Rihanna says she wants to take her music and her brand to a different level in 2021. Meanwhile, she has touched on her plans on the holidays that she reveals she's spending Christmas in her native town, Barbados. And she's saying that she just wants to do whatever she wants this period. If she feels like a cheeseburger, she will have a cheeseburger. She doesn't want to restrict herself, And I think that's one thing what Jay also mentioned yesterday, that, look.
Okra soup is what Jason.
No. When she was saying that, look, 2020. No, okay.
That flew over you like this.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying that what Jay said, one thing 2020 has taught her is to be very deliberate about what you intend to do. Do whatever pleases you, because anything can happen at any given time. So make sure you only live once, have enough fun. And I'm glad that, someone like Rihanna is also of this train of thought, saying that, look, just live your life, enjoy, have fun.
But Rihanna's own is very different because of how much she's disappeared. I really hope that we get to find that out. I mean, it's not our place and she's not entitled to share that, but it'd be really nice for us to find out what happened these years for her to go off music like that. It doesn't happen often when you're not saying you're done with music, right? And we know you have a big passion for music that you wouldn't have make any for such a long time. And it's not that she got married and had babies and that she was caring for someone else.
She's working on Fenty.
Yeah, I mean, you could work on Fenty and still give us jams. She did that. She had Fenty even when she had the music and all of that. So, I mean, I don't know what was going on with that, but I'm glad. Really, really glad. I just want to hold my breath because she's the kind of person that she does not care if she announces that she's dropping it tomorrow. She wants to take another 4 years. She can do just that. But I want to.
She's the Wizkid of America.
I want to know. Yeah, she is. I want to know what kind of sound she will produce. I mean, a 2016 Rihanna and a 2021
Rihanna.
Like
5 years later.
Her physical features have changed in front of us. She's gone from like size 8 to size 10, 11, 12. Like, she's thicker now. Her mindset is different. She's not moving with the same people that we used to see her with. I'm a huge fan. She's not moving like that. Her style is different. So I want to know what kind of music we would find. Is she going to still have that really bad
And I'd like to see how all that time out has also affected her music and the music.
Okay, I remember when I noticed Rihanna just went off the grid, I was kind of worried, like, oh my God, what happened to Rihanna? Is she going through something? Is it something like we need to go into? So I went online and I checked it. She actually said she was not really feeling the music. She was not inspired, so she didn't want to produce just anything for her fans. So she had to take this break to develop herself and focus more on other things, which I really admire her for going into the Fenty, and she made it bigger.
4 years. It's 4 years a break at this point.
She just said she was not feeling the inspiration to create music. That's why she was not feeling the inspiration.
You don't inspire for 5 years. She needs to tell me something else.
That's what she said, that she just wants to live up to her name. She just wants to release something that our fans won't be impressed with. So I respect her if she's going to give us. So now my expectation is like this: 2021 music has to blow my mind. Rihanna for 25 years.
So since we're talking about Rihanna and she has given us our New Year's resolution, what's going to be your New Year's resolution?
I have not made any. I'm just living by the moment in 2021.
I already feel like I'm in next year. I started feeling that way at the end of November. So my New Year resolution has already kind of kicked in and all that. But in summary, what I can share is that my new year, which has already started to me, I'm working for myself this coming year. And I mean that literally. Like, I think for the most part,
Are you hinting at leaving us on this?
No. No, but I'm working for myself as in like the person that I want to be, that's my oga. Like, I feel like I didn't really do that last year. I served other things and other people, and I really put other people first than I did myself. I don't think I had, you know, I don't think I made a really big effort to even go to the gym or like go for that class or visit the place that I really enjoy doing, or, you know, even working in the part of my career that I enjoy the most. Like, I don't think I pushed, or I was very forthcoming
You think the
with
pandemic
that. So
affected you?
Yeah, definitely. So I think that's something I'm going to do more.
All right, and for me, like you said, I will be making my New Year resolution in 2022 because 2021 has started. And for those of you who knew me last year in 2020, yes, you'd know that I'm a different person from who I was in 2020.
Quick question though. Your New Year resolution that you make, do you follow through everything?
No.
Of course, sometimes we fall by the roadside.
And sometimes I change them. Sometimes I remove. I'm like, I actually don't want
Sometimes
this
you're like,
anymore.
sometimes like, why did I even stop doing this? Can I go back to
I would say, what was I thinking? Why did I write this one? Please remove this one.
All right, so you know that I'm a different person from who I was in 2020, and yes, we'll see you guys in 2022, and then but we won't be seeing you in 2022. You'll be seeing us again tomorrow, and then, you know, it's going to be a fun-packed show again.
It's so confusing.
But thank you for watching. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, 2022 of tomorrow.
2022, I'll be 2021.
I'm in 2020. Actually, you're in 2020.
So you're already in 2021. You finished 2021, and now you're in 2022.
I'm saying we'll do it in 2022. This is, I think, March 2021 for me. Yeah.
Okay.
My 2020 ended since like November of 2020 last year.
Oh my God. Okay, fair. My brain is about to explode.
That's the whole point. But I hope I've been able to convince
you.
you and not to confuse you. And thank you for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on this episode and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch Tea Time on Auto TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you will always go to my co-anchors, Ife Omai and Eniola, and the entire production team. Peace and love. Enjoy the song from Wajay, Best Thing.
Let me be your soldier. If you need somebody to fight for you, let me be your champion, babe. If you need somebody to win your races, let me be your bodyguard. Baby, when you give me the keys to your heart, say me gonna never go nowhere, oh no. Say you be my best thing, I need your love. My best thing, me no talk I guess it. I beg you, make I hold you down. Say you be my best thing, my best thing. Me no talk I guess it. Oh, I beg you, make I hold you down. You show me how to love you, babe. I know the times you need my love to carry you, baby. Oh, teach me how to love you, babe. I feel my heart skip every time you look my way. Say you be my best thing, I need your love. My best thing, me no talk I guess it. I beg you, make I hold you down. Say you be my best thing, my best thing. Me no talk I guess it. Oh, I beg you, make I hold you down.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Ein bisschen Gewicht und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Messer.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wenn du das noch nie gemacht hast, wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
es kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
damit die Nachhaltigkeit-
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Da hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst. Als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Lift off. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. Lift off. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Lift off. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. Lift off. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. if need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents, and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, welcome to the show.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situation in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Well, many thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. President Muhammadu Buhari says only God can effectively supervise the border Nigeria shares with the Republic of Niger. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president spoke while receiving an audience former Vice President Namadi Sambo, who heads ECOWAS election mission to the Republic of Niger. Adesina quoted the president as promising that Nigeria will give robust support to the Republic of Niger, which hold presidential and National Assembly elections later this month. He was also said to have applauded President Muhammadu Issoufou for not attempting to tamper with the constitution of his country and elongate his stay in power after serving for the maximum 2 terms. Meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari says Nigeria under his watch was getting closer to the nation's dream of full utilization of its abundant gas potentials. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president spoke at the inauguration of the integrated gas handling facility and LPG processing and dispensing plant built and operated by the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company, NPDC. Adesina quoted the president as disclosing that the Oredo integrated gas handling facility and its associated NGLS depot will be delivering 240,000 metric tons of commercial-grade liquefied petroleum gas and propane. According to him, it will also deliver about 205 million standard cubic feet per day of lean gas to the domestic market. Now, away from the presidency, the State House of Assembly has unanimously passed their 2021 budget appropriation of more than 109.6 billion naira. Now, the passage followed the submission of the report of the House Committee on Finance and Appropriation by its chairman, Olubunmi Adeluba, at the Tuesday's plenary. The motion for ratification of the report by the House Committee on Supply was moved by Gboyega Aribishogun and was seconded by Ajibade Adeyemi. According to Adeluba, the budget proposal represented the collective desire of all stakeholders for the growth and development at this critical time of lean resources. Well, moving on, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State on Monday signed the 2021 State Appropriation Bill of 268.8 billion naira into law. He signed the budget at the Executive Council Chambers of the Governor's Office in Agodi, Ibadan. State lawmakers had increased the budget by 2.2 billion naira. Makinde said the budget would accommodate more development projects for the state as the budget performance is set at 70%. We're talking health matters now. The federal government will sanction travelers who breached public health protocols. Abbas Mustafa, chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, said this in Abuja. Mustafa said 20,216 travelers will be sanctioned for shunning COVID-19 tests upon arrival and endangering members of the community. He said President Muhammadu Buhari has authorized the PTF to deploy legal structures and resources, including enforcement, to manage the pandemic. Staying with health matters, the Minister, Dr. Osage Ihanire, has said that the federal government was substantially ready for a successful COVID-19 vaccination. Ihanire said this in Abuja while briefing the Senate leadership on the federal government plans to procure COVID-19 vaccines worth 400 billion naira. According to him, 156 billion naira will be needed in 2021 or 200 billion naira in 2022. And away from health reports, academic activities in public varsities will resume next month. Labour and Employment Minister Dr. Chris Ngige gave the assurance at the outcome of the federal government negotiation with the leadership of the Academic Staff Union of Universities at last Thursday's Poly. According to the minister, parties would be back at the negotiating table to resume discussions on the special assignment given to both sides at the last meeting. ASU National President Professor Biodu Ogunyemi said that the union would respond to the minister's assurance. Ngige expressed the hope that there would be a breakthrough in discussions in the meeting with the lecturers who have been on strike since March, adding that the government has met almost all the demands of ASU. He said negotiations between the ASU leadership and the government had reached 98%, adding that it remained only 2% to be completed. Ngige spoke in his Alor Idemili South local government area country home in Anambra State during the launch of his free medical outreach at the community's health center. We're talking security matters now. Troops of Operation Hadarindaji have again rescued 10 kidnapped victims from the bandit at Yenyewa village in Zamfara following a tip-off. The coordinator, Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday in Abuja. Enenche said that troops had on December 20 responded to a distress call on bandits' activities in the area and engaged them accordingly. According to him, troops overwhelmed the criminals with superior firepower and forced them to abandon 10 kidnapped victims before fleeing in disarray. The rescued kidnapped victims have been reunited with their families. Enenche also disclosed that troops of Operation Wellstroke killed one bandit, arrested 2 others in 2 encounters in Benue State on Monday. He said the troops received credible intelligence on the presence of some bandits around Angua Ombagu general area in the state. According to him, the bandits were linked to the recent killing of a Makodi-based lawyer and his wife. Staying with security matters, police authorities have arrested 9 suspected kidnappers and rescued 2 victims in Adamawa State. In a statement issued, the police public relations officer in the state, Yahaya Nguroge, said the suspect was in possession of locally made guns and other dangerous weapons. He said the suspect were involved in the abduction of one Babawuru, Damua, and Yerima Musa of Song area of the state on December 18th and demanded the sum of 4 million naira as ransom. The police spokesman said the suspect will be charged to court for prosecution. And away from the shores of Nigeria, the United Nations has appealed for $156 million to help the tens of thousands of refugees who fled fighting in Ethiopia's Tigray and is striving to get a team on the ground to investigate alleged human rights violations, including a mass killing in the region. Now, Ethiopia's army has been fighting rebellious forces in the northern Tigray region for over 6 weeks in a conflict that has displaced close to 1 million people. Access for humanitarian workers has until recent days been impossible, and rights workers are now seeking access on the ground to verify reports.
An urgent appeal for $156 million to support refugees fleeing Ethiopia's Tigray crisis. The requested funds are needed to meet the critical humanitarian needs of Ethiopian refugees fleeing the conflict in Tigray throughout the first half of 2021. This appeal will also strengthen preparedness to receive refugees in other countries in the region in case of further refugee movements. Currently, many refugees remain in overcrowded conditions without proper facilities, and there continues to be a shortage of medicine and other supplies. We have seen a huge demand for family tracing and reunification, education, and for child-friendly spaces and nutritional programs.
Well, staying with African news, the World Food Programme says more than 1.2 million refugees in Uganda will see their UN food and cash rations reduced in February due to lack of funding from international donors. The UN aid agency, which received this year's Nobel Peace Prize, has currently secured only half of the money it needs in Uganda, which hosts one of Africa's largest refugee populations. The reduced rations will only cover 60% of the necessary calorie intake. He explained that the WFP immediately needs $95.8 million to avoid this step, which would be its second aid cut in Uganda since April. Malnourished women, children, and elderly refugees face a heightened risk of infections. And outside Africa, Rio de Janeiro Mayor Marcelo Crivella has been arrested 9 days before the end of his term for alleged involvement in a corruption scheme at City Hall. Crivella, who was arrested at home on the western side of Rio, denied any wrongdoing and said he was the target of political persecution. The mayor's arrest comes after a wave of corruption investigations that have landed 5 former Rio de Janeiro state governors in jail. Now, Indonesia's president announced on Tuesday a sweeping reshuffle of his cabinet, including a replacement for a health minister criticized for his perceived mishandling of the country's coronavirus crisis. Now, President Joko Widodo, known by his nickname Jokowi, said 6 ministers would be replaced, including in the portfolios of health, trade, tourism, and fisheries. The newcomers would be inaugurated on Wednesday. Now, Muhammad Lutfi, currently Indonesia's ambassador to Washington, and the trade minister under President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono will replace Agus Suparmanto as trade minister. Now, U.S. President-elect Joe Biden received his first dose of the Pfizer Inc. COVID-19 vaccine at Christiana Hospital in Newark, Delaware. At age 78, Biden is in the high-risk category for the highly contagious respiratory disease. The United States now has 2 authorized vaccines to protect against the virus. One developed by Pfizer and German partner BioNTech was cleared for use on December 11th, and another one from Moderna was approved on Friday. After getting the shot, Biden urged Americans to get the vaccine when it is available and wear face mask at all times.
You know, this is just the beginning. It's one thing to get the vaccine out, and now Moderna is going to be on the road as well. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time. In the meantime, I know I don't want to sound like a sour note here, but I hope people listen to all the experts, and the Dr. Fauci's on, talking about the need to wear masks during this Christmas and New Year's holidays, wear masks, socially distance, and if you don't have to travel, don't travel.
And in entertainment news, Rihanna has big ambitions for her career in 2021. Now, the musician and fashion designer tells Britain's Closer magazine ahead of the holidays that she's already looking forward to the new year, what she teases will see the star release her first new music since 2016's Auntie, discussing her New Year's resolutions. Rihanna said she wants to take her music and brands to a different level in 2021. Meanwhile, the work singer also touched on her plans for the holidays as she revealed she's spending Christmas in her native Barbados. And now in sports news, Lionel Messi has received a record 7th Pichichi trophy at the Marca Football Award for being the top goal scorer in La Liga last season. The Argentine forward netted 25 goals in the 2019-2020 season to finish top of the scoring chart for the 7th time in his career, one more time than Telmo Zarra, who played for Athletic Bilbao in the 1940s and 1950s. Messi can break another goal-scoring record on Tuesday night if he scores for Barca against Real Valladolid. It will be his 654th goal, surpassing Pele's record for the number of goals scored for a single club. Meanwhile, Karim Benzema received 2 awards, the France Best Player Award and the Alfredo Di Stefano Award for being La Liga's best player in 2019-2020 season. Still talking football, World Soccer's governing body FIFA says it has filed a criminal complaint with Zurich's cantonal prosecutor claiming evidence of criminal mismanagement of a museum project set up by former President Sepp Blatter. FIFA said their complaint identified the direct involvement of former FIFA President Joseph Blatter together with other persons in the agreements made for the museum, which is in central Zurich. The complaint includes the entire project cost at $564.59 million and identifies that the previous FIFA administration poured millions into renovating and refurbishing a building that the organization does not own, while also locking itself in a long-term rental agreement on unfavorable terms when compared to standard market rate, which in total will cost a FIFA $360 million by the date of expiration in 2045. Blatter, who was FIFA president for 17 years, was suspended and later banned by the soccer body's Ethics Committee after he became the subject of criminal proceedings in Switzerland in 2015. Talking tennis, world number 1 Novak Djokovic has withdrawn from these month's ATP Player Council elections, citing the governing body's new rule that would make it a conflict of interest because of his role in the Professional Tennis Players Association. The Serb set up the breakaway PTPA on the eve of the US Open in September and resigned as head of the Player Council, but last month he confirmed that he had been nominated by his fellow professionals for the current elections, which he accepted. However, the new ATP rule means he has had to withdraw. Djokovic repeated the assertions he made several times this year that the PTPA wanted to coexist with the sport governing bodies, but the ball was now in their court. He added that the PTPA was still in the formative stages, but he was still keen to advance it to further the interest of all players, especially those in the lower ranks. And that's the news at this hour. Now, for more news update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back much later at 9:30 with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
candidate for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Dirili, Shewiri, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theater school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was. So I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions and auditions and auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands. once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers, because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Bodoka Njoku. And, of course, it is a few days to Christmas, about just 3 days. And we'll be saying Merry Christmas to everyone out there. I've got Wale Scott right here. And I wish that you have Christmas hats on, but we don't have anyone. Maybe tomorrow we should have...
Maybe we're still in the work spirit. We're not in the festive spirit. But like I always tell people, it's a tough job that we do as broadcasters. Somebody has to do it. We don't have holidays. If it falls on a weekday, we have to come to work, you know.
True.
But we love what we do. And then that's not going to take away the shine that we wish everybody out there, every viewer, every fan out there, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. And don't mind, we have to work. We're used to it already.
Yeah, true. Really. And we're looking forward to the year 2021. Okay, the cameraman has a Christmas cap, but I can't take that Christmas cap. And yes, but probably tomorrow we'll just have one on the show, and we'll talk about what Christmas means to us. But let's talk about one man who once coached, who once played for Nigeria as an attacker. He's Emmanuel Amuneke, the former Nigerian international. He has stated that he can never be an assistant to coach the Super Eagles. That's an assistant to Gernot Rohr. And reports has it that Amuneke is being considered for the assistant coach position under Rohr. And Amuneke qualified Tanzania for the 2019 AFCON, which was their first qualification since the 1980 edition held in Nigeria. Yes, I totally support what the former Nigerian international has said, that he can't play second fiddle to Gernot Rohr because he also has experience as an head coach. But do you agree with him?
Well, Amuneke has his clique of people, and they call Gernot Rohr a copy and paste coach. That's the name they've given him. And what they meant by that is that they can't vouch for his technical prowess. They can't vouch for his technical abilities. And that Rohr is just an internet coach. A copy and paste coach is what they call him. And that Gernot Rohr goes on the internet and goes look for people of Nigerian descent who ply their trade abroad, goes as far as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan to go and look for players, and then brings them, puts them all together, considering that they all have a fantastic structure where they play. They believe he has little or nothing to do to actually get them to play football, because they're coming from a sane structure abroad, you know, so that they can't vouch for his technical abilities. And Amuneke believes that if he has to work under someone, he has to be someone that he can actually vouch for his technical abilities. He can actually work on him. And most of our ex-footballers who have one or two things against Gernot Rohr, they won't come out to talk. But you know, while we're hanging out, they call him copy and paste coach, you know. They call him the coach who goes on the internet, who doesn't have the ability to actually identify talent. Groom talent. They think he just goes on the internet and looks for
foreign clubs who have Nigerian names, and
you call them the ready-made players.
Ready-made players. And Amunike feels that he's a lazy coach and that he can't work under him. That in fact he should be learning from him and not the other way around.
True. Well,
that's what he thinks. You know.
True. And of course, for Amunike, I just believe that they're ex-internationals. Yes, we have one who is currently an assistant to General, the person of Joseph Yobo, former Super Eagles captain, and I think he's doing well under him.
No, we have heard that of all the former footballers, Yobo has the lowest degree in coaching courses.
So he should start from being an assistant.
Olise has the highest, you know, and Olise has said that as far as he's concerned, General is not a good coach. He feels that he's just been spoon-fed, and because he's a foreigner, and that if he was a Nigerian coach that was there, would have been a different ball game entirely. Yeah. And Amunike can speak for himself. When we hear in the news and we know that he actually qualified Tanzania for the first time, let's honestly ask ourselves the question Olise asked General: what have you done? As in really, we can say Amunike qualified Tanzania for an international tournament for the first time in the country's history.
Yeah.
Now the question lies here: what has General done?
He has brought in fresh legs to the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
In other African countries, they has coached.
Okay. It's a plus. Let's
Thank you for the answer. or the no answer.
Well, let's talk about another man who is the FIFA licensed agent, Shino Phillips. He has called on the Nigeria Football Federation to expose any agent undermining football development in the country. He described those who bribe coaches to influence player selection into the various national teams as enemies of the country's football who should be sanctioned. Now, Phillips said the allegation that some agents influence player selection into the national team is grave, saying it is capable of stunting the growth of the country's football if it is true. I can't say categorically that this is true, but from the grassroots level, I've seen a couple of agents who are just there to swindle young talents who innocently want to do better in their footballing career, but these agents are just out there to take their money.
Let me go on headlong this morning and wear my shield and get ready for anything that comes my way. 90% of the guys who are Nigerians who call themselves FIFA licensed agents are scammers. 90%. I am saying this with my shield on. So come on, come all, you know. And the 90% are conveniently scammers. They have proven that in the past. But it's unfortunate, Udoka, that most of these footballers, the talents, the raw talents are actually poor. They are from poor homes. Not even comfortable homes now, poor. And so these licensed agents work on their situation and then give them slave deals, you know, deals that keep them with them for like forever, knowing that if they see 1 million naira now, the whole family, intended and extended, will do a party with 1 million naira. And they're making so much more. And then when the young man has signed the deal, the father who has taken care of the boy out of nothing, and then you tell him to sign a deal for his child for 35 million naira. The man has never counted 500K in his life. And then you tell him to come and take 35 million, whereas you're getting over 300 million for that child. Even if the man knows, he's like, well, I never seen this kind of money before in the first place, so half a loaf.
Anything goes.
Half a loaf, better than none, you know, so he will take it. And the men, the fathers know, or the managers know that this is a slave contract. But they have never seen that kind of money before. You know, I remember that when Shitu was going to sign Mikel Obi to Manchester United, I remember that the deal was signed. Mikel had already taken a picture with the jersey, getting set to go. And anybody who knows football knows that the best place for Mikel to have gone then was Manchester United. I'll tell you why. But obviously, Man U were not willing to cut corners. They were going to go straight with Shitu, you know, as in do the deal as it should be done. But obviously, someone in Chelsea was willing to cut corners. You understand? So he took him on a run. Listen, what he did was over-kidnapping. He took the young lad at less than 18 years old, got him in a room in a hotel room, locked him up in there, waiting for Chelsea to cut corners for him. Eventually, Chelsea did cut corners. And the guy went up against me and said, listen, we changed our mind. My young man says he's a Chelsea fan and he's always wanted to play for Chelsea. Now, let's look at the history of Manchester United. The biggest players that ever lived, the Manchester United legends, past and present, have always been midfielders. Eric Cantona, David Beckham,
Paul Scholes,
Gascoigne, Gaza. The guys, the biggest names, the faces of the team, Manchester United, past and present, have been midfielders, not strikers. Let's imagine a Mikel in Man U's midfield way back then. He would have been a legend and a face of Man United as we speak. And of course, Shitu did what he could do. Chelsea were willing to cut corners. Man U were going to play safe and do it the right way, as the law says. Shitu didn't like that idea. Kidnapped the young boy. Took him to a hotel room, locked him up in there.
Made that switch to
Chelsea. Locked him up in there and made him switch to Chelsea.
Yeah, but bringing it back home now, most of these lads who get to play football for on the streets and also into some academies with the hope of making it big, what else do you think we can do? Because truth be told, most of these agents are out there to take their money, but what else can be done to ensure a smooth sail for these lads who play quality football with the hope of being great players, playing for the Super Eagles, and also playing for big clubs out there?
We shout day in, day out. Everybody wants change. Everybody wants to end something. Everybody wants Sorosoke and all that. But you see, we're not doing the right thing yet. I am not one in the bandwagon who is going to talk about people on the streets ending something or Sorosoke. I don't agree with all that. I think the change itself we're looking for starts with you and me. We must start change from us. Let's start from the beginning. Let's leave the agents out of it. There is no Nigerian coach. I don't have proof though, but there is no Nigerian coach that doesn't take bribe to fill the player, even at the smallest level. Even at the smallest level, at the level of inter-house sports, it's a norm. Listen, we have heard of cases of, okay, let me use a popular player that you all know, Taiwo. There was a particular amount of money he was supposed to go and get. His mother could not get the money because it was not her turn to collect her contributions. They had to go to a woman that sells food in Agege, near Amowo, to go and borrow. The woman borrowed the money from them. Only then could Taib get into the team.
Wow.
And many other teams like that. We've heard many stories like that. We know a story about a boy who is a barber now in Yanopaja as we speak. I can get his number. I can call him on the show if you want. He said the boots his brother bought for him. It was the boots that Taiwo used to train and to go abroad. And then they got him a new boots when he got his jersey, Eagles jersey, because he couldn't raise the money. He is a barber now in Yanopaja. Let us start with the coaches first, who collect money from these agents to play their boys.
It's really, really sad.
So let's start from the onset. The coaches themselves who are willing to, and you see, Udoka, the truth be said, the real talents, the real Nigerian talents don't have that money. Never have the money the coaches tell them to go and bring. So you find out that every time we bring out a team, whether it's under 17, under 21, 23, the Super Eagles, those are our second best legs. Our best legs themselves can't raise the money.
And they can't make the team. But I just hope that we'll get a change someday. Because I met a barber as well, somewhere on the island. And he said he played football. And the reason why he didn't go pro was because he didn't have the money, he couldn't afford the money that the coach wanted him to pay to be a permanent member in that team. And he also clearly stated that he was even one of the best players in the team, but he just couldn't break in because he didn't have money to pay the coach. So I really do not think this is right, but I just hope that one day we'll get our acts together and do the right thing.
So if the agents continually give the coaches money, it's because they know the coaches want the money. His boy, who he intends to sell, does not have that money. He's willing to pay for him. Now, the minute the agent gives the coach the money, he has sold, he has bought that boy. Because the boy will always tell the world, I say, if not for this my agent, I won't be in the team.
All right, so still talking about money, let's go over to Gorma here, who the players are still in the country with no sign of leaving for Algeria, where they are scheduled to play host Kabab Riyadi de Belouzad in the second preliminary round of the CAF Champions League. As of Monday evening, the players were in their homes after refusing to go for training until their monies are paid. Players are on strike.
Bang, bang, bang.
They want to play Champions
League. That's the idea.
Learn
to call our leaders. Learn to call our leaders out. Nigerians should learn from this. I remember our darling Blessing Okagbare when she was running for at the Commonwealth Games or at the Olympics, one of the two, and she refused to come out for the relays. And she told the other runners, "Don't come out." And when they called her and said, Blessing, come on, you are the face of the relay team, female relay team, you should be the one giving a good example. I said, no. Our monies daily is just $100. And you are not giving the money to us, whereas a minister who should not be here at all, he's not sports minister, he's just going to go and play there, he's owing £2,100 for watching porn on TV. A minister who should not be there, taxpayers' money has taken it to Commonwealth Games in Manchester. He shouldn't be there at all. Now he's now there. He's not owing money for food though. He's not owing money for the hotel room. He's owing £2,100 for watching porn. Porn movies on TV. Meanwhile, the athletes are not being paid their $100. And Blessing called them out. And they were paid that money, backlog money for that time and present and future. They give they get their money complete. So these guys have to call the guys in charge out. They refuse to leave their rooms. Where do they go? Pay us our money. We have seen Kano Pillars players, Nasarawa United players go to the governor's house, sit down and say, listen, if you not pay us, we not they play again. But the truth be said, it's unfortunate that our Nigerian leaders only see sports as a campaign opium. It's a deal. As in, they know Nigerians like sports. That's our weak point. It's the only opium we have. We are suffering. The only happiness and the only high we get is when Man United is playing, Arsenal is playing, Barca is playing. That's the only thing that brings us together and makes us happy. And our politicians know that. So what they do is, now football they don't watch now. When it's time for campaign, they give all these players, all these teams, everything they want. You ask for one, they will give them two. Let the campaign end now. To collect their money, they have to go and sit down in front of the governor's office and make noise. And then they will embarrass the governor. And then the presidency will say, come on, governor, do the right thing now. He will now do the right thing that he knows. So let us learn from this. Let us learn to call our leaders out when things are going wrong.
Very true. And for the players now, I really do not know what CAF would do, because some days ago, they actually sent a letter to CAF asking for the game to be played on a neutral ground. And also, of course, CAF stated that the game would go ahead tomorrow, Wednesday to be precise, because the match officials are already on ground waiting for the game to progress. But if these guys are not on ground, talking about Gomaria FC, it just means that there might be a walkover and to favor the
How do you expect a team? That is why I say Nigeria, in all its uniqueness, is a unique country. This is the only country where we don't give our athletes, especially the Paralympians, we don't give them their arrears. We don't give them any money at all. After training at the stadium, they will eat rice, yam and beans, no meat. They will eat that and still go to the Olympics and compete against people who have better structures, have their arrears intact, use their supplements, and still win gold. It's a miracle that those guys do. I don't know how they do that. And you expect Goma here to go and play a game, no arrears. Let's imagine their state of mind. How do you get the best of an athlete that doesn't get paid? How do you get the best of me? Even as a broadcaster, if you don't pay me. The thought of it alone will make me be struck on the program and say something else entirely. Yeah, really.
Exactly true. Let's go over to Arsenal and let's let you know that they'll be without their striker, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, for the Carabao Cup quarterfinals against Manchester City because of a calf injury. The Gabon international missed Saturday's 2-1 loss to Everton in the Premier League. And for Aubameyang, he has had a goal drought for quite a while now. And do you think it will mean anything, Aubameyang not playing against Man City today?
I think Arsenal might as well get a tombstone and get a grave and say we are dead. May we rest in peace. You know, because the truth be said, I have continually insulted Arsenal on the show. They have a big gun, no bullets. No bullets. You know, they play very good football. They're like a child who is dull but has a good handwriting, and the dynasty will do what for you. You play good football and you don't score goals. You know, and I've always said, I still don't get what their problem is. Your friend on the show on Saturday, what's his name again? In London, in the UK? Jide was talking about the board and everything, but even Jide could not get anything concrete to hold on to the problem. How can you have players like Lacazette, Holding, or Aubameyang? You have no business losing games. And now they are making so many blunders. They were 18 yesterday, they were 17 this morning, and they actually face relegation. I was saying Arsenal can't go relegation. I'm changing my mind right now. They just could face relegation, you know.
But this is the Carabao Cup.
And then Aubameyang, who is their lethal striker, their ultimate assassin, the guy who can turn the game around if they are doing badly and actually get the goals for them, is injured. They might as well get a graveyard, a tombstone, and say, rest in peace, Arsenal, really.
But you know,
as good as gone.
They know how to play the cup games. Do you think they can get anything positive against Manchester City, Pep Guardiola's Manchester City?
Let's get their mindset together first off. Sergio Kun Aguero comes back from injury and is not full throttle yet. The most wasteful player in the whole of the English Premier League is Sterling. He wants to play to the gallery. He wants the world to see him that he can dribble the whole world. And so he's wasteful. Hopefully, Sterling can be his wasteful self tonight. Kun Aguero will not be to his best. Gabriel Jesus is now scoring when he wants to, not when the club wants him to score. Yeah. Hopefully, he will be a bad day for Man City. But if it's a good day for them, poor Arsenal. Poor Arsenal.
Still talking about Arsenal, the players face a drastic pay cut if they are relegated from the Premier League. That is if. Now, several players will be obliged to take 25% reductions if the unthinkable happens and the Gunners, who are 15th on the table, drop out of the top flight. Now, such clauses are common at smaller clubs who are expected to face a greater threat of relegation. Now, the North London club's annual wage bill is more than £150 million, with the likes of Mesut Ozil and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang among the best paid players in England. And one of them is not even playing at the moment, but week in, week out, he cashes out about £350,000.
It's shocking that the highest paid player in your club, in Arsenal, is not even playing at all. He's not even on the list of any of the football events, and he gets paid week in, week out. It's like pouring water in a basket. Who does that? I don't know. Only Arsenal can do that.
You don't blame Ozil for getting
paid. I am not blaming Ozil for getting paid for doing nothing. Why
exactly.
not? I don't think he likes the idea. He's not a Nigerian like Mikel Obi, who will sit down on the bench for 5 seasons and collect money for and not play. He's not like that. He wants to go to Fenerbahce or Besiktas in Turkey, and they are already working on him already. But you know, Arsenal are giving him so much money, and even if you don't want to play him regularly, get him a cameo appearance at least for the money he's paid. Let him work for his services. Let him, at least justify his pay. He's not even on the bench at all. At least make him a cameo appearance and let him justify his pay. Yeah. You pay him so much money, the highest player in the team, and he's not even on the list, not even on the bench. I don't know though. I don't know. I think,
is it possible? Yeah, there's always a possibility for teams getting relegated if you don't do well in the league. But do you see Arsenal? Yes, we talked about it some time ago, and it's beginning to look like it can happen. But will this happen to Arsenal? Is that a possibility?
The way it's going now, I just think it could.
You don't think they can pick up?
Because Arsenal are only thinking ahead now. Just in case we get relegated, you guys should be ready for a pay cut. I understand the players are not businessmen. They have their BMs, these managers who actually work their business for them. But common sense demands that if you get relegated, some sponsors will back out.
It's true.
So the monies will not come in as they used to come in when we were in the Premiership. So understandably, any player who sees that we are going to relegation and cannot take a pay cut should leave. Common sense demands that some sponsors will back out if Arsenal play in the Championship. So they should be get ready for a pay cut. I don't even think they should be announcing this. It's common sense. Team goes on relegation, they get a pay cut.
Wow.
Some sponsors will leave.
It will be a sad one for
I was saying it on Saturday and saying it's not going to happen. I'm beginning to think differently now.
You know, one of the bragging rights Arsenal fans used to have was that they had never gone on relegation. So, story fit change, let me put it that way. Now, going over to the Golden Foot Award, Cristiano Ronaldo received the 2020 award in Monaco on Sunday in recognition of his lifetime achievement in the sport. Now, the award is given annually to an active player over the age of 28 after an online vote by fans. It can only be won once by a player, and Ronaldo's greatest rival, Lionel Messi, has yet to win the award. The Portugal and Juventus forward has 4 Champions League victories and 4 Club World Cups during his time at Manchester United and Real Madrid. Now, the 5-time Ballon d'Or winner also has 7 domestic league titles, while also winning the European Championships and, of course, Nations League tournaments with national side Portugal. Let's listen to Ronaldo. Of course, he said he has been longing to win this award. And when we come back, we'll continue with the rest of the show.
Well, it's a great honor. It's something that I expect to win one day. You know, this award, if you see the history of this award, the legends that they received this award, they're very important. So I'm glad to receive this award. It's the first one in my museum, and I'm so happy.
2020.
Congratulations to Cristiano Ronaldo, but who exactly is the greatest of all time?
He's a phenomenon. In the last 20 years, Ronaldo has been a phenomenon. Like the Yoruba would say, ability is not ability. Messi was born to play football. I don't know, his kid is from God. But Ronaldo has fought to get that brand together.
Yeah.
You know, after a game, he still trains alone. He has the ability and is working on it. For some reason, Messi is getting tired. Yes, he has the talents. It's ability for him. But, you know, he's getting tired. But Ronaldo is still working. Ronaldo knows he doesn't have the kind of gifts that Messi has. He knows he has to work towards attaining that. So he's not stopping. He's still working on it. For some reason, I've watched Messi play in the last 3-4 games for Barcelona, and it looks like he's bored.
He's been a shadow of himself.
You know, he plays like he's bored. Like, it's the same thing every day. It's like deja vu for me. Let me do something else. You know, so he plays like he's a bored player, as in, I'm used to this already. But Ronaldo works day in, day out to try and get better. So a man who doesn't stop working on himself will be hard to beat. So it's well deserved. In the last 15 years, what has been the most inspiring thing in the world of football, club level and national team level, Cristiano Ronaldo, a phenomenon.
True. Totally agree with you on that one, but it's difficult to say Messi is better than Ronaldo or Ronaldo.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying the argument out there is quite difficult to say who is better than the other, because there are a couple of other great players who are coming through the ranks, and I'm sure in a few years to come, they will get to phase out Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. A quick wrap of games that will be going down later today, starting off from the Carabao Cup. Interesting games will surely go down. I mean, Arsenal will be up against Manchester City, and that's a tough one to look out for. And for Arsenal, they will be without their star striker. But of course, they hope for a positive result in that one. And Brentford will be up against Newcastle United as well. In the Spanish La Liga, Elche takes on Osasuna, Valencia versus Sevilla. Real Sociedad takes on Atletico Madrid, Huesca against Levante. Real Valladolid will be up against Barcelona. That fixtures coming from the Spanish La Liga, and Villarreal will be taking on Athletic Bilbao. And in the Italian Serie A, 2 games will go down. Crotone takes on Parma, and Juventus will be up against Fiorentina. Well, that's the much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Thank you, Wally Scott, as always.
Thank you very much, Doc, as usual.
Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. We'll bring you the best when it comes to TV programming. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for those stories, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. Please ensure to stay safe out there, wear a face mask, and continue to stay safe.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that are spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Governor Seyi Makinde is not the leader of the Southwest PDP, so says former Governor Ayodele Fayose. And Rivers APC crisis takes a new turn as Rotimi Amechi is suspended by the chairman of an opposing faction in the state. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladeni. Welcome. This is Plus Politics. Let's get talking. The crisis rocking the Southwest chapter of the People's Democratic Party PDP has been infused with a new development. Former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, has stated that the Oyo State Governor, Seyi Makinde, is not the leader of the region's PDP. He noted that leadership should be earned and not for anyone as a title. He said, and I quote, "Governor Makinde is not my leader. He is my follower. Respect should beget respect. I have been a warrior." End of quote. Okay, still part of the things he said. They thought I would be with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission now, but I am surviving. End of quote. Joining us to discuss this, we have the spokesperson to former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, Mr. Larry Olayinka. Good evening, Mr. Larry Olayinka.
Yeah, good evening.
And also joining us in this conversation is a chieftain of the PDP based in Lagos, Dr. Tokunbo Pierce, who is, just to put it on record, an ardent supporter of Governor Seyi Makinde. Good evening, Dr. Pierce. Please, I would beg that you move your mouth close to the phone so that we can hear you more audibly. Let me start with Mr. Olayinka. I remember the last time we had this conversation, you were very, very unequivocal that the governor of Oyo State is not in doubt that he's a leader of the party, but he cannot, be supporting two different factions. That seems to be your disagreement with him. Is your language different from that of your principal this time around?
Well, like I've maintained, you also remember that I did say that leadership is not by appointment. It's not it's not a chieftaincy title. And you should also remember that I did say that the leadership of the party is not what is enshrined in the constitution of PDP. There's nowhere it is written that
Mr. ABCD will be leader on the basis of positioning. So, there's nothing different from what I've said with what my boss, Ayofawashe, has also said. Leadership is about you saying, "Oh, it is about me considering that you are my leader." It's not about you saying you are my leader. And that is how it is. It is the right of Governor Ayofele Fayose to choose who he wants to see as a leader, or who he wants to see as not being a leader. He has said his own opinion as he feels that it should be. It is his right. It is also the right of those who are concluding that Governor Seyi Makinde is their leader. As for me now, as far as PDP Southwest is concerned, Governor Seyi Makinde is not my leader, because as far as I'm concerned, he met me in this party. He joined this party in 2018, and so he met me here. He cannot come to PDP 2018 and now begin to also lord himself over us. He has never been a consistent member of PDP.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Pierce, if I understand what Mr. Leroy Olayinka is saying, I think it agrees with the statement of the former president of the United States, talking about Abraham Lincoln, that no one is good enough to be a leader without the consent of others. Is that the case that the former governor of Ekiti State has stated here?
The former governor of Ekiti State has the right to determine who his leader will be in the Southwest or anywhere else. If he chooses to say that Seyi Makinde is not his leader, he has every right to do that. The issue, however, is what determines leadership in the Southwest PDP. If Seyi Makinde, the only governor, elected governor that the PDP has in the Southwest, is not the leader of the Southwest, then who is the leader of the Southwest? Is it the former governor of Ekiti State that is the leader of the Southwest, or who else? This is the issue. Leadership, according to Makinde's Fayose spokesperson, is not by appointment. Very true. But Makinde is not governor by appointment. He is the governor of Oyo State by election, the voice of the people. And it is through that medium of the voice of the people that elected him as the governor of Oyo State that he has become, by convention, the leader of the Southwest PDP. Now, that is not to say that Fayose cannot determine, because evidently Fayose is a man who has no leader and has no direction and has no focus except to destabilize and cause confusion.
Okay.
So if he wants to say he has no leader, that's his own problem. But that does not mean that Makinde is not the leader of the Southwest. Everybody in the Southwest cannot accept any one person as their leader.
Okay, thank you.
In a democracy, you have elections. Some people will vote for you, others will not.
Okay, Mr.
But
Pierce,
as soon as
Dr.
you
Pierce,
get the highest votes,
Dr. Pierce,
and you become...
Dr. Pierce, I know this is already getting into some physical name calling, but just to stay with you before I go back to Mr. Olayinka, can we also look at the import of the statement made by the former governor of Ekiti State that there was a clandestine move to get him behind, to be arrested by EFCC, that if such a person is doing this to him, how can that person be called a leader? Not just his leader, but that is not the attribute of a leader. Have you considered that statement? Looking at the statement that was made when it came out of the net of EFCC at that time. Dr. Pierce, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please, did you hear my question?
Well, look, I think I understand the question. It appears to me that for Fayose, leadership is determined by rascality. Leadership is determined by notoriety. In other words, you know, in those days, in many African countries, it is only when you have gone to jail and you come out that you can now boast to be a leader. I think that is the mentality that Fayose has.
Okay.
If he wants to claim to be a leader because he has gone through hellfire and he has survived, because he has abused everybody from predicting that Buhari would die to insulting every leader he knows, that makes him a leader. That makes him the leader of the area boys.
Okay, Dr. Pierce, I think I need to please put a caution here. Please, let's watch our use of words here and stay on the issues that has been raised by the former governor of Ekiti State. Mr. Olayinka, I know you're itching to respond, but I don't know if you can go a different route by looking at the issues rather than name calling. Go ahead.
Well. I'm going to go into issues because, like those who know me know that I don't join pigs to wrestle. I don't wrestle with pigs, so I won't go gutter with a man.
That's the worst one. That's the worst name calling.
Is it when the man was calling a former governor that somebody who was governor twice that he does not have focus, you did not stop him.
I tried to.
When he was talking about Fayose being leader of area boys, you see, the issue here is that Fayose has been governor of Ekiti twice. I want to ask these people who are in Lagos, what have they been in Lagos? What have they been able to deliver for PDP? The man that they call their leader in Lagos, as if for once be delivered his polling unit. You see, we are talking about leadership by political achievement. Fayose has been governor twice. He won election in Ekiti State twice. He defeated incumbent twice. He has done that twice. Let them also bring their results. Let them bring what they have been able to do politically. Have they been able to deliver anything for PDP in Lagos State? The answer is no. And I understand the problem of the fellow that just spoke. They have been running PDP in Lagos State like a merchandise. When there is election, they take PDP to Bodilon and they sell PDP to the man at Bodilon, and they collect money. They go back to their house, share the money, and wait for another 4 years. That is not going to happen any longer. PDP must get focused. PDP must be made to be able to win election in Lagos, and that is the page that we are. Let me now go to the issue of leadership. Like I have said, Governor Seyi Makinde was elected governor of Oyo State. He was not elected premier of Southwest. He was elected governor of Oyo State. He was not elected governor of Ekiti State. And I've asked questions on several platforms. Because we have one governor in the Southwest, what about zones, regions where we have 3-4 governors? Who is now the leader of PDP in the South where we have 6 governors? Who is the leader of PDP in the North Central, where we have 3 governors? Who is the leader of PDP in the Northwest, where we have 2 governors? You see, it is leadership, like he has also consented. It's not, it is by convention, it is by consent, it is people considering leadership. And if by act, by attitude, by pronouncement of Governor Seyi Makinde, he has not lived up to that responsibility of being called a leader. Whose fault? Let me take you to the issue of EFCC. The last time we spoke, I was so diplomatic. I was like, oh, the issue will be resolved and all that. But when Governor Seyi Makinde now choose to go to the public glare and say that Governor Fayose was hobnobbing with APC because of the case he has with EFCC, that to me is the height of political irresponsibility. And Fayose was taken to EFCC because of his stand for PDP. When Fayose was the only voice of PDP in this country, where was Governor Seyi Makinde?
Okay.
Of course, it was
Mr.
in
Olayinka.
SDP. It was in SDP.
Mr. Olayinka, before you accuse me of not giving you room, I think I've given you enough room to respond to that. Trust me, I'll be back to you. And it appears that the name calling is becoming a difficult thing to avoid. But I will try my best. I will try my best to stay on the issues. Dr. Pierce, now, irrespective of what Mr. Olayinka has said, there is a germane question that he has asked. If you agree that this is by convention, and he has also asked this question, if it is not only Seyi Makinde that is the governor of PDP in Southwest, where is this title issue coming from? Do they have any, any legitimate power to decide who becomes the chairman of a state to take some basic decision?
This issue of leadership in any geopolitical zone is not in the Constitution per se. You remember when Trump won the first election, he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes to Mr. Clinton, and millions of people got on the streets and said, "He's not my president." That is their prerogative. They did not vote for him. He is not their president. Nonetheless, you cannot contest the fact that since he won the election legally, he has become the president of the country. This is democracy. So I agree with Governor Fayose, who says he does not accept Makinde as his leader. Fine, but for goodness sake, leave the political terrain to be conducted the way it should be conducted, which is to say, look, democracy is governorship, rulership by convention and by gentleman's agreement. Look, I don't want to call former Governor Fayose any names, but his own actions convict him. Look, this issue is a question of understanding and consensus. Look at what happens in any election. When you lose, you concede. You don't say the dog and the baboon will both be soaked in blood. This is what Fayose is doing now. We know that Makinde is not the governor of Ekiti. He's not the governor of Ogun State. And the spokesperson gave an example. He said, what about in geopolitical zones when there are more than one governor? All of those governors become the leaders of the party in that zone. It is only because we have one that Makinde becomes automatically the leader. Please understand that. Also, this man keeps saying we've not achieved anything in Lagos. I don't want to call you any names, but please, you use your common sense and think about it. We may not have got governor. I said it to you before. We've had 6 members of the House of Representatives. We have won elections to 22 council seats in Lagos. We have won 8 elections to the Lagos State Assembly. And we are trying our best in every election.
Okay.
When Governor Fayose was the Southwest, was the governor of Ekiti, and the only governor we had in the geopolitical zone. You remember, he was automatically, by convention, by gentleman's agreement, to be the leader of the Southwest.
Okay, Dr. Pierce.
And he led us astray.
Dr. Pierce, let's continue our conversation from that realm, and I will allow Mr. Olayinka to either support that view you just raised, giving us some statistics. I am also aware some of these figures you put out there that it's not something you debate. I know PDP wants some seats, but probably he has a different interpretation to what he was saying. And also, what about the reference he made that when Fayose was the governor, it was not a dispute that this is the leader in the region.
You see, it is when it is convenient for us, we push position. And I have stayed in this party enough to know how things were done in the past. In 2016, for instance, PDP had 2 governors in the Southwest, Fayose and Mimiko of Ondo State. Then, when we were having the Sona Congress in Akure, other people were also having Sona Congress in Ijebu-Igbo. Some people, most of these people who are saying, oh, Father Makinde is now the supreme leader of PDP in the Southwest, insisted then that late Senator Buru Dikashamu was the leader of the party in the Southwest. Even when we had 2 governors, this is not the first time. Even when we had 2 governors, some of them were going to Ijebu-Igbo to meet with Senator Buru Dikashamu as leader of the PDP in the Southwest. That was the person they agreed was leader of the party in their own estimation. It was their right. Nobody questioned them. Nobody caused. There was nothing like this. And let me also say this, frankly, expressly, when Fayose was the only governor of PDP in the Southwest, and I will give one example. In Osun State, Senator Omishore, who was very, very close to Fayose then, wanted Shibayo Faforiji as chairman of PDP in Osun State. Omishore wanted Faforiji as chairman. The other people in Osun wanted Shoji Adagunodo as chairman. Why did Fayose not insist that time? Why did he not impose Bayo Faforiji as chairman of PDP in Osun State? At the end of the day, it was Shoji Adagunodo that emerged as PDP chairman, not Bayo Faforiji that was supported, that was promoted by Omishore, who was, and I will say this today, one of the reasons that Senator Omishore had to fall out with Fayose was because Omishore felt Fayose ought to have used his position as the only governor in the Southwest to impose his candidate in Osun over the people of Osun State, PDP of Osun State. Fayose did not do that. Then was Fayose the one? Let me conclude this. Was Fayose the one who made Salvador chairman of PDP in Lagos State? Did he? Did Fayose made Chief Alhaji Kumi Mustafa PDP chairman in Osun State in Oyo State?
Okay. Okay, Mr. Olayinka, let's round off this conversation, and that is actually my concern as a moderator. And if Dr. Pierce could help me, I think I wish that next time we have this conversation, it shouldn't be about who is the leader. It shouldn't be about 2 factions. It should be about, let's calm some nerves. Let's come together. As if I'm a member of PDP. You guys can come together and actually provide
my brother,
a viral opposition.
Can I come in here finally? My brother, can I come in here finally?
You will come in.
I said this the last time you had me here.
Okay.
What is happening in PDP is normal. It is normal.
It is not looking normal again.
It is normal. It is not looking normal, but it will be normal. It is a struggle for control. I said it. We are going to be having Sona Congress next year, early next year, maybe January or February or March. We are going to have Sona Congress. And as it is, there are 2 candidates now. There's one from Oyo, there's one from Ondo. At the end of the day, there will be election. Whoever emerges as Zona
and
chairman
you will
of
agree.
PDP, all of us will line up behind that person and will follow the person. It's as simple as that.
Okay,
what I'm saying is that
I think your point is clear.
Let me conclude. Let
we
me
don't have that time, Mr. Olayinka.
It is okay. Quickly, it is a game. Fayose is playing his own game. Others should also play their own game. It is as simple as that.
Okay, good. Let's hope it's as simple as that. Is that the position of Dr. Kumbo Pierce? That let's leave the divisions going until there is a convention or a congress.
I agree with Fayose spokesman entirely. This is the political game that is being played. In fact, Plato, the great philosopher, defined politics as war by other means. So this is war you are seeing now, especially in a democracy as practiced in PDP. All I appeal to the former governor of Ekiti is that he should play this game with decency. He should play this game with the understanding that if he is too aggressive and too negative about this game, that it may destroy the team. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I apologize if Governor Makinde said anything about the EFCC problem for the former Ekiti governor, because I know that it was working for PDP that got him into trouble. That is true. But campaigning against Makinde does not help the party in any way.
Okay, good.
Campaign for your candidates in the zonal congress, which is what this is about, by the way. It's mainly about the zonal congress. So let us say campaign for your candidate, but for goodness sake, keep it civil so that at the end of the day, we can all come together for the progress of the party.
Thank you so much. That's a very wonderful way that two of you have ended this conversation. And I must say a big thank you to Larry Olayinka, who is the spokesperson to former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. And a big thank you to Dr. Tokunbo Pierce, a chieftain of PDP in Lagos. And I must also say that a former governorship aspirant in PDP here in Lagos. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank you for joining us. Our viewers will take a short break now, and when we return, the war brewing in the Rivers State chapter of the APC is up next for discussion. Please don't go anywhere.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As if they do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back. It's to Plus Politics. The Minister of Transportation and former Governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, has been suspended by the Ugo Aguma-led, that's Ugo Aguma All Progressive Congress faction in the state. This new development has deepened the crisis in the state chapter of the party, adding that both camps strived to gain control of the APC ahead of the 2023 general elections. The Amici faction of the party at the weekend declared the suspension of former Senator Magnus Abe, Ugo Aguma, Livingstone Wichi, Wogu Bombs, and all caretaker committee leaders inaugurated by Aguma. Joining us to discuss this is Francis Chilaka, a political analyst. Good evening, Mr. Chilaka.
Good evening.
Yeah, let's quickly look at this issue. And for many political watchers like you, I think the worry is, hasn't APC in Rivers State learned their lessons with what happened in 2019? Or you have a different interpretation to what is going on?
Well, the truth is that the Nigerian political landscape, people don't learn. People don't, they think it's all Uhuru, but yet it is not. I think that the issue happening in Rivers State will continue so long as we have situations where ex-governors want to impose who would be the next governor. They want to impose who will be a senator. They fail to understand that the moment you leave government house, you should give room to whoever is there. Yes, in the last election, with all this kind of brouhaha, they didn't have a candidate and they lost out. It's obvious they haven't learned, and it's going to happen again because the people themselves, I think the people don't even want APC in Rivers State. So everybody is working hard to ensure that Rivers State does not have a sustainable APC on ground.
Okay, because I'm looking at it now, maybe for a second, let's think a bit like Nigerian politicians, to look at the investment of the person of Rotimi Amechi. This was someone whom a lot of people were shocked that he could leave PDP to join APC and worked for the party, as it were, and it is also on record that he spent so much to bring the party to where it is. Don't you think such a person, it might be difficult for him to just hands off and watch things happen without his influence?
Well, we need to understand that Nigeria is evolving. and the political landscape is evolving. People are beginning to become more politically aware and conscious. You can't continue to be in power as if power belongs to you. Power actually belongs to the people. And until our politicians begin to understand that, they'll keep having issues like this. I tell you, the truth is this. Rivers State is predominantly a PDP state, whether we like it or not. So it's always difficult for it to move. And the people are at home with what PDP is doing. And I can assure you that this whole thing happening in Rivers right now, PDP has a hand in it. But the truth is that the APC needs to understand that from the top down, Nigerians are dissatisfied, Nigerians are not happy, and so Nigerians themselves are becoming politically aware and conscious.
Mr. Chilaka, maybe this might be like an argument or a disagreement with you, because I remember...
for the people to take power back.
Okay, Mr. Chilaka, I said that this might look like a disagreement with you because your opinion seems to be very popular. But what we saw in the last governorship election in Bayelsa State, where we had, if not for what happened at the court, if not for what happened with the issue of certificate, APC are definitely taking a state like Bayelsa, just because it is about the gladiators, it's about the politicians who are aligning together. You remember the story of Jonathan giving a tacit support to APC. So don't you think it is not necessarily true to say that Rivers State is a PDP state, looking at who and who make up this party?
Well, you are looking at it from that perspective, but the question I should be asking you is, are you in Rivers State? Have you taken time to carry out a survey in Rivers State to understand the mindset of the people? It's going to be tough for APC to take Rivers State. With the likes of Governor Wike right now, it's going to be tough. But the truth is this, it's time that our politicians put their house in order. They need to calm down and understand that the people matter. The problem we have with politics in this country is that our politicians don't see the need to carry the people along after winning the elections. And it has to change. So long as the politicians believe that all they want is to win and remain in power, not minding what comes to the people at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult. Looking at what's happening in Rivers now, you know that Wike has aligned with the people so much so that the people will do everything to support PDP in the next coming elections. And I can assure you that APC will lose out, even if they have the best candidate coming in the next election.
I want to put it on record, like I always do, that whatever you say remains forever because the internet won't forget. And when you say that whoever the candidate is might be a statement that you need to reconsider. But staying on the conversation, let's look at how this suspension is being carried out. It's looking to me like, is this a child's play? You are suspending a sitting minister, you are suspending a former governor of the state, if not one of the founding fathers of the APC in Rivers State. And also looking at the issue of Magnus Abbey. That's another strong member of APC in the state. Putting these two together, what is it about suspension and not suspension? Shouldn't the leadership of the party at the national weigh in? Mr. Chilaka, are you there? Okay, I think your voice is quite faint. Network seems pretty bad. While we're trying to fix this, what I was just saying is that, okay, I understand you're back. You can continue, or you start from the first point.
Well, you see, the issue of suspension, we need to understand the constitution of the party. The party starts from the local government, from the wards to the local government, to the state, to the national. And you cannot join the party at the national without going to your wards to join. So when the ward or the local government says you're on suspension, it is a serious issue in our politics. And it brings back what I keep saying, that the people own the power, not the politicians. So something has gone wrong. Why the party at the grassroots level is saying, we don't want you in our party. We don't want you in our party. And I think that it's a sign. It happened in Edo State. We saw it play out in Edo State when the current governor was removed from the party and he had to go to another party. So it shows you that the people have a say in who is in the party. The party is not just about the big names you hear, because the big names also have just one vote. But the party belongs to the people. And most times when the people speak, we need to listen to them. Unfortunately, Nigeria is a country where we don't listen to the people. Nobody wants to listen to the people. The people are only useful, like I keep saying, during the elections when people want to win. After winning, what happens? So there must be something that these people have done at the grassroots that is affecting the grassroots. And the grassroots is saying, no, we don't want you anymore. And we need to move on. So I think that, no matter how you look at it, it's a suspension, yes. There'll be up and down. People will talk, people will do that. At the end of the day, let me tell you the truth. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to exchange of money. That is what is at play now. It's going to come down to, people wanting power, people wanting money, people wanting some form of gratification. And, once they get it, the suspension can be uplifted. But right now, the suspension still holds. So everybody will maintain the status quo.
That's a very, very cheeky one. And quickly, still on my question, I'm looking at some set of people were suspended by a faction, and this suspended set of people now suspended the leader of the other faction. So I'm looking at legality. I'm looking at the party at the national, looking away. Don't you think that in terms of party system, in terms of internal politics or internal democracy, this is the best time the party at the national should wield the big stick? This is not looking like, oh, the world suspended Amechi from his ward. It's looking like, oh, if you suspend me, I will suspend you, even when there are no, substantial issues warranting this suspension.
Well, you see, the national will only wade in when the state invites the national, and when the national finds out that things are getting out of hand. But right now, I know that APC has this rule that stops anybody from going to the courts or approaching the courts. So I know that, yes, it's an internal wrangling. It will be resolved, but it may not resolve in favor of everyone. But some people will get, some reprieve. And at the end of the day, the state will take it up, and then they'll bring it to the national. And then the national will be able to say, okay, those that are suspended, if they have not done anti-party, lift the suspension. But you see, the national is also very careful in passing instructions to the local government, the ward, and the state, because when you sit at the national and decide to impose power, impose your position on them, they also will reject. And you know that right now everybody is jumping party. People are camping from PDP to APC, APC to PDP, because the Nigerian politicians simply have nothing to offer the Nigerian people.
Okay.
So they always jump to where they think they can end meet.
Mr. Chilaka, this is a bit personal, and I will appreciate it if you have information on this. I remember the kind of closeness that existed between Senator Magnus Abbey and the former governor of the state, that is talking about Rotimi Amechi. I remember, whether it is implicit or explicit, about some kind of sacrifice that was allegedly being played by Senator Magnus Abbey when Dakuku became the governorship candidate. And it is believed in some quarters that, oh, wait for your time. And when it was his time, it wasn't picked. But along the line, we saw Magnus Abbey having some kind of relationship with Wike. Couldn't that have been the reason why Amechi is not looking at his side in endorsing him as the lead, or me as a candidate of the party? Or how do you think this issue can be resolved? Or you don't even think this issue can be resolved between these two people?
Well, a lot of water has passed under the bridge.
Okay.
So it's going to be difficult to bring in Rotimi Amechi and Magnus Abe to a table. You see, the thing is, everybody in politics wants power, and everybody wants to be in control. And the Nigerian system is saturated with godfatherism, which is the main problem. Everybody wants to be seen as a godfather who has made you a governor, and then they want to dictate to you. So, yes, Magnus Abe said it clearly that he made sacrifices, but that his sacrifices were not
compensated.
His sacrifices didn't pay off. Yes, it didn't pay off, and that he was not recognized for making such sacrifices. And you see, it's easy for anybody who makes sacrifice that is not recognized to move to where he feels he will get some form of recognition. So it's an issue it's a power tussle between Amechi and Magnus Abe. And I can tell you, it will not go down well, because these two people will not agree on anything right now.
Wow, these two people will not agree on anything right now. Let me underline the word right now so that we are not surprised at the end of the day if the right now becomes some kind of surprise for us. Don't you think? From what we've seen in Nigerian politics.
Yes, I will tell you that when I say right now, I am talking in terms of what is on ground.
Okay.
But knowing Nigerian politicians for what and who they are, yes, they could settle, but it's going to mean that there's going to be a lot of sacrifice from the side of Amechi. He's going to give up a lot of things, which I think he's not ready for. And I know that Magnus Abe is not going to shift ground from where he is right now.
Thank you so much, Francis Chilaka, for your position. And we hope that anyhow the whole thing turn out, it will be for the benefit of the people and not just this selected few. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And quickly, we will take a short break now. And when we return, I'll be giving you my take on the two issues discussed. Please don't go anywhere. Here is my take. On the crisis in Southwest PDP, while the two gladiators had consistently denied existence of crisis, the foot soldiers did not only make it obvious, the gladiators themselves are beginning to leave the realm of self-denial. The earlier declared admittance that they will walk the path of reconciliation and possibly provide credible alternatives at the poll. On Rivers APC crisis, what more can be said when a major opposition party refused to learn the lessons from its defeat in 2019? Not only was the party denied from participating due to internal wrangling, the party has also failed to play the role of opposition in the state as the ruling party continues to rule the state without any checks and balances. 2023 may look far away. However, if care is not taken, there will be a deja vu where PDP will have no one to contend with, leaving the state with no option, which defeats the concept of democracy. And that's my take on the two issues discussed tonight. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time, same station. I am Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
The year 2020 will be coming to an end in a few weeks, and it has indeed been an interesting year, starting from the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in a worldwide lockdown, working March and April. Then, the arrest of Nigerian internet fraudster Hush Puppy in Dubai, and the nationwide #EndSARS protest. On Google search, many Nigerians showed their curiosity through by checking the search engine for answers and information. We spoke to Taiwo Kola Ogunlade, the Communications and Public Relations Manager for Google West Africa. He says,
People every year there are trillions of searches, and 15% of those searches are searches that we've never seen. I don't think it would be a surprise if anyone sees coronavirus as number one. So it's the number one trend globally. And then number two is election results. I think most of us were waiting to see the result of the year's election. It was great that came up globally. Number three is Kobe Bryant, American basketballer who passed away earlier in the year. He was number three globally. Number four, Zoom. This is the most unprecedented year. Most of us were home. You would see people turning to tools such as Zoom for meetings and stuff. So Zoom came up. And the five is IPL. And that's globally.
The 9th of December, Google announced the results of its 2020 year-end search, sharing what the world and Nigerians searched for in 2020. Google's 2020 year in search compiles the moments, people, topics, events, and places that captured the world's attention this year.
School now. If my own son self dey inside house now because of this lockdown and everything. All the children just sit down for house now. We many. Our children many. Then they inside house. We need school for this our community now. Make our children not leave us, go far place. Say they will go school for there. No, we don't need them. Make the school come here. So nothing for this Ogogoro community. We don't fight for this thing for a long time.
Actually, the community is under Victoria Island LCDA, under Etiosa, and also we are under Constituency 2 in the Lagos State House of Assembly. We have been existing for more than 100 years now, and we are facing a lot of challenges. We have more than 3,000 people, and a community whereby there's no health center, there's no school. In the education aspect, there's no school. Our children are not going to school. Even where there is school, the distance is far. How can you expect a 2 years, 3 years, 4 years old baby, a child to trek a distance to the school? And if you can see, they have to also cross water to the other side to school. Most of this thing is a big risk to take your child to another community through via water. It's a big risk. So most of the parents don't even allow their children to go to school based on this level. So we are appealing to the government that they should try and help the community. The committee is not a committee whereby it's not under the state government. It's under the state government. Lagos State is under this country, Nigeria. It's not a foreign community. And you can see we are all living. When the times of election come, we also cast our vote. Yes, a lot of us have voters card here.
If they not give us anything, then they will stay their own now. They with their election. Now we they bring their election they up now. Now we take Babe, Ebitoku, Abagbo.
Children dey here, well, children dey here, no school at all. No any school for here. Make government can't do better school for here. I get 4 children, now 2 they go, now 2 don't go.
Why 2 they go, why 2 no they go?
And school no dey now.
All these children, they know, we don't have, and that's why we don't have better school here. No school. If we go today, tomorrow, no, that's why we say school day. If I not sit down for house like this, I beg we beg the government, may they help us come build school here. So many of these our children, they may they come up for house.
I swear before God, no school. Help us. Make we get something for here. Make government say take nurse. They no do nothing.
We leave Ogogoro community not with the answers. 1,000 plus children here risk a lack of education. We hope that they find answers. And this is Story from the Slum. I am Amaka Okoye.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osaiwame Saleh, and today I have one virtual and one reality. Isis live with me in the studio, and we're twinning on black on black.
Absolutely.
This woman, where are you now? Leave me to my black now.
I love black as well.
No, I chose it first though.
How have you been?
I've been good. You know.
Awesome.
Maury was just asking now that didn't we go on a break? Until we went on a break.
We did go on a break, Maury.
We went on a break. And Maury is joined us via Zoom. Maury, how you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you guys? The light in the studio is shining differently. We are glowing one kind of glow. I don't know what's going on.
You can imagine now. We can't wait to have you live on set with us. If Faiza will release you for us.
I'm praying. I can't wait to be in the studio.
But how are you doing, Maury? How's the Christmas fever, December coming, and holiday and all of that?
Honestly, it doesn't feel like
it doesn't matter.
I just can't wait COVID to just carry itself and go, because me, I'm very paranoid, you know, like having an infant, so I'm like extra careful. I can't go anywhere. Me, I'm already dramatic before, so like with the COVID outside, it's just making everything work. Like, it's not allowing me to enjoy this season, but you know, I'm okay. One step at a time.
So this means that you are not going to go to anybody's house or to go and eat Christmas chicken or something.
No.
Talking about going going to somebody's house. A friend of mine actually invited me over for Christmas lunch, and before you knew it, she buzzed me this morning and told me, "Oh, you can't come over." I said, "What happened?" She said, "I've been exposed to someone who is infected."
Wow.
And I said to myself, "Why did this person spoil my I was going to enjoy my
but Maury, on a
Christmas
serious note,
lunch
you can't be over paranoid. This second wave of the COVID
serious.
Is very serious, because I mean we're supposed to have a guest. You know, I won't mention her name. She had to call me to say that please she had to cancel. Why? Because of COVID. So the COVID thing is real, and because she's asymptomatic, you understand?
Oh.
The person she also, so a lot of people are just walking around COVID-19 positive.
But they wouldn't know.
The prayer is that I've been monitoring CNN. I mean, President-elect Joe Biden has taken the
initiative.
The vaccine and all of. So a lot of people are taking the vaccine now, telling people it's safe and all of that. So hopefully the vaccine will get to Nigeria.
Was it on record? You did video Joe Biden?
Yeah. I watched it on CNN.
For people that are skeptical like myself, they believe that thing wasn't taken, the vaccine wasn't what was given to the president. Because they feel that HIV has been in existence for over 40 years. Nobody has seen vaccine on it. What's it called? Ebola came, no vaccine. Now, Corona, in 1 year or 2 years, we are having
but because we've seen how fast COVID-19 can spread. So
HIV did the same.
No. HIV, I need to be irresponsible.
Not all the time.
No. That's what I'm saying. I need to be responsible to some extent. That's why I said to some extent. You understand? Maybe careless mistakes like using razor blades and all of these are exception. But it was mainly sexually transmitted.
But there should have been a virus for it by now.
A vaccine, you mean?
a vaccine and then it's not a virus. The bottom line is that I will not take that vaccine.
All right, so today we're not talking COVID, we're discussing 2020 towards 2020 and how we can position ourselves strategically as young people for success. And here's what we found as today's quote. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. Franklin D. Roosevelt. I believe in this so strongly. You know, everything has to be about self-development, you know, positioning yourself and all of that. And that's why we're having this conversation today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we say that success happens deliberately. And for every successful person you see out there, know that there is a success principle behind them. And Ayola Jolayemi is here to discuss how we can position ourselves for success ahead of 2021. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news. All right, thanks for staying with us. So I'm going to come to you, Maury. What did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so Deeper Life College suspends principal over alleged sexual abuse in a boarding facility. I'm quickly going to give you a rundown of how it went. So this woman comes on Facebook to talk about how a child was being sexually abused in school, and you know the authorities were not doing anything about it. The child was being abused by seniors because you know the child bedwets. I think the child is originally in junior secondary school, but because the child was bedwetting, I think he's about 11 years old. Because he was bedwetting, they took him to the senior hostel, and then those ones would do all sort of abuse to him. Very, very graphic things that I can't really say on here, you know. The boy lost so much weight in such a short period of time. The boy became timid. You know, the mother was like, talk to me, what's going on? He's like, if I tell you, they'll kill me, you know, in like a school premises. So she said she was having dreams and she went to the school to try and talk to him. They didn't even want her to see him at first. And then when she finally saw her son, she almost collapsed because of how the change that has occurred in the boy's body. So she came on the internet to talk about how the school is a very bad place to be. And I'm very proud of the organization kind of, because they've suspended the principal that was in charge, because how would this kind of thing be going on under your nose and, you know,
okay, so
they done about it.
So, Maury, interestingly, immediately you took the story, I was going through Instagram and I saw something just before we came on the show. The mother is now coming out to do a video accusing them of taking her off the parents' WhatsApp group. I just saw the video now because she said that, you know, instead of them to address the situation, because they told her not to go public with it, and she went public with it, you know, so they have taken her off, I think, the supposed parents' WhatsApp group. You know, so does that even show that these people are truly ready to solve this problem? What do you think?
I don't know, but I think that for a starting, removing or suspending the
principal
in charge, you know, is a great step towards it, because it is his responsibility. No matter how many the children are, if it's something that you are not up to, you could have just said, oh, this is beyond me. Like, I don't know if it's okay to say what they did to the child on here. I don't think the child is going to except they need to get him a shrink, because I feel like he has been scarred for life.
Absolutely.
You were going to say something, Issy, about the house.
A housemaster is supposed to be in that school or the boarding school. So for them to have moved him
I think the authorities knew. the authorities knew about it. They were just trying to, how people have this mentality of if you're in a boarding school, you should suffer, you should go through this, you should go through that.
But I get...
So that's what they were...
No, what I'm saying is the housemaster who is
parent.
supposed to take care of the facility where the boy was being placed at the time before they moved him to, even when they moved him to the senior quarters, there should have been a senior teacher who was supposed to take care of the students, and whenever there is a challenge, the students are supposed to report to him.
So
I'm saying, I think all of this
go ahead
ignored it, because when you move a child to a senior secondary school hostel, and then you know that they are punishing him, and then you are seeing him lose so much weight, and you're not doing anything about it. You have to be a very cruel person. I feel like they were seeing it. They just didn't feel like they need to stop anything.
Okay, sorry,
Yes,
Maury.
go on.
I get that part of where they say that, oh, it's a Christian school, right? A lot of schools commit a lot of pupils in schools rather, and teachers commit a lot of atrocities under the guise of it's a religious school, right? I've seen that happen over and over again. And I'm very excited about the fact that the mother is coming out and she's, vocal about it.
Yes.
Of course, please, whoever is watching that is close to the mother, this boy needs immediate help in terms of his psychology. Because that boy, I don't know how he's going to, I have sons, I can't even think about it. Like, it is the most horrible thing to do to any human being, right? I get the part of punishing me, go and fetch water, go and cut grass. But when it comes to sexual molestation for a boy, that is a no-no. I can't even stomach it. Like, I am feeling sick to my stomach.
And they should call out the children who participated.
So the
in
house parent is not only sacking the principal. There's a house parent. My children are in a boarding house. They have house parents, for goodness sake, right? So there's a house parent that needs to be called to question, that needs to be fired as well, So there are so many,
is putting it mildly.
And they need to be prosecuted and taken to jail. Yeah.
Because he should have stepped in immediately.
I think this woman was even able to speak about it because she was not a member of the church. I'm sure that if she was a member, they would have tried to maybe silence
her one way or the other, ostracize her probably as well.
Or they would have maybe blackmailed her saying that you are trying to tarnish the image of God and stuff like that. So she was able to come out and say things that, the way she did because she was not a member of the organization.
We're going to talk about this more. I think we need to bring someone maybe in the religious space to talk about this, because this is not it's not funny.
It's not right.
It's not even something that I want to even continue. Thank you, Maury, for your story.
Okay.
Isi, what did you find for us?
So in my story, after I fished the net and everywhere, we all know that COVID-19 currently there's a new slide. The second wave of COVID-19 is around the corner. And we are all scared that there will be another lockdown. So we are we are trying to, avoid this. That's why everybody's saying, put on your mask and, observe all the safety protocols. So after 2 weeks, this is what caught my attention. After 2 weeks of high figures in Nigeria, COVID-19 infection cases have declined for a second day, Monday and Sunday.
We have been praying hard. We have been praying hard. That's all I can say.
This could actually
this is good news for us. All right. So my story is quite interesting. So I saw a story on Instagram. Yes, I think it was on Instablog. I just thought to mention it because we're talking about youth today.
Yeah.
And this young boy I'm forgetting his name now, but he's a 19-year-old student, University of Ilorin. He committed suicide. Tell me why he committed suicide.
Why?
So he invested about $300 million, million naira, sorry. 300 million naira to a Ponzi. It's not really Ponzi. So in his mind, it was Forex that he was dealing with a supposed Forex expert, right? That was to his mind. And this transaction happened somewhere around June. So he's been on and on. They keep saying they'll pay the money. Okay, so what eventually led to him committing suicide is that 300 million is a pool fund. He pulled a lot of funds from his friends, from different people. So the person that was narrating this story to that I read was saying that he lost about 5 million naira personally, You understand, to this
This
guy,
is
because
3
he
million,
gave
it
no
is 3
300
million.
million.
Okay.
300 million.
Oh, 300.
Yes,
Oh,
300
dear.
million.
19-year-old.
A 19-year-old. In fact, that question is still, I still have a question mark there. How would a 19-year-old old brother handle 300 million? So he gave out, he gave this Igbo guy, I can't remember his name, but I think his initials are ECG or something. He gave that guy the 300 million to invest in Forex with the hope of a return and all of that. And now since June till December, they promised they were going to pay the money. They kept posting the guy. So I think the guy had gotten to that point where he couldn't handle it anymore, because he was under pressure to return the investment of all the people that he had crowdfunded, collected the money from. So that's how this young boy, a 19-year-old boy, just,
and he didn't speak up.
In fact, the person that was relating the story said that he actually thought because he gave them the impression that he was the one doing the forex trading, So because I've been seeing a lot of forex online, and all of that. Is it another Ponzi scheme? Is it this? Is it that? It's only God that can tell, because there's too many things right now that is pulling everyone to want to go into all this,
Bitcoin is around the corner as
well.
I don't understand.
I don't even want to understand it.
Exactly.
I don't want to understand it, but we'll take a break. When we return, we'll be talking about how we can position ourselves for 2021, as young people. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Now, thanks for staying with us. The purpose behind positioning is to create an appealing image that leverages a brand's unique strength, or in today's area of focus, a person's unique strength. Positioning for success must be deliberate, and for us to succeed in 2021, off the back of 2020 and all that came with this year, a success strategy must be in place. So my question to every young person watching is, how prepared are you? Now, let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'm going to bring in our guest like in 1 or 2 minutes. I just want to quickly hear your thoughts and Maurice's thoughts. How prepared are you for 2021?
Let me use Niger English. I'm gingered.
You are gingered, right?
I'm so ready for 2021 because 2020 opened my eyes to so many things that you can do online, and as well as apart from the brick and mortar interaction, you can also do a lot of things online. So I am looking forward to 2021.
Absolutely,
where I can do
I love
a
the fact
blend
that
of both.
Yeah, you have such a positive outlook to
Absolutely.
it. Unlike a lot of people that are saying, "Come 2021, come, let me just warn you now." Maury, let me come to you. How prepared are you for 2021? How strategic are you?
I'm actually also excited for what is to come, you know, but then if anything that 2020 has taught me is that man plans, only God approves.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I'm not going to write anything to my chest, but, you know, I have like stuff that I want to work on, and I'm not going to procrastinate. I'm actively going to chase them, but I also have it at the back of my mind that anything can happen at any time.
Exactly.
You know, but I'm excited for what's to come.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I love what you said. You know, the truth is, honestly speaking, I think at some point, I can't remember who we had when the lockdown was really, really in the heat of COVID in Nigeria, when I was asking that, is there any point even planning at all? Right? Because all the plans that we made, everything just scattered. Like, so that's why when Maury is saying God actually, man plans, but it is God that is eventually
exactly.
So let me bring in our guest. Ayola Jolayemi has distinguished himself as a man blessed with the gift of creativity, idea development, strategic leadership, and management. He is the managing director of Riverbank Technologies and Engineering Services Limited, the master franchise owner of CAD Center Training Services Private Limited, the world's largest providers of computer-aided design training. And he's joined us live via Zoom. Thank you so much for joining us, Ayola.
Thank you so much, Wai. It's been a pleasure seeing you again, and Merry Christmas in advance.
Yes, so we're so excited. I was just saying to Isi that it's been ages that we saw you, so we're so happy to have you back on the show. So Ayola, you were listening
so much for having me.
You're listening in on our conversation and how we're talking about, positioning. I watch your, I follow you closely, and I see how you do so many things, especially when it comes to the youth and all of that. Is there any point at all, planning for 2021, given that how 2020 dealt with all of us, is there any point planning?
Thank you so much. I mean, we can't but plan, because the truth of the matter is, no matter how much we say, oh, the world has shifted, or things had happened that were not part of our plan, the fact that we had a plan made it easier for many people to really then pivot, like I would say, because there was something you wanted to achieve. There was a goal set forward. So what was changing was the how. The what was not changing. So,
exactly.
I know for many people, they suddenly became survivors. Like, let's just walk through the year and not die, But I think the most important thing was that there was a goal, there was a plan, there was something that wanted to be achieved. And then what really changed was the how. So for those who were value adding, maybe we're in training, or you are in solution or in provision of services, there was now a place of you thinking of how best do I improve what I do? How best do I reach my clients or my market within the time I still have, without having to create a problem of losing out completely? So I think it's still very important to plan. I mean, that cannot be overemphasized in any way.
Absolutely. Okay, so if we were to now say that we want to go by the conversation, the topic for the day, there is positioning, right? And, no matter how prepared we are, or how whatever it is that we are, we've gotten all the skills. If we are not positioned in that place for success, how would it even materialize? So if you were to go by the topic, right, where do you start from in terms of positioning? If you say you want to position yourself as a young person for today's world for success, where do you start from?
So first thing first would be to know exactly what are you positioning yourself for before you know where to position yourself. So what are you doing? So what are you selling? What need are you meeting? What problem are you solving? What questions are you answering? So the first thing first is to know your what, right? So what exactly am I doing? So when you have that answer, then you can think about how to reach the people that you are meant to provide that service for, which is where the issue of positioning comes to play. Now, positioning in the real sense of it is making yourself, visible to those who need your product or your service, and in this day and age, to be honest, you cannot run away from digital space. You cannot run away from digital space, whether you're selling small scale, medium scale, or large scale goods or services. As small as your WhatsApp status. I mean, a lot of people use that as a place of conversations, but you forget that you have people who are stored on your phone as contact. And that's a ready marketplace for one. It's a ready marketplace. So how you position yourself, even on as simple as your WhatsApp status, determines how you are perceived, because positioning determines perception. So if you're looking at it from the perspective of, okay, my WhatsApp status, my Instagram story, the fleet, take it from Twitter, every angle, the way you're perceived will determine what price is paid for what you're offering, which is why you will see two people selling the same product but selling at different price points, because one is perceived as premium while the other is perceived as common. So you need to now ask yourself, am I positioning myself in a way where people can see me as premium, or am I positioned as somebody who is selling for just the everyday person? So it's very important to look at it from that perspective. So the place where you're selling to matters a lot. So you cannot go on Twitter and say you're selling wigs and stuff like that. You know that people need to see what they are buying. So Instagram is the place to go.
Absolutely.
You are running a blog, so that's what so it's very important to know what platform is most suitable for what product or service you're selling. And I also tell people very importantly, one very important value or very important element of positioning is messaging. So how do you craft your story? How do you tell your story? How do you have people see or perceive what you're doing when it comes to the issue of positioning? Your story must be well crafted and then must be passed across in the simplest form that the person who is buying from you sees what you're offering them very quickly without any form of ambiguity. So positioning matters. So from the what to the why, then to the how. So it's very important to know that there's a process to how positioning can be better done and done to actually get value and result that is very lasting.
Fantastic. So you've actually done justice to that question on what Uwa asked. So the key thing I want to ask you, and you talked about digital space. We can't actually avoid digital space currently, which I totally agree with you. But are there key skills that individuals can actually tap into in the digital space? For example, a lot of people believe that we have skills such as being a lawyer or a doctor, which was the conservative ideal we had in the past. But today, a lot of people are going into the digital space to know more.
Data science,
yes,
data analysis.
There's so many skills online that people can learn. So are there key skills that individuals can actually tap into to learn?
Future.
To learn for
okay, so
2021.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I believe is very, very critical as it comes to the entry level, let me just put it that way, is that you must know how to write. Right. I mean, it's just very as simple and basic as you need to know how to communicate in writing. Okay. So you must be able to pass across your message very simply and very concisely. So that's number one. Number two is that you must understand how the digital space works. So if you want, you can just take, a very simple entry-level digital marketing course, very simple entry-level digital marketing course. So you understand what is called search engine, optimization. You know what is search engine marketing. You know how to check your Google Analytics. You know how to use your location. You know how to use demographics and psychography. You know how to use all those. I mean, they're just basic. Because sometimes, I tell people that you're literally winking in the dark. Yes, you're on the digital space, but nobody knows what you're doing because you're not actually speaking in the right rooms. So you need to actually be digitally literate. So these courses are available online, and for most of them, they're actually free. Google has made a lot of these programs free. Facebook has done the same thing. There are quite a lot of programs available for free that will at least introduce you to the basics, the entry level of digital marketing. And trust me right now, it is not a soft skill. Let's remember this. Digital marketing or digital literacy is a life skill. Because in the years to come, your survival of yourself and your business in the real world would depend on how much of this space you can make use of, depending on how much of this skill you have actually harnessed for yourself. So it's very, very important that we don't joke with this basic skill. So from digital marketing to data analysis to data mining to data crunching, to all of that, web management. Good thing is, with a lot of applications now, a novice who just understands basic computer appreciation can actually build a website for themselves. There are many site building platforms now. So you can actually build your own website yourself. You can set up your own e-commerce yourself. You can link up all your social media handles to that platform yourself without much knowledge. So really, there just has to be that willingness to learn, and more importantly, the willingness to adapt to the changes of this world, because it's fast happening, and whether we like it or not, we have to catch up with it.
Absolutely, we need to catch up. All right, so Maury, are you there?
I'm here. Okay, so Ayala, from your perspective, is it feasible? Is it possible for an idea or a business to thrive without, being on the online space? Because I know that it's not everybody that is on the internet, but now when somebody wants to open a business, the first thing they're thinking is, let me open an Instagram account. So I just want to know how feasible it is to have, an idea or a business without putting it on the online space.
Okay, thank you very much, Maureen. If you remember very well at the beginning, I mentioned that the very first thing you need to understand is the what, right? What am I selling and to whom am I selling? So when you have a good understanding of the what, which is, this is exactly what I'm selling. Okay, so I'm selling something that doesn't require me being on the digital space. that means that my target audience are not on the internet. So somebody who is selling to the bottom of the pyramid, for instance, and by no means any form of derogatory use of word, but the largest population of Nigeria are actually at the bottom of the pyramid. So you're looking at people that are selling, you're selling goods to who are really not, they can't even afford a mobile phone, right? Mm-hmm. So what they want to do is just to survive. So you're thinking from that perspective, and you're looking at it like, oh, you know what? On this particular product I'm selling to the people that don't need to be on the digital space. So I'm selling to those who are within that band of, probably earning about $1 a day. So you're thinking from that perspective, you don't really need to be on the digital space to sell to those kind of people. So your target audience, the people you're selling your market to, the people you're selling your services to, determines how much of your of the digital space you are serving or servicing. So it's very, very important to first and foremost know that, okay, am I selling to people that are online or offline? So very important, very, very important.
Okay, so we're just going to go on a very quick break because I want to come to the point of education, right?
Okay.
You said we should learn data mining, data this, data that. I want to understand how, with our epileptic educational structure in Nigeria, how this will be feasible. But we'll go on that short break. When we return, we'll continue the conversation. Now, if you're just tuning in, our focus is how the youth can position themselves for success ahead of 2021. Now, let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So, Ayola, before we went on a break, I was asking, right, with the epileptic nature of our educational structure in Nigeria, right, how do we even have people that, can easily pick up these skills that you've talked about? Because I know that the future is technology. We really cannot run away from it. We really cannot shy away from it. Should we still be focusing on the structure of the current, the mindset of the current educational structure that you have to go to the four walls of an academic structure, or, young people should just carry, ASU and everything and just keep it in one corner and just go to somebody like you and come for training? Because that's the point.
To buttress what
so the truth of the matter is that whether you like it or not, the future of education is evolving by the day, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, some of the people I employ in my organization are not even university graduates, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So the future of education is evolving, and as long as the necessary skill sets are imbibed, we are not in any way playing down on the school structure or formal education, but I know very well that, knowledge can be passed across without even getting to the four walls of the university. Heck, think about it. Some of us have even taken our masters without stepping into the university. We're actually taking them online.
Online, yeah.
And whether we like it or not, it has come to stay, and we must embrace the fact that, see, in Nigeria today, we have a very high mobile penetration. Nigeria is heavy, even though it's just some people are just at the entry level of smartphones, but it's actually a lot of people that are on using mobile phones right now in Nigeria. And the problem we have is not whether or not people have mobile phones, is actually knowing that everything that we need are actually at our fingertips using the same mobile phones. So someone thinks that, oh, I have to pay XYZ before I can actually take a course. But you can actually just, on the same subscription of data you're using to, do some gossips or do some form of, shenanigans and shenanigans, you can actually learn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can actually learn a whole lot using that same time. And we must be able to, first and foremost, have clarity of thought. And I think that is very important for the young people of our day. People need to have clarity of thought. What exactly am I doing with my time, with myself, with my life? The people that we're actually watching, play and dance and do stuff online are making a lot of money, tons of money. I mean, tons and tons of millions of dollars are being made on the digital space by the people who are spending so much time to watch. Now, I'm not discounting their own work. It's what they've been able to craft their own business around. Which means that you also can do same for yourself. You can as well, create value that you're selling by virtue of putting yourself down for a few minutes to just really bury yourself and learn. And if you can learn very well, then you can trade in that knowledge, because actually the next generation, the next few years is going to be a knowledge economy. We're going to be selling what we know more than what we do.
Wow.
Really, because we're going to be selling what we know more than what we do. So you must really get yourself up to speed as to what exactly you're doing. Be a subject matter expert in what you're doing, so that when you're looking at the number of people around you, you stand out from the pack. You're not just one of the numbers. You stand out from the pack. So I think that's one of the things that we must do. Education, as it is in Nigeria today, needs to improve. I went to a university, for instance, and they are using, the curriculum or the lesson notes was what I was used to be, what was used to teach me 20 years ago.
Wow.
Some things have not changed, So and I asked myself, how knowledge is evolving, knowledge is progressing. It means that if these kids in school are still being taught what I was taught 20 years ago, it means that there's trouble, there's real big trouble, because they will not grow to be competitive. And I'm not talking about secondary school, I'm speaking about the university right now, where you're being taught what was taught in the year 2000. Then there is problem, because if you get into the market to compete with the people who are actually in the place where the knowledge is progressive, then you definitely cannot be competitive.
Absolutely.
So for students who are currently in school, my suggestion would be for you that, yes, you're in school, this is our reality, but you must take advantage of the digital space to actually cross-check what is being taught. Okay, what is the current state of this information? What is the current state of this knowledge? How do I apply myself by reason of what I see online to improve myself and become more competitive going forward in the future?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic once again. I like the way you talk. So there is something that actually caught my attention again when you were talking. You talked about youth having a clarity of thought. And that's a key role in having them position themselves for the following, for 2021. But one thing also struck me, the role of mentorship. Okay, so what role does mentorship play in this? Because we have individuals who might have parents who are not tech savvy, and at the end of the day, all they can think about is, go and wash plate, go and cook rice, go and do this, go and do that. They do not look beyond a given level. So what's the role of mentorship in success for the youth in 2021?
Okay, yeah. So mentorship is very vital. We cannot in any way underplay the essence of being shown the way in the real sense of it. And one of the things that I believe very strongly that is a big problem in our country and maybe in society as a whole is that we do not know that mentorship is not only downward, upward. There can also be upward, downwards, which means that I can also be mentored by someone younger than myself.
Absolutely.
I can be mentored with someone who is not even in my age grade, but is not in my knowledge grade. Did you get that? Is not in my age grade, but I am not in his knowledge grade. So which means that he knows much more than I do know, but I am older than he is. And what happens with that is that we must be able to bring ourselves to be humble, to learn from those. For instance, some of the guys that taught me most of what I know as regards digital space are way younger than I am. But they're extremely tech savvy, extremely tech savvy. And then sometimes when I want to do something new in my organization, what we do is that I would sit down with these young men and say, guys, here is what I want to do. What do you think about it? Give me some serious, honest critique of what I'm thinking about. And by the time they dissect what I'm trying to do, I see that I was about to make a fool of myself.
Wow.
Because I would have wasted so much resources driving something that there would have been no adoption for.
Wow.
So we cannot in any way underestimate the value of mentorship. And like I said, it is both vertical and it is also lateral.
Okay.
So which means that you can learn within the people that are of your grade, and you can also learn either upward or downward. So you must be able to know exactly where the knowledge is and actually latch onto it, and also glean as much as you can, because time waits for no man.
Absolutely.
These same guys that you're talking about are going to be, like they say, this today you see me, tomorrow you won't see me anymore. Most of these guys I'm talking about today, just for you to know, some of these guys I'm talking about today, at least maybe about 50% of them are out of the country now.
Wow.
So what that means is that if I did not take advantage of the time when they were here with me in Lagos, it would have been more difficult now, because now I have to struggle with time zone. Some of them are 7 hours ahead, some are 9 hours ahead, and it would have been a big challenge for me, So
that matter, that one you are dragging another matter for us, because some people believe that positioning for success is that they have to relocate. But let me come to Maury. Maury, are you there? Okay, I think Maury is there. Okay, so this thing you just said now, some people believe that the only road to success for them beyond, 2020 and 2021 and beyond, is that they just need to leave Nigeria, right? They need to leave this country, because if they don't leave this country, they cannot actualize their success. That's one. Then secondly, just this morning, or was it this afternoon, I was going through Instagram, and a famous person, I don't want to mention his name, he had about 2-point-something million followers, and his page was deleted by Instagram.
Oh.
Now,
heard.
Where we're building, because a lot of people are building their businesses on social media, building their whatever on social media, and they are becoming like, real influencers on social media, making a lot of money on social media, forgetting that they do not own that platform. What is the wisdom in growing that following that you have, with social media? Because anything can happen. Somebody can just report your page and say, I didn't like Uwa's face. She said something about me. Sometimes they don't even bother to verify or to check. They just bring down your page. This guy has over 2 million followers, and his page was brought down like this. And we've seen it happen over and over again. So if you were to advise, young people, right, especially those that are using social media to, build their current, revenue and all of that, how would you go about advising them?
So, one of the things I tell people is you're in a rented space, right? When you're social media, you're in a rented space. You're not in the space that you own. So more often than not, you must have a mechanism or a strategy that helps you to channel people to a platform you have more control over, like, maybe like your own website or your own community, where you have maybe like some group or somewhere where you have direct access to these people. So it's called funneling pretty much, so you actually gather them from a big pool like Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or wherever it is, and then you channel them to somewhere that you have more direct control over. So for instance, every single person on your Instagram page, you don't have their phone number. You don't have their email address anywhere. So what that means is that the moment that account is deleted, you don't have any means of reaching them ever again, except they're the people that you already have contact with. So what do? If you're selling a service or you're selling a product, what you should then do is to see ways by which you can actually harvest, which by means of either, you have some services you're rendering or some product you're selling, and you're driving them to register for something, which is why you see most events, they tell you to register. They say it is free, but registration is compulsory.
Required, so that they can get your data.
Exactly, you're getting it. So that is an indirect way of harvesting critical information for either upselling or cross-selling. So if a person knows that, oh, I need to be able to contact you whenever I want to contact you, then they will find a way to get your primary means of communication, which is your email or your phone number.
Yeah.
So for that kind of person, I would advise that, you try as much as possible to have, a way of directing people to where you can actually get the primary means of communication, which is either the phone numbers or their email addresses. Store it up very securely in the cloud or on a drive, and then you can call that up regularly, send them newsletters. Don't spam people. Don't send them what they don't need. Don't spam people, And then and I tell people there are what they call clickbaits. I mean, as much as you want to use clickbait, which is you putting up a caption that is very enticing, don't do it all the time, because someone will just think that, oh, here it comes again. There's nothing valuable he's going to say.
Yeah.
So you must understand the psychology of your market, understand the psychology of your audience. It's actually a whole lot. It's like a whole course, if you know what I mean. So,
I get you. So for the people that want to run away from the country, believing that is positioning for success, what would you say to them?
Well, it's a two-way street, right? So for some people, to be honest, for some people they need to travel, right? Because the knowledge they need to really go far, they need to travel for that. The exposure, the practical experience they need to travel for that to be experienced and garnered. So there are people that, yes, they need to travel. But there are other people that are currently following the bandwagon effect, or like they call it the herd mentality, who just hear, oh, the way to go is to Japa, and they just want to Japa,
Absolutely,
and they have no business anywhere else. This is where they can thrive. This is where they can prosper. But they just feel, oh, you know what? Everybody is trying to travel abroad. Let me also travel abroad. And then you get there and there's really no value you can add to yourself because there's nothing.
So even to traveling, you have to be very strategic about it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you must know exactly. So you can't just get up and say. So for instance, for some people, your market is in Finland, but you are struggling right now for Canada. And you get to Canada and you're stuck. And then you're asking yourself, oh, why one family member from one village is doing me? Nobody is doing you. You didn't think your process through.
Yeah.
You were not properly researched as to how you were to travel. So,
absolutely.
And maybe some people, your own market is in China, but you are currently looking for a trip to Brazil. I mean, trust me, Brazilian hair is not in Brazil. You know what I mean?
Is Maury there now? I'll come to you, Isi. I just want to quickly. Maury, are you back? Oh, I think she's still not back. Okay, Isi, come.
Okay.
Come in.
So, let's take this question. According to my research, I did a research on youth success, and I saw the 5 C's, which were competence, confidence, connection, compassion, and character. So, for youth to be able to be successful in the future. So, what is your take on today's youth in terms of character? What's your take on that?
Do you want us to go there?
Because there is a saying, no, because there is a saying that your attitude determines your altitude.
Okay.
So I really want us to go there.
You want us to go there? Yes. We can go there in 1 minute.
In 1 minute, please.
So I think whether we like it or not, there's been a very strong decline in the value that we have in our society today. Our value system is greatly eroded. And that has also impacted significantly on the quality of people that we've been producing as well. So I think that's because we glorify things that have no value, as it were. So someone steals money and everybody is hailing the person as Ezego, as the big man, as the rich man. And whether you like it or not, that has become so much ingrained in the psyche of our young people that believe that the most important thing is the end justifies the means, whereas that is actually a very wrong notion, philosophy about life.
Narrative, yes.
So I think we just need to go back to really character building has to happen from the unit of the family, and whether we like it or not, that is also being greatly eroded. The family unit is being actually played down on significant, like it doesn't even matter. But whether we like it or not, this is something we must pay attention to. Character must be built. Character must be sustained as a very important factor in building a successful enterprise or a business. You know, I have my own personal mentor tells me that if I have someone who has character, who doesn't have competence, I can teach him competence. I can build him to become better. And that is one of the things that he has over the years taught me as something I should hold very dear. That let this person have character. Let him be a person of integrity. Let him be a person of strong work ethics. Let him be disciplined. Let him have honesty. Let him be someone who has a drive for excellence, which are character traits. Everything as it has to do with the work, he can learn. You can teach him how to code. You can teach him how to develop a program. You can teach him how, but he must have those basic things that would help him then multiply what you have so that he doesn't have squander what you have built, all because he does not have good character.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the best way to wrap it up, if you just had one thing to say to the young person watching here, you know, as a plan for 2021, what would that be?
I would say that in 2021, let your roots run deep. That's what I would say. I mean, don't be shallow. Don't be a surface person. There's so much you need to do, but the level of the height you can go in anything in life depends on the depth you have. So before you grow upwards in 2021, spend some time to grow downwards too. Let your roots run deep. Become really very firm. Become really very good at what you're doing. I mean, really don't spend time trying to impress anybody who doesn't even care what you're doing. Spend time to do you. Spend time to be you. Spend time to develop you. Spend time to actually create what you would call a niche for yourself. And then when the sprout comes out of the ground, there will be no stopping anymore because the root has actually run very deep.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap it up. Thank you so much. It's always a delight having you on the show. Thank you. It's been
thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a very good conversation.
Absolutely.
Like 1 hour just flew by.
As always.
All right, so in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future and see what Ayola just said now. Let your roots run very deep. That is really deep. I'm taking that home with me. Absolutely. It's been a very insightful conversation. Keep it going on our social media platforms at We Show Africa 1 on Twitter, at We Show Africa on IG, and We Show on Facebook as we continue to hear what you are saying. Now, we'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy. Oh, thank you.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slum.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Cerebral palsy is a condition that results from a damage to a part of the brain that controls motor movement. Cerebral itself talks about brain, and palsy talks about muscles. So put the two together, we're looking at a situation where that part of the brain that sends motor signals to parts of the body that need to move your muscles is damaged. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally dead, which is why you find people affected in the various ways. But it just means that the individual is unable to control optimally the movements of his or her muscles.
It's a disorder that affects the movement, the posture, or the tone of an individual, usually as a result of a damage or an injury that's been done to a developing immature brain. Usually it would occur before, some occurs before birth, while the baby is still in the womb, while for some others it occurs around birth. Standard definition usually covers the time of the birth, the time of the child being in the womb, to about a maximum of 3 years old. Simply put, it means there's a damage or injury to this brain that is still developing that results in a dysfunction in movement of that child, or the posture or the tone. When we say tone, we're referring to how rigid or how flexible that child or the group of muscles is in that child. So it depends on the extent of the damage, that will also determine the extent of the symptoms you will see in that child as regards movement, posture, and tone. For most cerebral palsies, we don't get to diagnose them until the child is an infant. The infant is between delivery to about 1 year old, and for some preschool. Because that's where you get to start seeing the signs and the symptoms of them. If you have a child before the age of 1 that is predominant, already has a preference of what handedness they're going to be, that could be a red flag. Ideally, most children start to choose what hand they decide to use above 1 year. So if you have an infant who already decides, who's already choosing, who's preferring to use one side of the body or the other, that gives you a red flag that this child could have cerebral palsy.
The concept of cerebral palsy is wrapped in mystery, so to speak, as not so much is still known about the condition.
What causes cerebral palsy? there could be genetic abnormality in the development of this brain. So for the child, there is no injury, so to speak, from the outside. It is just a dysfunction in the genetic makeup of the development of the brain. So the child is born with that defect already, and then there's a problem with the muscle tone, with the rigidity, with the posture. While for some mothers, it could be as a result of an infection to the mother while being pregnant of the child, and then that affects the development of the baby. Commonly, we have viruses like herpes virus affecting the mother, measles, rubella, and Zika virus. If the infection affects the mother to a point where it is transferred to the child, it could, in some cases, lead to a malfunction in development of that child, in the brain of that child, which could now show up later on as a defect in the muscle tone. Also, around the delivery of the baby, tenuous and strenuous delivery process, prolonged ones, where the child there's an issue with the delivery of oxygen to the brain. The developing brain, the neonate or the new baby's brain cannot survive without oxygen. It is highly dependent on oxygen. So if there's a delay in the delivery of oxygen, either during the resuscitation of the child or the separation of the child from the mother, or during the delivery, it depends. For example, when the child is not well positioned and coming out during the process, that could lead to a delay or a disruption in the flow of oxygen to that brain, and then we could have a damage to the brain. For some babies also, the pregnancy was fine, there was no genetic problem, and then delivery also fine. Then they get infected either by bacteria that cause meningitis or encephalitis. Meningitis is an infection that affects the covering of the brain, or encephalitis is an infection that infects the brain substance. That also could lead to a damage to that brain because it's still developing, and then the aftermath is seen as cerebral palsy affecting the posture, the movements of that child.
This condition is not contagious, it is not infectious, and it has no cure.
Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them is a popular saying of Albert Einstein. Same is the story of Tobiloba Ajayi, a Nigerian lawyer called to bar at 23, a solicitor, an author, and advocate living with cerebral palsy. Toby's life exemplifies the possibility for every child with disability to achieve their life's dreams and biggest goals.
I like to say that I'm a disability management advocate with a special focus on inclusive education for children with cerebral palsy. And people ask me, like, why cerebral palsy? And I always say, well, the answer is pretty simple. It's because I live with cerebral palsy myself. When I was about 3, I got enrolled into the educational system. I went through primary school. I actually went through the Gifted Children's Program, which is like for the really smart kids. Yeah. And in 2011, I went off to get a master's in international law. And in the process, I wrote my first book, then wrote 2 more books after that. So I'm a 3-time published author. And then in 2016, I got on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders. And I did get on the Yali Network for West African Leaders in 2015. And then I did get on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders in 2016.
Cerebral palsy is a disorder of movement and posture. It is a medical condition, but there are myths around it.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. If we don't understand something, we have to find a way to explain it. So it's either we make it a stigma issue, we make it a religious issue, we make it a demonic issue. A parent reached out to me earlier this week and said they are calling her child a snake. And I was just like, oh gosh, here we go again with this ignorance that is a part of our culture. It's just ridiculous.
In Nigeria, more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy are recorded yearly, reports say. 1 in every 4 children is diagnosed with the condition. Sadly, both our society and government have no adequate provisions to care for people with this condition as yet.
Our government does not have a working policy. as to the management of people with disabilities generally. Now, do we have written policies? Yes, Lagos State has Lagos State Special Persons Law that was passed in 2011 that was supposed to protect the rights of persons with disabilities in Lagos State. The question is that, does that policy work? The answer is not really. Do we even have a federal law? No. We're still chasing that one across the National Assembly since 2008 or something. It's still there. It has not been passed yet. But even the state laws that have been passed can be enforced better, can be implemented better, but they are not.
Like Toby, Bisola is raising a child with same condition and, of course, not without the challenges and issues of stigmatization.
I've had issue with my families, saying, okay, you're the only one in this family that has given birth to a child with disability. People will tell you that it's your sin, or it's the sin of your forefathers that you are bearing. People would, come at you. They practically attack you. You can't take your child with disability out without having a stare. People stare at you like, why are you bringing this child out? This child, you should just go and lock him up. There are people that would advise you that, you can actually get medical assistance to terminate his life. Have him killed and all that. School environment is an environment where everybody comes to, where children actually learn socialization. And that is his first contact to experiencing the real world. And I discovered that they would put him in a dark corner in the school and lock the room. I go to work, I come back, where's my son, where's my son? They go to the corner and bring him out. So I observed over a period of time, and I realized that, this isn't what I'm looking for. People say a lot, and it can be painful, especially the persons that are the closest to you, when they look at your son and then they say, okay, where do you get this one from? What kind of thing is this? Abirun, Obanje, all these words. So they even make gesture of the kind of child that you've given birth to.
Helen Obiageli Oshikoya, child development clinician, has identified a gap in our society.
There's actually a school health policy of 2006, which is endorsed by UNICEF, which actually says that children should be tested, physically and mentally before going into school and subsequent to when they're actually in school. So this system allows us to create an inclusive educational system. It doesn't matter if the child actually does have a disability, the child should be given the opportunity to actually go into school.
Every child, not just cerebral palsy children, every child can learn. But some of them learn differently. What that means is that as parents, as educators, we can't put them all in one basket. We must meet them, engage them at their level, and then bring them up to some level where they're up to speed and they can go on. What this here means is that, yes, we must look at special education. And we must also look at inclusive education. But to have proper inclusion, we must prepare the child for inclusion. We must sort out the children in special education to see that, yes, they have reached a level of what we call independent living, and they have also shows a level of intellectual acuity, which means they can fit into a normal class. Then we now have to make sure that even the class, those are the students and the teachers, are prepared to accept this strange-looking person.
I do appreciate the fact that because parents don't understand things, the tendency is that they are afraid of things. So what we try to do is that subsequent to, before the screening starts in that school, we have like a parent workshop whereby we can educate the parents, make them understand it is a policy, and make them understand that the screening might not apply to your child, but there are children that have issues and the parents don't know how to go about it and are, quote unquote, in denial this helps them to face the fact, because the earlier you start, the better the outcome.
Today, Toby lives challenging the notion that those living with cerebral palsy cannot learn. She started a project called Let CP Kids Learn with one vision: to see a Nigeria where children with cerebral palsy are offered inclusive mainstream education as a first option, as a right, not as the exception that currently exists in our society. Benga Ayodada has a brother with cerebral palsy. He shares the vital role of siblings in supporting a family member living with the condition.
When we got to know, we became more tolerant of him, because there's some things that we did, the reaction to him, and those things that I did were because of his condition. But now that we knew better, that it's not his fault, we learned to empathize with him. Like help him when he's walking, he's stumbling or he's wobbling, we quickly step in and help him. All of those things, we're still giving him tough love, but we became more tolerant of his excesses.
Tobiloba is someone you want to know for her abilities and not her disability.
She's a talker, as you may already know. So it was easy to look beyond that. She could do a lot of things herself. She was in the hostel for the 3 years she spent in my school, SS1 to 3. She has definitely beaten all the odds that I think most people face.
In the end, disability is a matter of perception. If you can do one thing well, you are needed by someone, and the world needs more people standing tall above disability.
Hi guys, my name is Baj Adibule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker, and these are my answers to these questions. I have danced naked at the balcony before. Don't ask me what happened before then or after then, but yeah, that happened. Off the top of my head, it would be Smooth by Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. Love that song. The most recent lie. What's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done? That's the most recent lie I've told. The part is the fact that you get to live multiple lives in one lifetime. That's the coolest part. Kiss, date, marry. Kiss, date, marry. I'll kiss Ini. Love you, babe. Date Toke because I'm sure she's gonna be fun. And I'll marry Bisola. We get along so well. I love her. Definitely marry Bisola. She's good to probably good to eat me up for that now. You know, being a Nigerian boy my age, I am a tanga just jumps out straight up, no matter how old you are. I've seen some scarier stuff now that I'm older, like I saw Hereditary like some months ago, and that was crazy. But I am a tanga just jumps out, you know, so yeah, I am a tanga. I think the privacy has to be the worst part. Unless you're specifying like an actor in Nigeria, then there's another worst part. But if you're talking generally, I'll say losing your privacy. I'm a very private kind of person. So the fact that sometimes I can't just dash out wearing anything I want isn't the coolest thing. What words? Brokos. Yeah, I just don't see how I can throw that in any sentence, man. I don't even know how I said it in the movie. Brokos, definitely. Should I just see this picture, just describe it? I'll describe it. I'll thank God, I'll thank my mom. I'll thank... Well, I should be married by then, right? Abby? Hey, let me don't put a time limit on it. I'll thank my girlfriend/wife, depending on which time it happens. I'll thank my family, my friends, thank my fans, I'll thank the academy, and it's a good platform. So there's this belief I have that we really don't need all these other things that we think are real in terms of those social, legal, and religious laws. What we really just need is understanding, kindness, and love. I'll try and spread that message. If you're talking about Nigeria, I still want to work with Peter Duce. Come on, I grew up watching the guy. Just one time. Just so I can say, yeah, I'm done now. I mean, Nigeria. But if you're talking about worldwide, the list is unending. But for Nigeria, Peter Duce. So that's it on Plus TV Africa. I'm Badge Adibule. Hope you had fun.
If you live in Lagos or visiting Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Nigeria, and with a population of over 20 million persons, you would notice the traffic is almost a daily life situation. To ease this burden, the Lagos State government have put in place Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, to control the traffic situation. But as you would imagine, it is still overwhelming. Well, recently we began to notice a different kind of traffic warden on the Lagos Island part, not employed by the government, but on voluntary basis. They are physically challenged. Ismail and Ibrahim used to be beggars, but after Lagos State government placed a ban on begging, they decided to do something different.
Na yi niyyar wannan aiki, kuma ko da yaushe ina nan cikin wannan aiki. Ba gudu ba jara ba, gwamnati ta taimaka mun, a taimaka mun, ma ko da wani lokaci yana yan san ganin mu za a gamu, gwamnati ta taimaka mun. Allah muna son wannan aikin saboda ba ma son bara, wannan baracin ya ishe mu, shi yasa muna wannan aikin.
Ina roƙon mutane waɗanda suke masu kuɗi, Hausawanmu, wuci Yoruba, wuci Igbo, ina roƙon su taimaka mana da wannan abin da muke yi. Ko aikin yi ko allowance duk abin da ya samu muna da bukata
Motorists attest to the fact that their voluntary services have been quite helpful, while calling for some sort of formal payment be made to them.
We really thank God for them, that they are here. If not, there will be a lot of traffic. They are helping us here very well. And we want government, at least if they can do something for them, maybe little things at the end of the month. Because we really like them. We too that are driving always give them something. If not because of them, there will be a lot of traffic over here.
Most times when I pass around, I saw that particular guy there doing some traffic work there. I'm encouraged because one, they are giving them a kind of privilege to also try and use their skills, and they can also add to the society by also doing some other work like that. It's very good. So that will be a kind of an encouragement to other people so that they will not look down on anybody that is, they're also human being like us. So for me, it's encouraging, and I think it's a very better idea.
We support them at the same time just because of the traffic men are not much, and the last man are not here, and the policemen are not here, the PCRC members are not here, which I'm one of the members, but it's okay, we support them. At least if Lagos State government can look at a way they can just reach out to this one by giving them other uniforms to, perform this duty they are doing at the same time. If the government can be able to reach out to them with some little funds every month, so to encourage them to do what they're doing instead of then going on the street begging people money.
This uniform, government does not give me this uniform. So the work what they do inside this order, many people that go see me, they go give me something I go buy. So now the thing I go take buy this uniform because na him be my uniform, na him my ID card.
I doubt if the community were the one that contracted them. I believe they are volunteers. But however, whichever way, I think the community should take advantage in the sense that they've changed from, instead of begging, they've decided to volunteer their service in controlling traffic. And basically they are trying. I remember sometime, was it early January or between early January and late December, I can't place it, at going close to a roundabout. If you're coming out from me and the other ending, there's this crippled guy. Each time I close from work, I'm always seeing him there around 4, 5, 6. He's doing an amazing job there because usually that place used to be a spot for heavy traffic. Everybody wants to move, and so if we are the local government chair lady, or if there's a way we can get across to her, let her just take advantage and recruit them, and even if it's just a commission, it should be placed on a payroll or something.
In a separate event, we caught up with Princess Rashidat Adu, the executive chairman at Etusa local government area, where they serve, and she says this of them.
For the traffic officers that you said you see, they've attached themselves to the local government. Sincerely, I didn't give them jackets because I saw them too on the road, and I approached them. When I see them, I just give them money because I believe that they are looking for what to put in their mouth. And sometimes I call them to the office. I said, I don't want to be seeing you at the roundabout because of your own security. You never can tell. A vehicle can be coming now and something will happen. I am the first point of call. Because of that, I try to discourage them from controlling the traffic. But because they now told me that this is what they get, at least people that are passing, the motorists, they'll give them, they'll tip them and all that. I said, okay, what do you think we can do that will bring money to you? And some came, they said they want to go back to their villages, and I gave them money. I said, okay, when you get back to your village, what will you be doing? One said you'll be doing shoemaker. One said he will be selling provision. And I said, okay, how much do you think that will cost? And they mentioned the money, very ridiculous. But in my own little way, I gave to them. And I asked them to go back. Funny enough, they didn't go back. You will still see these same people on the road controlling traffic. So what do? There's nothing to do about it. Because in a way, that is how they get their own livelihood, and stopping them from doing it will be a harm to them. And I don't want to harm anybody. As much as I want to add value to the life of the people around Iro Victoria Island. I think since they said that is what they want to do, let them continue doing.
However, motorists like Carlo, on the contrary, feels they are not needed all the time.
It could be better when there's much traffic, but now there is no traffic. Staying here is not all that conducive now, because me, I suppose to have already passed.
While doing their bit to ease off the traffic, Ibrahim acknowledges that they meet motorists who sometimes are impatient with them.
I don't forget for that day. I just stopped the one person for this job. The time when you come block the road, I say stop, make you one person pass. So that time, for this man, I beg and say stop. You know one stop. You ready to jam me for the motor? You don't know, say, you see me, say me, I am disabled. Why not stop? I know they stop him for nothing. Because he come blocking the road. He come show me, say, he get power. He blocked me for this, my eyes. Remain small, it will scatter my eyes.
Well, with over 1.6 million vehicles plying Lagos roads daily, just maybe volunteers like Ibrahim and Ismail are a great asset aiding government strategies to tackle high-volume traffic across the state. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
On Plus TV Africa News tonight, President Buhari calls for more vigilance as COVID-19 cases rise, extends PTF mandate to March 2021. On a foreign scene, United Nations appeals for $156 million to help thousands of refugees in Ethiopia's Tigray crisis. And outside of Africa, 4 doctors killed in Kabul car bombing. Well, many thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. President Muhammadu Buhari says only God can effectively supervise the border Nigeria shares with the Republic of Niger. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president spoke while receiving an audience former Vice President Namadi Sambo, who heads ECOWAS election mission to the Republic of Niger. Adesina quoted the president as promising that Nigeria will give robust support to the Republic of Niger, which holds presidential and National Assembly elections later this month. He was also said to have applauded President Mahamadou Issoufou for not attempting to tamper with the constitution of his country and elongate his stay in power after serving for the maximum 2 terms. Talking health matters now. President Muhammadu Buhari has extended the mandate of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 for a further period till the end of March 2021, bearing in mind the new surge in the number of cases and the bid for vaccines. The president announced this while receiving the end-of-year report of the task force. The president urged all subnational entities, traditional rulers, religious and leaders of thought to collaborate with the PTF by taking up the responsibility for risk communication and community engagement at all levels. He stressed the need for all stakeholders to intensify effort in checking the spread of the virus. Or staying with health matters, the federal government says it has not imposed travel ban, particularly to and from the UK, over the mutated strain of COVID-19. The government said it will require the concurrence of neighboring countries for the ban to be effective. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, explained this when he featured on a Radio Nigeria program politics nationwide. During the program monitored, he said the Presidential Committee on COVID-19 deliberated on the issue at its meeting on Monday and decided to watch the development for the time being. He said they are working with West African health organizations and other neighboring countries, particularly Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Now, the leadership of the Osun Food and Relief Committee has revealed that it is now ready to receive the delivery of 40,332 units of 10 kg bags of rice for onward distribution to the people of the state. Now, the secretary of the committee, Adebayo Jimo, debunked the insinuations making the rounds that the state government deliberately hoarded the food and relief materials donated by CACOVID meant to cushion the effect of the coronavirus pandemic. Our correspondent Olasunkanmi Ogumuko files the story.
Contrary to speculations, the Osun State Food and Relief Committee said it has not received any rice component, just as it displayed the letter from CACOVID, which had absolved the state of any wrongdoing in the looted palliatives. The secretary to the committee, Adebayo Jimo, argued that the letter from CACOVID was enough to validate the state government's and the committee's earlier positions that they never hoarded the palliatives. He explained that the looted palliatives were not meant for distribution, as at the time they were looted by miscreants who burgled the warehouse in Ede during the NSAS protest.
Passage to trucks that will be made available by each local government. Each local government to which this rice component will go will provide their own truck for the number of bags of the rice component that is due to each local government. All beneficiaries as itemized by CACOVID guideline will be taken care of, ranging from the disabled to the vulnerables, in such a way that it will be traceable and also accountable. And in doing that, there is a monitoring team that is going to look into collection, logistics, and distribution of these items when they get to the respective local governments where they will be distributed. This comprises of the CACOVID monitoring team. They have a monitoring and evaluation team that has been on ground all this while. Even the food items that were looted had been under their watch as well.
Speaking on the proposed framework for the distribution of the expected rice component of the CACOVID palliatives, the Commissioner for Commerce, Industries, Cooperatives and Empowerment, Dr. Bode Olaonipekun, said the rice would be taken directly to the beneficiaries on delivery. He said there will be no room for warehousing, adding that adequate security will be put in place to avoid the breakdown of law and order.
And the point that the state government is making is that there was never a time that the government of the state of Osun and the Osun State COVID-19 hoarded or chose to keep and starve our people from getting their food. But we were holding on to the instruction of CACOVID. So, distinguished members of the media, this is the current position and the distribution.
Coincidentally, the second wave is here, and by default, there will be lockdown. These palliatives are expected to reduce the burden on the poorest of the poor in the society.
Well, meantime, Minister of Health Dr. Osage Ehanire says the federal government is substantially ready for a successful COVID-19 vaccination. Ehanire said this on Monday in Abuja while briefing the state leadership on the federal government plans to procure COVID-19 vaccines worth 400 billion naira. According to him, 156 billion naira will be needed in 2021, while 200 billion naira in 2022. Away from health matters now to security. 7 people have been killed by bandits during an attack in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. The attack, according to the resident, happened at the Katarma General area of Chikun local government near a location called Baja. The residents also disclosed that 4 people sustained injuries of various degrees. In a similar development, the bandit attacked Ungwa Dagwaye Doka in Kuriga Ward, also of Chikun local government, where they kidnapped 3 people. Confirming the incident in a statement, the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, said security agencies are conducting investigations at the affected locations. Meantime, Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Kayode Fayemi, has given an assurance that state and the federal government were working together to end banditry, kidnapping and other criminal act. He said this in Katsina when he led 3 governors on a solidarity visit to Governor Aminu Masari over the recent abduction of students of the government science secondary school, Kankara. Fayemi, who is also the governor of Ekiti State, said that the governors were on top of the situation. He further said that governors would work together to return the country to peace, progress, development, and prosperity. Now, Nigeria, just like every other country in the world, has been confronted with lots of unforeseen events in the year 2020, ranging from health, economic crisis, and insecurity issues like the hijacked EndSARS protest. Our correspondent, Jacinta Obuku, while looking into a major event of 2020, takes a look at the impact of EndSARS protest and tells us more.
Protesting is as old as our country. Suffice to say that the birth of our freedom from colonial masters is a function of violence-free protest. Notably, Nigeria's independence movement even started as a youth protest. In the last quarter of 2020, the EndSARS protests all started from social media with the use of hashtags. Problems with SARS are reportedly not new. In fact, protests against its brutality date back to 2010, and announcements on disbanding it were first made in 2014, then again 2015, 2016, and 2019. But in 2020, footage of alleged SARS officers shooting at a young Nigerian in Delta State emerged on the 3rd of October on social media and triggered Nigerian youth in a rare anger to hit the streets across the country. It's been months now, and there is yet to be a coherent answers from the federal authorities, as the statement by the Lagos State Governor and military authorities remained contradictory as regards to who ordered the military's intervention. This has raised confusion and questions in the mind of some Nigerians.
A lot of us saw under our full glare, we saw what happened on the 20th of October 2020. And thank God for real technology, real-time technology. Otherwise, they would begin to make you feel like you're insane. You will begin to doubt what you saw.
The question is, can the EndSARS protest be considered to be successful considering government's response?
As far as EndSARS, the word, yes, successful because government responded by ending SARS. But was the protest as a whole successful? I think no. Because the protest overlived its lifespan and other extraneous factors came in.
But some believe the protest would not have happened if the government had done what they ought to do as leaders.
If some of the provisions in these laws had been faithfully implemented, we would never have had EndSARS.
Now, what are the lessons that should be learned by both protesters, activists, government, and the police?
The government should learn that there is anger and people can react at any point in time. Now, on the part of the organizers, the lesson to learn is be focused on what you want to achieve. If you are organizing a certain protest for whatever purposes, don't expand the frontier. Don't think government is weak. And as for the police should know they are servants of the people. And they should use the opportunity that happened to reinvent themselves. Now that they have been called, the activists have been called to question, It is now left for the police authorities at all levels to re-strategize and reposition themselves for better service delivery to the Nigerian populace.
As the year 2020 runs off, the memory of the protest will linger in the minds of many as a time the youth relentlessly asks for responsible governance from their leaders. Jacinta Ubiuku for Plus TV Africa.
Fight for what? Fight for...
We're now joined by a public affairs analyst, Bolahon Olojede. Many thanks for joining us on the News Tonight, Bolahon.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good evening to you. Well, let's start with this. Well, no doubt, everyone seems to agree that the NSAS protest was unprecedented. The question, however, is, could it be tagged successful?
I think it has its own level of success if we look closely at it. Number one is the fact that if government was not so sure about how much anger is in the land, that particular protest made it very clear to government. Number two, there is power in numbers. The youth in this country constitute a huge number. We're a very young nation. Whether you're taking the median of the age or you're taking the average age of Nigerians, a whole lot of Nigerians, about 60 million of them, are between the ages of 18 and 39. That is a huge size. So if government did not know that before, courtesy of that protest, government now does. Then the agitation in itself, the issue of police brutality, because to me, it goes beyond SARS. There are several other agencies or units within the police that have problems. And what NSAS is saying, it goes beyond just the SARS, is an entirety of the police as an institution. So this is another very critical institution of state that has significantly failed, like most other institutions. The police is not standing alone. And it's a reminder to government that our institutions are weak, they are not performing at the level we expect them to perform, and a whole lot more can still be done. So these are some of the lessons, some of the what looks like success for the NSAS protest. But on the other side is to begin to ask ourselves, so has police brutality now ended? My answer will be no. Even last week, there were still issues of police shooting people unnecessarily, just wasting people's lives. Last week, if you look through maybe 3 weeks ago, there will be another incident. So you begin to ask yourself, has anything really changed? Are the police no longer harassing motorists and collecting 20 naira wherever
all right,
they
Bolon,
can?
if I have to
that?
just interject at this point, let's take it further. Taking a critical look on how the protest turned bloody with reference to the Lekki shootings, do you think that that singular action will be the zeal to protest by civil society organization even when the cause is genuine?
Sorry, can you recap that?
Okay, what I said, taking a critical look on how the protest went bloody with reference to the Lekki shootings, do you think that that singular action will be the zeal to protest by civil society organization even when the cause is genuine?
No, it shouldn't. We all knew what happened, what turned the thing bloody. It was because it was hijacked. The protest in itself started as a very good protest, but over time, and this is also another lesson, even for the NSAS protesters. When a protest gets elongated beyond a reasonable number of days, it gets hijacked. And it doesn't matter whether the protest is in Nigeria, in America, in Hong Kong, or in France. It gets hijacked and it could turn violent. It turned violent with Black Lives Matter. The France protest was hijacked. Hong Kong was hijacked. There are different levels of hijack. That is the reality. So that should not stop any legitimate protests from taking place. We just have to be focused and to ensure that we don't have an unnecessarily prolonged protest that will be hijacked or that could be hijacked.
All right, Bolanho, just before we let you go, another talking point about the protest was that it resuscitated the hope and patriotism of the youth in the country. How do we consolidate on this unusual reawakening among the youths?
I think the best way to consolidate on the achievements of that protest is to get more participatory in the political process. The youth, for whatever reason, well, we all know some of the reasons anyway, have abstained from that space. So on election days, they will rather watch football or gist or play games. Instead of getting registered, a lot did not get registered. When it comes to picking their voters card, a lot did not pick their voters card. When it comes to going out on election day and voting, there was apathy. So you had a situation in which, in the last presidential elections, 83 million registered voters, but only 26 million voted for both APC and PDP added together. Where were the remaining 60 or 50 million people? So the youth must get more participatory in the process. They need to own it and see it as part of their own.
All right, many thanks. That was public affairs analyst Bolanho. Olajide, the news continues in a moment. In other news now, the Ekiti State House of Assembly has unanimously passed the 2021 budget appropriation of more than 109.6 billion naira. The passage followed the submission of the report of the House Committee on Finance and Appropriation by its chairman, Olubunmi Adeluba, at the Tuesday's plenary. The motion for ratification of the report by the House Committee on Supply was moved by Boyega Aribishogun and was seconded by Ajibade Adeyemi. According to Adeluba, the budget proposal represented the collective desire of all stakeholders for the growth and development at this critical time of lean resources. Still ahead on Plus TV African News. A Turkish parliament approved extension of troop deployment in Libya for another 18 months. These and more when we return. To join us again.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back to other parts of Africa now. United Nations investigators into violence in Mali have told the Security Council of evidence that security forces committed war crimes while jihadists and other armed groups perpetrated crimes against humanity. The allegations are made in a massive 338-page report compiled by the International Commission of Inquiry, a three-member panel probing events in Mali for 6 years after its period into conflict in 2012. The inquiry, whose conclusions have not yet been made public, recommends setting up a court that specializes in prosecuting international crimes. The landlocked Sahel country descended into violence in 2012 when ethnic Tuareg separatists launched an insurgency in the north of the country, which was then overtaken by armed campaigned by jihadists. Now, France, the colonial power, launched a military operation in 2013 that scattered the jihadists. Meanwhile, the United Nations has appealed for $156 million to help the tens of thousands of refugees who fled fighting in Ethiopia's Tigray, and is striving to get a team on the ground to investigate alleged human rights violations, including a mass killing in the region. Ethiopia's army has been fighting rebellious forces in the northern Tigray region for over 6 weeks in a conflict that has displaced close to 1 million people. Access for humanitarian workers has until recent days been impossible, and rights workers are now seeking access on the ground to verify reports.
An urgent appeal for $156 million to support refugees fleeing Ethiopia's Tigray crisis. The requested funds are needed to meet the critical humanitarian needs of Ethiopian refugees fleeing the conflict in Tigray throughout the first half of 2021. This appeal will also strengthen preparedness to receive refugees in other countries in the region in case of further refugee movements. Currently, many refugees remain in overcrowded conditions without proper facilities, and there continues to be a shortage of medicine and other supplies. We have seen a huge demand for family tracing and reunification, education, and for child-friendly spaces and nutritional programs.
And to other parts of Africa. The World Food Programme says more than 1.2 million refugees in Uganda will see their UN food and cash rations reduced in February due to lack of funding from international donors. The UN aid agency, which received this year's Nobel Peace Prize, has currently secured only half of the money it needs in Uganda, which hosts one of Africa's largest refugee populations. The reduced rations will only cover 60% of the necessary calorie intake. He explained that the WFP immediately needs $95.8 million to avoid this step, which would be its second aid cut in Uganda since April. Malnourished women, children, and elderly refugees face a heightened risk of infections. Meantime, a Ugandan human rights lawyer who represents opposition figure Bobi Wine has been arrested on charges of money laundering. Nicholas Opio is the founder of the robust human rights defense organization Chapter 4, Uganda, and is the lawyer for many activists. Rights groups have increasingly criticized Uganda over arresting political opponents and violating freedom of association, assembly, and expression, as last year authorities introduced new regulations restricting online activities and stifling independent media. Opio is detained at the Special Investigations Division. He was arrested with 3 other lawyers, Herbert Dakasi, Anthony Oder, and Esomo Obure. The Turkish parliament has approved a motion calling for an extension in troop deployment in Libya for another 18 months, while the ruling Justice and Development Party and the Nationalist Movement Party backed the motion. The main opposition, Republican People's Party, People's Democratic Party, and Good Party voted against it. The proposal was submitted by the presidency last week in the light of a request by Libya's UN-recognized government for military assistance. Now, Israeli envoys arrived in Morocco to meet the country's king and hammer out an upgrade of ties that was forged by the White House. Led by National Security Advisor Meir Ben Shabbat, the Israeli delegation was accompanied by Jared Kushner, U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law and architect of pan-Arab rapprochement with Israel. The delegate plane painted with the Hebrew, Arabic, and English words for peace and the Maghreb good luck talisman had a low-key reception at Rabat Airport. The Al Israel Airlines direct flight was the first to be operated by a commercial plane from Tel Aviv to Rabat. Now, both countries anticipate a surge in tourism aboard such connections, mainly among the hundreds of thousands of Israelis of Moroccan descent. Well, outside Africa now, 4 doctors working at a prison in the Afghan capital Kabul were among 5 people killed by a bomb attached to their car. 3 of the dead were women. The 5th was their male colleague's driver. The The doctors were traveling to Pool El Charki prison where they worked when the magnetic bomb detonated. No group has said it carried out the bombing. Now, dozens of militant attacks in Kabul have left more than 100 people dead in the past 2 months. Journalists, activists, and other political figures have been targeted. Argentina's Senate will decide next week whether to give final approval to a government-backed bill that would expand the availability of legal abortion, a proposal that has divided a society with strong ties to the Roman Catholic Church. On December 11, the lower house of Congress approved the measure which would allow interruption of pregnancies until the 14th week. The Senate vote is expected to be close. Picasso is a member of the National Campaign for the Right to Legal, Safe and Free Abortion, which has been demanding the new law for years. On the other side of the debate is Ana Mamura, a 29-year-old lawyer and journalist who is a spokeswoman for the Young Front, a group that rejects the legalization of abortion. Indonesia's president announced on Tuesday a sweeping reshuffle of his cabinet, including a replacement for a health minister criticized for his perceived mishandling of the country's coronavirus crisis. Now, President Joko Widodo, known by his nickname Jokowi, said 6 ministers would be replaced, including in the portfolios of health, trade, tourism, and fisheries. The newcomers will be inaugurated on Wednesday. Mohammed Lutfi, currently Indonesia's ambassador to Washington and the trade minister under President Susilo Bambang, will replace Agus Suparmanto as trade minister. Now, Rio de Janeiro Mayor Marcelo Crivella has been arrested 9 days before the end of his term for alleged involvement in a corruption scheme at City Hall. Crivella, who was arrested at home on the western side of Rio, denied any wrongdoing and said he was the target of political persecution. The mayor's arrest comes after a wave of corruption investigations that have landed 5 former Rio state governors in jail. EU chief Brexit negotiator Michel Barnier said the European Union is giving a final push to reach a potential deal on future trading ties between the bloc and Britain.
A crucial moment, and we are giving it a final push. In 10 days, the UK will leave the single market, and I will continue to work in total transparency with the member states right now and with the parliament.
Up next, President Buhari says Nigeria under his watch is getting closer to the full utilization of its abundant gas potentials. That's on business news after this break.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And in business news, as part of activities to commemorate 50 years of good bilateral relations between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Republic of Jamaica, an inaugural direct flight Air Peace departed from Lagos and has landed in Montego Bay. on Monday, December the 21st, 2020. Aboard the flight was Minister of Foreign Affairs Geoffrey Onyeama, together with a number of other senior Nigerian government officials and members of the organized private sector. They were received at the Sangster International Airport, Botenga Bay, by the Minister of Transportation of Jamaica and other top Jamaican government officials. The Minister of Power, Sally Marmon, says Nigerians are assured of a robust and reliable power supply as the country witnessed its highest energy of over 115,000 megawatt and attained a generation of over 5,520 megawatt for the first time in the history of Nigeria. The minister stated this while on an on-the-spot assessment tour of the National Control Center at the Transmission Company of Nigeria in Osogbo, the Osun State capital.
For the first time, we have generated the highest energy in this country, over 115,000 megawatt hour, and we have also attained a generation of 5,520 megawatts, which is the first in the history of this country. Assure Nigerians that we will give them a robust, sustainable, and also a reliable power supply.
NCC has a quite number of issues and challenges to contend with in its day-to-day operations. Since the operations sector provides services to all users of the grid, namely generation, transmission, and distribution sectors, the major challenges that confront it is invariably related to the challenges faced by these sectors.
Let's now join Annette Felix for more on business reports.
President Muhammadu Buhari says Nigeria under his watch is getting closer to the nation's dream of full utilization of its abundant gas potentials, according to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. The president spoke at the inauguration of the integrated gas handling facility and LPG processing and dispensing plants built and operated by the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company, an upstream subsidiary of NNPC in Oredo, Edo State. Additional quoted the president as saying that the Oredo Integrated Gas Handling Facility and its associated NLG's depots will be delivering 240,000 metric tons of commercial-grade liquefied petroleum gas and propane. According to him, it will also deliver about 205 million standard cubic feet of gas per day to the domestic market. As the Christmas season approaches, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has assured air travelers and other airport users of seamless travel despite the usual surge in passenger traffic that is a norm during the season. In preparation for the season and beyond, FAN says airports beefed up security at all airports, including the major international gateways into Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and Kano. Also, it says necessary infrastructure has been put in place to aid compliance with stipulated protocols on COVID-19. FAN appealed to passengers to get to the airport early to conclude all check-in procedures in good time, especially with the added protocols occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange rate between the Naira and the US dollar for today stands at 470 Naira to the US dollar in the parallel market. The rate has also closed at 470 Naira to the dollar on Monday, December 21st, 2020. The exchange rate between the Naira and the British pound sterling stands at 615 Naira to £1 on Tuesday. The rate had also closed at 650 Naira to a pound on Monday. The exchange rate between the Naira and the European Euro stands at 565 Naira to €1 on Tuesday. It also closed at 561 Naira to a euro on Monday. The European Union has held crisis talks over the new, more infectious strain of COVID-19 that has spread throughout England and Wales, causing many of its European neighbours and nations further off to close their borders to those travelling from the UK. With France blocking entry from the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government is scrambling to resolve the issue of delays to goods transportation. which has been held up at the channel as a consequence. The leaders of France and Britain hope to resolve delays to goods transportation at their border within hours. Measures agreed between Johnson and French President Emmanuel Macron were expected to come into effect on Wednesday, according to French Europe Minister. It comes as scores of lorry drivers spent a second night sleeping in their vehicles, waiting for the frontier to reopen. And that's the business updates with Annetta Felix. We'll now get back to Johnson Akadoni for the rest of the news.
Well, many thanks, Annette. Well, coming up after the short break is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Entertainment News. Nollywood practitioners in collaboration with Action Aid Nigeria have lent their voices against sexual and gender-based violence. At the stakeholders meeting organized to sensitize the role of Nollywood practitioners in curbing the menace, speakers highlighted the importance of using craft in addressing societal ills. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Jacinta Obuku reports.
Gender-based violence is a phenomenon deeply rooted in gender inequality, and it continues to be one of the most notorious human rights violations. At this gathering, it was stressed that both men and women experience gender-based violence, but the majority of victims are women and girls. Sexual violence is a serious public health and human rights problem that should not be downplayed.
The creative industry is full of a lot of ideas. But you have to be also, you have to be aware that whatever you turn out there has a lot to influence people. The art needs to understand that the issue of SGBV, first, is not a joke, it's very serious.
This panel believes there is need for male gender to play their part in respecting the decisions of the female gender.
I think as men, how we can help is talk about these things. You know, when you gather as men and try to encourage other men to be more responsible, to listen, you know, to women in their lives.
Is correcting that from the root, which is, you know, yes, you teach men responsibility, you teach them self-respect, you teach them, you know, how to take responsibility for their actions, and it's not about, you know, because you're a man, you can get away with anything.
Advocating action, raising public awareness, and engendering every sector is said to be a good tool.
We, whether we like to admit it or not, we shape conversations. We shape how people think. We shape how Nigerians and Nigeria is seen. And one of those platforms that we use in shaping society is our film, our music, and every other art form.
We are in a society where the men, at this moment, have a bit of an edge over the women.
And we need to take responsibility for that power that we have and push to see that, females are protected, females can rise above whatever limits that have been set by society for them.
It is therefore of essence that Nollywood practitioners use their platform as a tool to sensitize and discourage any form of sexual-based gender violence. Jacinta Obiuku for Plus TV Africa.
Yeah.
Ife Omar is on standby with more on entertainment news.
And in entertainment, Israeli film star Gal Gadot has defended her plan to play Cleopatra following accusations of whitewashing. Yes, the critics say an Arab or African actress should have played the ancient Egyptian queen. She then replies to say, first of all, if you want to be true to facts, then Cleopatra was Macedonian, the Wonder Woman said. We were looking for a Macedonian actress that could fit Cleopatra. She wasn't there, and I was very passionate about Cleopatra. Controversy erupted in October after Gadot announced that she would star in and co-produce the film. The Guardian's Hannah Flint called it a backward step for Hollywood's representation, while director Lexi Alexandra said a black actress should be cast, citing a reconstruction of Cleopatra's face. Moving on, American reality TV star Kim Kardashian is in a festive and jolly mood this December, as the 40-year-old entrepreneur revealed that she wants to gift $500, equivalent of 200,000 naira, to 1,000 people as Christmas approaches. She explained she wants to spread the love by providing a bit of cash to go towards the food and rent for her fans. In a statement on Twitter, the mother of four explained that she is well aware that 2020 has been a very difficult year for people due to the pandemic. So she wants to give back to her fans and ensure they also enjoy their Christmas. All followers have to do is send their hashtag identifier in order to receive the money. Moving on, this year marks the 25th anniversary of Helen Fielding's first Bridget Jones column in The Independent magazine, in which she birthed her all-drinking, smoking, and romancing heroine to enormous success. Fielding revealed her inspiration for the Jones character, reminiscing on how her legacy has shifted in a post-MeToo, #MeToo world, and heralded a new way of telling women's story. The anniversary is being celebrated with a documentary of Bridget Jones, and it will be released by the British Broadcasting Corporation. This documentary will also shed light into Fielding's personal life and also tell the story of how her comic creation came to be. Despite having huge chart success this year, DaBaby is already thinking about retirement. The 28-year-old rapper sat down with a magazine where he made the surprising announcement. And I quote, "I might be retired in 5 years. I would not be rapping in 5 years. I will be creating other superstars." However, he won't be fully out of the game, obviously, as he just mentioned that he plans to take a more behind-the-scenes approach to develop talents for his label, Billion Dollar Baby Entertainment. In the meantime, he capped off the year with 4 Grammy nominations, including the coveted Record of the Year for his song Rockstar. Additionally, he released his 3rd project of the year, an EP called My Brother's Keeper, in bracket Long Live G, which was dedicated to his late brother Glenn. Needless to say, he won't be slowing down anytime soon. Australian singer and songwriter Tones and I, originally Toni Watson, has just received an early Christmas present as her banging hit song Dance Monkey moved past 2 billion streams on Spotify on Tuesday, placing Tones in the record book several times over. Tones and I being the first female artist and Australian to reach the milestone, and according to reports, just two songs have accumulated more streams on Spotify, and that is Ed Sheeran's Shape of You at 2.7 billion and Post Malone's Rockstar featuring 21 Savage at 2.079 billion. Ever since Tones released Dance Monkey in May of 2019, it has generated a lot of waves as the single went on to rule the UK charts for 11 weeks and led the ARIA single charts for 24 consecutive weeks, a streak unchallenged by any other artist. And finally, moving on to the local scene, we have the Nigerian rapper Olarinwaju Ogunmefun, also known as Vector, who is now a proud father to another baby girl. The rapper recently welcomed his second child with his current girlfriend. The news of the couple expecting their first child broke after photographs of their baby shower leaked on social media. Vector, however, is yet to reveal the name as well as the date of birth of his daughter. Taking to Twitter, however, on Monday, he shared a photo of her curly hair with the words, "Hair product bills loading." That's how we end entertainment news for today. Udoka with sports is coming right after this.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And in sports, World Soccer's governing body, FIFA, said they have filed a criminal complaint with Zurich's cantonal prosecutor, claiming evidence of criminal mismanagement of a museum project set up by former President Sepp Blatter. FIFA said their complaint identified the direct involvement of former FIFA president together with other persons in the agreements made for the museum, which is in central Zurich. It is the latest allegation of financial impropriety against Blatter, who resigned from his post as president in 2015 amid a corruption scandal. FIFA said it also plans to submit all relevant documentation to its own ethics committee. The complaint is the latest in a series of legal issues surrounding FIFA. And current FIFA President Gianni Infantino is also facing criminal proceedings by a special prosecutor looking into dealings the Swiss official had with former Swiss Attorney General Michael Lauber. Infantino and Lauber have denied any wrongdoing. And after the announcement of those proceedings, Blatter called for Infantino to be suspended. The 84-year-old has also denied any wrongdoing. Still in sports, legendary Manchester United goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar is reportedly threatening to quit his role as Ajax chief executive, and that could allegedly open the door for van der Sar to replace Edu as Arsenal's technical director. Van der Sar spent 10 years in the Premier League with Fulham and Manchester United between 2001 and 2011. Now reports state he may be in line to take over from Edu at the Emirates. The Brazilian has come under fire in recent weeks, with the Gunners struggling in the Premier League. They currently sit 15th in the table after 13 games, just 5 points above the relegation zone, with a number of recruits struggling and further issues within the club. And moving over to Spain now, Lionel Messi received a record 7th Pichichi Trophy at the Marca Football Awards for being the top goal scorer in the La Liga last season. The Argentine forward netted 25 goals in the 2019-2020 season to finish top of the scoring charts for the 7th time in his career, one more time than Telmo Zarra, who played for Athletic Bilbao in the 1940s and 1950s. Meanwhile, Karim Benzema received 2 awards, the Fans' Best Award and the Alfredo Di Stefano Award for being La Liga's best player in the 2019-2020 season. The Frenchman scored 21 goals as Real Madrid won the league for the first time since 2017. Benzema is the first player other than Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo to win the Alfredo Di Stefano Prize since Raul did in 2007 and 2008. Benzema's teammate goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois received the Zamora Award for conceding the fewest goals, and it's the third time the Belgian has won the prize, having also claimed it twice when he played for Atletico Madrid. Real Madrid's coach Zinedine Zidane was named the best coach in the La Liga for the 2019-2020 season. And moving over to Tokyo now, talking about the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, the organizers of the Olympics will spend $900 million on measures to stop the spread of the coronavirus at next year's games, as they unveiled their latest budget for the delayed tournament. The organizers repeated their projection that the total cost of the postponement, including the COVID-19 countermeasures, would come to about $2.8 billion, bringing the entire cost of holding the games to about $15.4 billion. The COVID-19 countermeasures will include PCR testing infrastructure, setting up a clinic, as well as creating remote coverage setups and countermeasures at food and drink processing centers. The budget summary showed the organizers also said some of the extra costs would be covered by additional sponsorship and insurance. They would also tap a contingency fund detailed in last year's budget to cover some costs. And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Away from sports news, on a rather sad note, former Minister of State for Education and National President of Association of Nigerian Authors, Professor Jerry Agada, is dead. Agada died on Tuesday after a brief illness at the age of 68. The late Agada was the chairman of Benue State Civil Service Commission. He was said to have died early as of Tuesday at the Makodi Hospital after being on admission for almost 2 weeks. And before we go, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that President Buhari has called for more vigilance as COVID-19 cases rise in the country. On the foreign scene, we also told you that the United Nations was appealing for $156 million to help thousands of refugees in Ethiopia's Tigray crisis. And outside of Africa, 4 doctors were killed in Kabul car bombing. And that's the news at this hour. For more news or update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akaduni. Well, many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many thanks for joining us on News in the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
This is show Not Your 9 to 5, where we feature individuals who have left their primary disciplines and ventured into something completely new, as you do know it. Today, our guest on the show is Bolanile Olatunji, who left the world of tech and marketing to begin something quite new and different, which is not your regular 9 to 5, a vegan and also a yoga expert. She tells us her story in a bit.
My name is Bolanile. I am a certified health and nutrition coach. I'm also a yoga instructor, a culinary artist, herbalist, and healer. I run and own Thrive Alkaline, which is a wellness brand that provides different plant-based wellness products and services. I also founded Vegan in Nigeria, which is a community that helps to promote the vegan lifestyle. Prior to what I'm currently doing, I used to be a marketing professional in the tech industry. So I've worked with brands such as Uber and Google here in Nigeria, and helping work within the tech industry on the marketing end, helping to grow brands, their users and usage. And then I ventured into the health and wellness space. It felt more like a gradual shift for me and just a natural pull in terms of coming into my own in terms of where I'm supposed to be or what my passions are. And it actually initially started with my own lifestyle, personal lifestyle. So I had a shift around 2015 where I changed my lifestyle gradually and didn't know I was on this health journey and to obtain wellness and looking for a way to define health, good health and wellness for myself. And then I ended up transitioning to becoming a vegan. And after experiencing some of the benefits of that, it's one of those things that you just want to share with other people because you're just like, wow, I can't believe that, this is out here and there are a lot of people who are suffering with a lot of health ailments and just different aspects of their lifestyle that is detrimental to themselves, to society, to other living beings. And it's things that we have been conditioned into, and there's a better way of life, basically. So in experiencing these things for myself, I wanted to be able to share that with other people. It was a natural progression, basically, from what I was doing in tech, which I definitely enjoyed as well, because marketing allows you to basically use your creative skills to be able to come up with solutions in terms of how to grow brands, how to grow the number of customers, how to grow its usage. So that sort of analytical thinking was also a skill that I have, and it allowed me to utilize that. But also what I kind of evolved to into being passionate about health and wellness is another aspect of myself. So I don't necessarily see it as either or. I see it as, me expressing a different area of interest or a different skill set that I have. For me, my passion in the health and wellness space gets a lot of excitement based on the results from other people. People come into this lifestyle for different reasons. Some people weight management, some people they have health challenges, different things, but to actually see the transformation, not just from my lifestyle and myself, but working with different clients and different people and seeing it in their lifestyle, that makes me so excited. And it's proof that this lifestyle works. If people are willing to commit themselves and follow the regimen, that they will see results and they will notice the difference. And when they start to see these things and experience these things for themselves and they start to get excited, it makes me so happy.
Already we have some acha. We're gonna make an acha swallow. So acha is fonio. And fonio is a grain. It's grown very similar to millet, like a relative to millet. It's grown in the north, in Jos. So we get it directly from farmers in the north. It's organically grown, and it's very good for the body. It's rich in iron and other minerals. So it's one of those things that everyone should take, because iron is magnetic. When you take iron, you take all other minerals with it. It helps enhance the absorption of other minerals, and it pulls it to the body as you're eating other things as well. So iron is really important. It's basically like the spark plug of the body. So if without iron, you won't be able to move or have any electricity in the body. So it's a very important food source. When you're living an alkaline lifestyle, which I follow a regimen, it's not just about eating plants. It's about eating high quality plants that help promote wellness. So even down to like the oils, we don't use vegetable oil or palm oil. Instead, we use things like avocado oil, grapeseed oil, or sesame seed oil, which right now I'm using sesame seed oil to prepare meals. And sesame seed oil I'm using right now is actually made in Nigeria. So I'm a big proponent of using ingredients that are locally sourced. The more local you get, the more nutrients it has, the more nutritious it is, because it travels less to get to you, which means the nutrients are higher and they don't die out in the process of transportation, so being transported towards you. So I try and buy as local as much as possible. So acha is my grain of choice. I like tete for my green choice, but I also like kale. Now we have a number of farmers that have started growing kale. Kale is also another really good one. This is just a very comforting meal. So all of our traditional foods are actually plant-based. We just add meat onto it. So if you want to make a vegan or like a super healthy one, yes, you want to change some of the ingredients. We're not using any Maggi. We're not using any palm oil. We're not using any iodized salt. We're using, West African Atlantic sea salt that's harvested off the coast of Ghana. We're going to be using fresh herbs and spices. We're going to be using sesame seed oil. So all of these small little changes makes a big difference in terms of health, and in terms of not manifesting any disease in the body is very important. These onions are going to make me cry. I feel it already happening. It's very potent. It's so rude. You're like, my eyes. That's one of the things I realized when I first went vegan and I started making my food was that onions give your food a lot of good taste. And at that time, I used to also do a lot of garlic as well. But I don't do garlic anymore because it's not alkaline. But yeah, I had to figure out some techniques in terms of making my food taste really flavorful, because that's the thing, People think that they like animal products and animal foods, when in the end of the day, you just like food that has a good taste. If it has a good taste and it has flavor, you will enjoy it. So that's one of the things that I learned, is that, as long as your food is spiced nice, then you can enjoy it. Some people who are vegan curious, they might still be eating meat, but they want to try it out. And they're like, they'll be pleasantly surprised that this thing can actually taste really, really good, even though there's no meat there. But, that's just a false narrative to think that meat has flavor. Meat doesn't have any flavor. Even your meat dishes, you use plant products and herbs to give it taste. Even if you're using things like, spice cubes. Those spice cubes, if you look at the ingredients, a lot of them is just, some of it is chemicals, but some of it is also plant ingredients. I've started a garden. I have a garden on my balcony back there. I have some okra growing, which okra is also alkaline and very good for the body. We have also, I have peppers, I have lime, I have basil, dill, herbs, and then I have a kale, but the kale is struggling. This kale is struggling on my balcony, but it's out there. And then I have some dates that recently sprouted, date palms, which is very fun and interesting because I had a client reach out to me on my Instagram we just started chatting, and he was telling me about how he's in Ikeja and he has a date palm in his compound. On my own traditional food. So.
I'm just curious how tasty it is.
And there's no Maggi. That's why I want people to realize, you don't need to put spice cubes and things that are gonna add, negative things or, disease, but it's very healthy. And this is like the healthiest of healthy. Everything here is alkaline, pure alkaline. When you go home, you can do research on a guy named Dr. Sebi. Everything here is Dr. Sebi approved. And Dr. Sebi was a herbalist who cured many things like cancer, lupus, blindness, diabetes, so many diseases that people say have no cures. He cured people, and he reversed their symptoms of it. And he used pure alkaline herbs and a regimen of eating alkaline foods, non-hybrid foods, these type of things. Everything here is approved. So this type of food helps to promote wellness, helps to remove disease in the body. If you eat like this, you'll be very healthy, and you don't have to try much, like I said. So it's like a traditional food. You don't feel like you're dieting or feel like you're missing out, I should do like this. Maybe it's not your right side, but this is and I'll eat it. This is not your regular 9 to 5, but this is my life. My name is Bolanile Olatunji.
And away from yoga, healthy living, and vegan, we go to yet another interesting fellow, Tayo, who is a mathematician turned flotation therapist. If you live in Lagos and in Nigeria with all of the stress, you like to hear his story.
I'm a mathematician from the University of Ibadan, and I started my life as a research analyst, and I moved on to become an equity research analyst, moved on to become an investment banker, joined the Nigerian Export-Import Bank as a corporate communication professional, and then I find myself back to my love for sports, my love for swimming, and then I found out about flotation therapy when I traveled, and it was an amazing experience. Then I thought to myself, Tayo, you need to bring this to Nigeria. So you're welcome to Flow Therapy Lagos. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria. We bring you wellness, we bring you lack of stress, we take away stress, and in fact, stress is the leading cause of many diseases, and as we know, the mind also is a beautiful thing, and you don't want to lose your mind. The mind controls so many things in our body, so many ailments are controlled from when your mind is not processing correctly. So flotation therapy is here to help you with wellness, and also particularly not just wellness, but the fact that you are able to meditate and then heal your mind. Flotation therapy was born out of a need. I've had to go for massages, but I traveled some 16 years ago. I was at Las Vegas and I had a flotation therapy session, and being a swimming coach, I was thrilled. I was just laughing in the tub all through. Like, oh my God, what's this? So this is next level form of wellness. The 1 hour session spent in that flotation tank will make you feel like you have been swimming, like you were in space. I mean, can you imagine floating in space, being weightless, then all of a sudden, your mind goes to many areas of your awareness goes to many areas of your mind, and then you are able to come to a good understanding and clarity of things in your mind, and it helps you to de-stress. The magnesium seeps into your skin, and then it helps you feel that sense of calm. So this is one of the reasons, because it is so amazing that it is all over the US, it's in the UK, all over the world, but we don't have any in Nigeria. There is just 6 in South Africa, and so we are the number 7th, and we are in Nigeria. So that is why I set up flotation therapy. The intention of flotation therapy is to become calm, is to become stress-free. So that calmness, the therapy itself, it's in the salt. The Epsom salt is magnesium sulfate. So the magnesium is called transdermal. It seeps in from your skin, and when it gets into your skin, it makes you feel that sense of calmness. That therapy itself is the Epsom salt. Do you understand? So what we are trying to do is to get those sore muscles, the joints, to become loosened. So when you lie on the salt, first of all, you defy gravity. That's the first thing that happens when you come in for a flotation therapy session. Imagine you are 150 kg and all of a sudden you can't feel your weight anymore. You're like, wow. And particularly, I need to mention that you don't need to know how to swim to do this. The salt itself is just there about 11 inches depth. So it lifts you up. It's the salt that does all the work. So once you lie in it, it lifts you up. Once it lifts you up, 5 minutes into it, you're like, where's my hand? Where's my hand? You know, so it makes you feel that sense of well-being. And then secondly, deep sleep. Most people, 90% of all our customers that come in, they end up sleeping for the entire session. Flotation therapy is shutting down totally, shutting out the world. And in fact, when we take it a step higher, it is called sensory deprivation, where what you see, you don't see anything again, you don't hear anything again, you don't feel that sense of touch, you don't feel any gravity acting on your body, you feel like you're just flying in space. Imagine, this is the feeling, you know, when you have children and you throw them up in the air, they say, oh, daddy, do it again, daddy, do it again. That feeling of levitating, imagine getting that feeling without coming down, just up there, staying up there for an entire 60 minutes. That is massive. Once people come out of here, one man finished and he said, suffer day for this Lagos. I tell you, it is phenomenal. You just need to experience it. What we are doing as Flow Therapy Lagos, we are birthing a new subsector in the wellness sector. So this flotation therapy is something extremely new. We are the first in Nigeria. Bringing this into Nigeria, we love to have a lot of partners. I mean, if you want to set up a flotation therapy center, just come to us. We're very welcoming. In the flotation therapy business, either in the US or in the UK or in Americas, they all come together. Why? Because it's a movement. We want people to begin to experience this therapy session. There is not, I mean, since we've opened, we've had a lot of sessions that has gone on, but we still want more people to come to experience this. Because in Nigeria, most people don't know how to swim, and then they think that because you don't know how to swim, you can't do flotation therapy. In fact, the only skill you need is to know how to lie down. In fact, the people that don't know how to swim enjoy it a lot better. Why? Because they get to enjoy that thing expert swimmers enjoy while being on the water. In terms of business challenges, it's the same challenges you find with every other business. We have electricity, we have COVID-19. But particularly for COVID-19, I would like to mention the fact that, first of all, the reason why they call the Dead Sea is because nothing grows in it. But we don't bank on that. Our filtration system, while you're floating in there for like 1 hour, it is turned over, the salt is turned over 5 times over and over. And then secondly, we use UV light as a sterilization methodology, just the same way as drinking water uses UV light. Then thirdly, we use hydrogen peroxide, which is a more expensive disinfectant and more potent and healthier for the body. Why? Because hydrogen peroxide breaks down into H2O and oxygen, so it's a lot more better. So, and then secondly, unlike a swimming pool where people put in their face or their nose, this is salt. Most people don't do that, and it's just one person inside the room for the entire therapy session. So every rule around COVID-19 is already knocked off by the session itself. What excites me about this therapy session is this. When people come in and when they finish, their face changes. They don't know it, I always see it. Their face changes. It's like when you read the Bible and you say Moses saw God and his face changed. That is exactly how it is. Most people start talking the way I'm talking right now when they come in, but when they leave, they talk very slowly. Then I'm like, what happened? They said, now I feel calm. Why don't you have a bed here?
I feel so relaxed. It was really nice. It was very calming, soothing. There's candlelight, there's music, flute music. So it was very, very relaxing. He said sometimes people fall asleep, but I didn't fall asleep. I was very in a meditative state, going from deep meditation to light meditation, floating there effortlessly on the water. Whether you know how to swim or you don't know how to swim, anybody can do it. It's very comfortable and relaxing. So you sit there and you lie in the water, almost like a big bathtub, and you relax in the water. It's really soothing. I feel really good and calm.
Now, 9 to 5, this is my life now. You understand? This is my life now. 9 to 5 was what built me for this. 9 to 5 got me prepared for this. I've been in business now, I've been off work, about 5 years now, and I'm having the time of my life. This, in life, when you begin to understand the fact that we're all chasing happiness, this gives me joy. This gives me sense of fulfillment. When I see someone coming here, somebody brought the grandmother, and then she went into the flotation therapy tank. When she finished, she said, Dolapo, you'll be going home, leave me here. That is bigger than any amount you can give to me. Flotation therapy is my legacy. I am the first in Nigeria. I brought this into Nigeria. And in fact, this is bigger than any amount of money you could have given to me. So 9 to 5, this is my life itself.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria sometimes is often misrepresented in the media. We get a lot of backlash when a small percentage of Nigerians commit crime or get into trouble. Here is an attempt to shine the light on some Nigerians in the diaspora, making the motherland proud. Akiwumi Additional, the 8th elected president of the African Development Bank. He was first elected to the position on May 28, 2015. He also secured a second term in the position. He is an economist and agricultural development expert with over 30 years' experience. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in agricultural economics from the University of Ile-Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. He also won the prestigious Rockefeller Foundation Social Science Fellowship in 1988, which launched him into his international career. As the Minister of Agriculture, he turned the agricultural sector around within 4 years. He is a prolific writer who has authored over 70 scholarly publications on policy, agricultural, and African development issues. Paulina Ibukwe, the first and black Nigerian woman to become the chairman of Universal Studio Group. Ibukwe was born in Nigeria in the 1960s and lived with her family in the village, which was affected by bomber planes during the Nigerian Civil War, and moved to the United States at the age of 6. She earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from Yale University and an MBA from Columbia University. Before her appointment, she was the head of the television arm of the company, a position no black woman has held before her. Ibukwe has also held the role of Executive Vice President, Drama Development, where she was involved in television shows such as Dexter, Masters of Sex, Nurse Jackie, State of the Union, The Underground, Soul Food, and more. Kelechi Madu, also known as Casey, he is a Nigerian lawyer recently named Minister of Justice in Alberta, Canada. He is also the first black man to hold this position. He relocated to Canada with his wife in 2005. Before then, he had graduated from the University of Lagos with a law degree and had been called to the Nigerian bar. Before his recent appointment, he was a member of the Legislative Assembly of the province representing the district of Edmonton Southwest after winning the 2019 Alberta general election. Kikelomo Lawal, newly appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. The graduate of Harvard Law School was just recently the Chief Legal Officer, Ombudsman, and Corporate Secretary at Interact Corporation and has over 20 years of progressive leadership experience, including legal expertise as both a trial and transactional lawyer. Lawal is also a strong advocate for inclusion, speaking regularly on the importance of inclusion across multiple dimensions, including gender, race, ethnicity, and life experience. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was appointed Minister of Finance for the Federal Republic of Nigeria in July 2011. She previously served as the Managing Director of the World Bank. She also organized several World Bank initiatives to assist low-income countries. Okonjo-Iweala was educated at Harvard University and has a PhD in Regional Economics and Development from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
She is a recipient of many awards, such as the Time Magazine's European Hero of the Year Award 2004, Euromoney Magazine 2005, Global Finance Minister of the Year, and more. In 2006, she was named by Forbes magazine as one of 100 most powerful women in the world. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is currently a candidate for the post of the Director General of the World Trade Organization. She has been endorsed by President Muhammadu Buhari. To these individuals and many more Nigerians breaking records, we say the motherland is proud of you.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
It's that time again, and we're on our marks, set and ready to go with topical issues to trash out. Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. And as you know, there is never a dull moment on The Advocate. I'll be hitting the tracks by crusading for our looted funds to be returned back to the country, which could be some form of amnesty. Rukewe, our women rights advocate, joins us virtually and she speaks on the recently distributed COVID-19 vaccines. She's asking, which way Nigeria? Our First Lady, Treasure, will be talking about fixing our politics. Evans is definitely shaking tables as he speaks on the Nigerian woman. Are they safe? We'll find out in his advocacy. And lastly, our seasoned journalist, Jumoke, as always, she's asking, should we sell Aso Rock? In fact, who collects rent money for Aso Rock? Now, wow, I can't wait to hear this particular one. Nigeria, my beloved country. We'll be back in a moment.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Let them bring the money. Now, this is going to be very controversial, but then my preference is not to run away from controversies, but to confront them. If it doesn't lead us in the direction of what we should do, it may at least make us understand what we should not contemplate doing. And I speak on a suggestion for a government program to persuade Nigerians who took our money to voluntarily bring some of those monies back to the country as some form of restitution in return for amnesty. Aha! You see now why it is controversial. It's like I'm asking for us to take some steps that will encourage citizens to steal our money and then bring it back home in return for forgiveness while they go enjoy the rest of the loot peacefully. Well, as if that is not what we already do in a more convoluted and grossly inefficient manner. The suggestion indeed raised a strong moral question, but rather than run away from that question, we should confront it. According to a Chatham House report in 2019, an estimated $582 billion has been stolen from Nigerians since independence. In today's money, that comes to about 4 trillion every year. To put that in context, and rather simplistically, I must say the capital expenditure budget for this year is 2.47 trillion. At 50% funding, we'll be lucky to close with 1.5 trillion performance. Meanwhile, some people are taking 4 trillion out of the system. So while the entire nation grapples with 1.5 trillion borrowed money to fund capital expenditure, a handful of Nigerians take 4 trillion away every year. We have been on the prosecution of Maina for about 7 years. We don't know when that prosecution will end, if it will end. We have been speaking about the extradition of a former Minister of Petroleum for the past 5 years. Dasuki Gate is still in court. The former head of service case is still in court. And so are many corruption cases that have been in the court since OBJ days. When will they be concluded? At what cost? What will be the eventual judgment? If found guilty, and that is a big if, by the way, what will eventually be the judgment? And how much of the loot are we likely to be able to recover after 10 to 20 years of prosecution? This is what makes me think there may indeed be a case to review our approach to the issue of recovering funds already looted from us. At the current state of our system, I am not sure we have the capacity to bring a citizen who stole correct money to justice. Just take a look at the past 4 decades, and the answer is there blowing in the winds. What did you see? Okay, what about monies that have not been looted yet? Again, drawing from the Chatham House report, we can increase our capital expenditure by 4 trillion in real cash terms annually without borrowing by simply blocking the looting of our Commonwealth. Thus, the focus of our anti-corruption policy must shift from catching them after they have taken the money and then prosecuting them for the next decade. Rather, we must prevent them from being able to steal. My advocacy. We need to revisit our approach to getting back our looted funds. And we should not be averse to unconventional ways, including some form of amnesty, as part of the pool of opinions. On the other side, we should dedicate 80% of our corruption fight to prevention and only 20% to catching and prosecuting looters for decades. Our current approach is not working.
Prevention. Keyword. Prevention.
To add to your list, maybe we should also involve deities.
If we can.
Because you talk about us not running away from unconventional means. So why don't we involve traditional practice or using some of the deities to recover these funds?
If you
or
work.
Applying spiritism. Since physical operation is failing us. I'm just
that's a weird one. You know Metu's case has been sent back for retrial, for
Yes.
example. After 5 years in the court process, retrial will start. Maybe after retrial, we will go to appeal. After appeal again, we'll go to Supreme Court. When will it end?
No,
How much money will be left by the time it ends?
When they say retrial, a lot of times is just to abandon the case. Because I remember Senator Ojikalu, his case was also sent for retrial. Is he being tried again?
His own case is even worse. He spent 13 years in the court system.
Before he was awarded 14 years and then sent out, you know.
Okay, so what this present administration sold us during election was that they were going to rid the country of corruption. But have we really truly seen this happen? I recall that at some point last week, I asked myself, the way this country is going or borrowing, it doesn't look like 3 generations after us will be able to pay up. Okay, so this is a country that the same Okonjo-Iweala, who's been celebrated globally, works for under OBJ and under Jonathan, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they had paid up all our debts.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're back as debtors.
Yes.
And all the people who looted us, see, we have been looted
Yes,
as a people.
And re-looted.
And re-looted as a people are there,
They are
just lounging every day.
Taking new positions, sitting in the Senate, sitting everywhere.
Rukewe.
It's very interesting. I liked what Bola has said. Prevention is actually much cheaper than cure. And we haven't really done anything to do anything prevention in our looting system, if you will. Like you said, the politicians, they're recycled and there's no real justice. Even when they are caught red-handed, they have lawyers, they keep going to court and the system just, it's crazy. Now, I know that they try to seize assets and even the asset seizing people, even they're now looters apparently. I heard, Magu is already being prosecuted as well. So who is checking? Where is the check in the system? Buhari ran on corruption, anti-corruption, and it's been said that probably this is the most corrupt of all the governments that have because everything is really, really abysmal. Nothing is working in Nigeria. And of course, all the monies that are brought, they've not been brought back. And if they were, we haven't seen it. And you're talking 4 trillion, these amounts are staggering. Anyways, we need to find a system, independent system, not necessarily from the government. Like the other time we talked in the advocate, we have chartered accountants, accounting firms that can trace the money, that can plug the leakages in the civil service, in all forms of government. There's leakages every day in the hospitals, in the what's it called, in the school systems, the school board. In fact, I heard they used how much to feed children the other day, and there was no evidence that it was properly spent. So this is where the problem is, plugging it from the root and holding people accountable when they do steal. Nothing has been done to show that we're serious. In China, you'll be hanged. In Russia,
because it looks like there are untouchables.
Yeah.
And so when the untouchables are behind the looting, then you can elongate their cases in court until you think the people have forgotten, and then you just give them a slap on the wrist and then they go away.
The government always remembers to remind us of China when they're talking about clapping down on the freedoms of the people, like the internet and things.
But they don't
never remember how they handled corruption of government personnel. And then I remember under Minister Obi Ezekwesili, we had due diligence. I wonder what happened.
Due process.
Yeah. We used to call her Madam Due Process. I wonder what happened to due process in our procurement in government now. Because
it's changed to do the needful, doing the needful now. You know what that means? That means corruption.
Wow.
You understand?
So we have gone from due diligence to doing the needful.
Needful, yes. One of the former ministers said that. I'm sure you know who said that. When she said we'll do the needful. And that was, for me, code word for corruption.
Thank you. Well, Rukewe is up next after the...
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it. I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today I'm asking the COVID-19 vaccine, to be trusted or not. On Tuesday, December 8th, a lady made history. 90-year-old Margaret Keenan of Coventry in the United Kingdom became the first person in the world to be given the Pfizer COVID-19 jab as part of a mass vaccination program. Millions more are planned to be vaccinated. And indeed, the UK government has ordered 40 million doses of this same vaccine. And so there you have it. We have a vaccine. And as this week, it has been rolled out in many, many countries, including the United States and in Canada, where I'm speaking to you from. So we know from science that the testing and vaccination are the 1-2 punch to end this pandemic. And Americans and Canadians, we have been promised that by June 2021, according to our public health officials, we'll have everyone vaccinated who wants to take the vaccine. So which way Nigeria? Any sign of the vaccine yet? Just yesterday, our minister came on to say that they're still talking about which vaccine to get and whatnot, and nothing concrete has been discussed. If it works as expected, tests have shown 95% efficacy, and then the days of COVID are indeed numbered, and there is indeed light at the end of the tunnel. The metaphoric expression, light at the end of the tunnel, is apt considering the dark shadow COVID has cast over our lives in the last few months. But how do we know that this light is not a speeding train barraging down the tunnel to crash into everyone? The other day, someone posted below a meme in my WhatsApp group, 40 years worth of research for HIV, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for cancer, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for malaria, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for the common cold. Where is the vaccine? Now, you want me to believe a vaccine for COVID is available after just a few months? Haba, no vaccine for me. Among the hundreds of ridiculous conspiratorial theories out there, there are a few that are worth mentioning. Novel coronavirus was planted to build the 5G network. The COVID vaccine will alter a person's DNA. Mr. Gates, former Microsoft CEO, will launch human implantable capsules that become digital certificates, which can show who has been tested for the coronavirus, who has been vaccinated against it, and gather more information about you. Number 4, COVID is not worse than the flu. I don't take the flu vaccine, so no reason to take the COVID vaccine. Such myths and misinformation have led to a lot of people to refuse to even consider taking the vaccine. So to date, Nigeria has not released any concrete plan, logistics, or in fact, the government, how they want to acquire the vaccine. Like you said, they keep talking, they're talking to this and this and that, but nothing concrete. And we know that the vaccine, at least one particular type, needs very deep freeze cold chain, and there's not a single deep cold chain of minus 80 degrees centigrade in Nigeria, not one. So other countries have ordered 10 billion doses against COVID from AstraZeneca, Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, and even Gamaleya by all of them. And we haven't mentioned what we have pre-ordered. I can tell you, for example, 700 million doses have been ordered by the United States and the European Union, and even India ordered 500 million doses. And in Africa, Egypt ordered 30 million doses. So how many million doses has Nigeria ordered? We haven't got any concrete thing till now. Now, advocacy, therefore, is for the Nigerian government to copy the gold standards seen elsewhere in our world, and for the NCDC to inspire confidence by widely publicizing the gains of vaccinations, and by top government officials like our elderly, sometimes sickly president, volunteering along with frontline workers as the first in line to take the jab, to make Nigerians know that it's safe and indeed protect us against this deadly virus.
Thanks, Ukewe. You've made an example of an elderly sitting president to take the jab first. That would be fantastic. You should lead by example. After all, the measure of leadership is influence.
Yes.
Nothing less, nothing more. So the president should lead by taking the jab first. It's Ukewe, she said it.
My fear is that in Nigeria, the government have no strategy to to preserve the people and keep them away from hunger and poverty,
Ew.
sickness and diseases. They have not been able to do that. Now, coronavirus is a higher dimension of a danger, okay? As we speak, there's no strategy for now because we're only told that the federal government will acquire the vaccines. How will it be distributed in a country where we have tribal issues? You have to know man, you have to sort yourself, pay your way through to get yourself treated and all that. How exactly are we going to have this distributed? What is the strategy? What are the measures being put in place for the proper distribution of these drugs? We don't know anything yet.
Let's say Jumoke.
Evans is talking like we are in a hurry to take the vaccine. We are not.
That's another part of the story.
Why you people are queuing up? We are standing at the back.
No, but the vaccine is important.
We agree with you. Go and take it first.
Bolahon, what do you think?
Well, I think
we can
just,
incentivize some people to take it. If
let's
we
hear
say we're
from
giving out
Bolahon.
money,
Let's
a lot
hear
of
from
people
Bolahon
queue up.
when you talk about a population of 200 million people, the views will not be the same. So there are Nigerians who are ready today to take the vaccine if the vaccine is actually available. And as a matter of fact, we won't be able to provide 200 million vials of the vaccine. So if it's only 20, what is important is the plan, the priorities. Who are on the priority list?
Elderly.
And how are we, because for now, one of the vaccines requires certain unusual temperatures to preserve them.
Yes.
Do we have the facility with those temperatures? Those are some of the issues we need to deal with before even talking about getting the vaccine. If we get the vaccine today, it will go to waste.
Well,
the reality.
My solution is to allow the president, his ministers, the National Assembly, all our elderly
who are
take
not the
it.
Sorosuke generation.
Let them just take the vaccine. President, lead by example.
It appears that you are more scared of the vaccine than the coronavirus.
Exactly.
They constitute the risk group, high risk group. So they should lead by example.
That's all.
Anyway, I'm up next after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you don't talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It's time to fix Nigeria's politics. Well, for a while, I've bemoaned the sorry state of governance in this nation. I've told the story of our national problems and challenges for weeks here. And just when you think you've seen it all, one wakes up to another foolish policy. How should one explain the decision to biometrically register about 50 million people in 2 weeks in the middle of a pandemic and over the holidays? To paraphrase Nonso Obikili on Twitter, he says, and I quote, it's an act of economic self-sabotage in an attempt to destroy the telecom sector that has grown steadily in the last 5 years. Isn't this also a way to start the year in chaos? How do you do 2 weeks to biometrically, register people? Well, today I'm sharing the story of a solution, one of the outstanding ones Nigerian citizens are coming up with in order to create a country worth living for themselves and their unborn. Former presidential candidate and co-convener Bring Back Our Girls, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, launched #FixPolitics in November 2020. It parades many bright brains in Nigeria from all sectors. But what excites me most about the initiative is its School of Politics, Policy and Governance, in collaboration with Hertie School of Governance in Germany. This, to me, is critical to transforming the political ecosystem and governance at all levels in Nigeria. It's like saying enough is enough. If you want to have a stake, then come for knowledge. Now, the school is a world-class virtual academic education initiative. It offers a 21st century type disruptive thinking leadership program. It's looking to train 5,000 new political leaders in 5 years. The school is technologically enabled and promises a 6-month, 70%, 30% mix of virtual and physical classroom curriculum. And I'm one of the pilot team. We've been receiving lectures, and sessions on a range of topics related to politics. I can tell you it's exciting. It's designed to transform the political system in Nigeria for good governance, for good. It answers the critical question on how to become 21st century politicians with character, competence, and capacity. It seeks to elevate the office of the citizen. Let me share my experience with you. 3 quick takes. First, it offers an unconventional approach to learning about politics, policy, and governance. We learned how the difference between the parliamentary and the presidential system and the functions of a party, a political party, and many more. Now, you can approach your career armed with strategy and a combination of street wisdom and knowledge with formal knowledge in politics and policy making. It is analytically and empirically relevant to solving our peculiar complex development problems. Secondly, it prepares you to run for elective offices at state and federal levels in legislative and executive offices, so that starting from 2023, the electorate can have top quality choices of candidates. Thirdly, if you have a commitment to public service, this is a transformative opportunity. It seeks to equip you with intellectual and professional capability to solve critical political, policy, and governance challenges facing Nigeria. If you seek and desire to be part of the solution, then join this team. We shouldn't be complaining all the time. #FixPolitics is an enabler to produce a new political leadership class and support individuals on their way to becoming political leaders, irrespective of their political parties. The first cohort will commence in January. Will I be there? Will you be there? It's time to actively fix Nigeria's politics.
It's funny how I never anticipated that I would become as political as I have become in the last 7 years. Because as a journalist, all I wanted to do was report, present, and do my business on the side and just enjoy my life as a Nigerian. But when everything that happens in government and through governance, enables your life, encourages good welfareism, or inhibits your livelihood, you become an activist. And therefore, every Nigerian has to be actively involved in politics, from doing our own parts as individuals. If you work in the public system or the private system, ensuring that you're not cheating the next person, you're not stealing from them, because it's the microcosm of the bigger society that we are, in terms of we are the ones who eventually become government. They don't come from Ghana or Togo, So if we fix ourselves, we can then fix politics, because then I'm not going to be going into political office to enrich myself and my family. It will be really to serve. But what we have now, and a lot of people say it's not our fault, is how Nigeria was amalgamated. It wasn't amalgamated to succeed. If that is true, we need to sit together and say, how do we move the country forward with all of us participating, not you and I deciding for everyone else.
Right.
You know?
I think this advocacy is very critical. Critical in the sense that it is like the fulcrum of our socio-economic existence. And it's one that every one of us, because every man is political. Politics is embedded in man from creation. So we have come to a point where everyone must come up. Because if you look at what is happening, I am 40 years as I speak. I don't know what good governance is. I've never seen good governance since I was born. I shouldn't die like this. No, this is protest. This is protest. I don't know what good governance is. The only time I saw what was when I read in government textbook that this is how a country should be managed and this is the kind of political system you should have. But I've never seen it before. Imagine dying like this.
It will happen in this your lifetime. You know, I like the structured approach that Obi is putting into this for people who are now showing interest to get more involved and understand that particular space. Because another thing that scares people away is the fact that they don't understand the space. And if you don't understand something, the tendency is to just hands off. And we need to extend that even into the education space. I attended a secondary school where we have student representative council, where we appoint speakers, where our prefects campaign to be elected. There is a speech day. You know, so as a Form 1 student, I was representing my Form 1 on that student representative council in secondary school. Now, whatever took all of that away, I don't know.
And must have gone to a federal government school.
Let's take Rukewe.
Yes. Well, I went to federal government school because I recognize what you're saying. But the truth is, everything starts with education. When you put the right seeds inside the minds of a child, they will grow very good products. So it's really obvious to me that we really haven't gotten it right from inception. Our school system is really not adequate at the moment, where the public sector, public schools, if you will, are not properly funded. So people send their children to private schools and whatever agenda it is. We had this amalgamation she talked about. Well, everybody in Nigeria came to those schools. They put quotas for the North and the East and all that, with the quotas for the North being lower. But we learned to live as brothers. Even some of my closest friends today are from the North and have never been to the North.
Yeah, Rukewe, we learn to live as brothers. That will be your punchline as we move on. Right.
we did. And the truth is, we're not really living like that now. There's so many interests, there's so much divide, be it religion, be it tribalism, and all sorts of divide. And so we're not acting in love anymore.
Well, our advocacy will be incomplete without your contributions as we read through your comments on our social media platforms. Temilade Alamudu says, on our last advocacy, Nigerians need reorientation of mindset for nation building, starting from our primary education, family units, and from grassroots. And we Nigerian citizens, legislative, judiciary, and executive arms of government must agree to put in effective systems of government and policies that can build a nation regardless of political parties. Also, Julius Owoye says, ask yourself how many languages in Europe and how many countries in Europe. That is what should be as well applicable in order to solve Nigeria's endemic problems from its inception. We thank you, Temilade Alamudu and Julius Owoye, for your comments. Do continue to participate with us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com /The Advocates. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. After the break, Evans is back from his visit to Rabai. He's advocating for the protection of the Nigerian woman. Evans had better get this right.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The
people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
A fortnight ago, I visited Rabbi, and by providence, a conversation ensued about why women are gradually becoming an endangered species in our communities, stuck in the clairvoyant metrics of slut-shaming in a more prone society like Nigeria as they face fierce existential threats. I believe this conversation is critical, so I have made it my advocacy for this week, protecting the Nigerian woman. The world is simply filled with diverse stories of gender-based violence, sexual abuse, social conflict. We are inundated with the gory reality that the world is challenged. In the face of every challenge in human history, in times of war, economic distress, pandemic, displacement occasioned by insurgencies, and the failure of governance, women are often the worst hit in the social violence chain. Armed conflict in Africa have seen more women raped and children defiled than any other incident in the world. Violence unleashed against women and children during this time accounts for the world's biggest challenge. Whilst the world struggled to contain the increasing scale of violence, economic conflict in larger parts of the world have instigated more violence against women like never before. In Nigeria, children are being abducted from schools, marriages are going down the drain, and there are no particular strategy or strategic remedies in the scheme of things. In recent times, women are resorting to self-help as the last option, among other things, as a way of protesting against the ugly trend. So the aforesaid explain why women are constantly stabbing their male counterparts. The use of violence to contain violence will bring us all to a halt. And in the face of a breakdown of law and order, more women will be put into worse violent condition. Why I do not endorse violence from any gender, I will advocate, therefore, that men and women must be conscious of this menace and get involved in the crusade to eliminate all kinds of violence against women. I am not unmindful of the obvious fact that abuse and extreme violence is high amongst women as it could be found everywhere else. The propellant of these vices are not gender-based anymore. A survey has it that in same-sex relationship, mostly of the lesbian contraption, studies have seen more abuse and extreme violence among women. This is not to say that men are exculpated. Men contribute hugely to the record, and so we must face it. We must stand in between the gap and reshape the instigators of this social conflict, develop a new social order that will leave us with the truths that every man is a biological compartment of a woman, that violence against women may force humanity into extinction, that man is a constituent agent of a natural principle called the woman, that the deliberate twist of this natural order explains why sociology has sunk miserably. Every woman should be protected. Protect the woman around you. She is the future of the human race in the value chain of civilization, industrialization, and productivity. The woman must be allowed to aspire to her full potentials, where she comparatively have a polity to live in. And if that polity must have any meaning at all, it must be that the culture that represses women and their voices must be expunged from our social totem. Pledge today to protect the Nigerian woman around you. And in so doing, we will have preserved and protected the world. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Yes, I love this advocacy.
Wow.
I'm going to come to
Evans for
I have to
president.
Yes.
So the women will
is
vote.
my favorite.
Evans for president.
Yes, yes. This is my favorite topic, so jumping. Women. It's all about us. The truth is, a woman's rights is actually human rights, and Evans captured that beautifully, that women and men are intertwined. And in our country, in Nigeria today, we still don't have equal rights for women. All over the world, we talk about rights for women. And women are real victims in any violent situation. I'm talking, like you said, in wars, in conflicts, you see that women really bear the brunt of it. And a woman is actually the first teacher of a child. And so women will raise both females and males. And so a woman that is protected and has adequate resources will give the best for the nation, for the generation. And so I can't get more excited about this topic as a female politician in Nigeria, where we are being marginalized every day, and our patriarchal society that doesn't give women enough quotas or voice. I've talked about this on this advocacy so many times, how we can make things better to represent women so that the woman will actually have a rightful place in society.
Right.
We are really, what's it called? Where we are point of almost extinction if we don't do this seriously.
You're not to extinction. You are everywhere.
Let's hear from Gbolahan. No, you're not talking yet, Jumoke. Let's hear from Gbolahan.
You know, this issue of inequality with women has a very long history. And it developed in the early ages when physical strength was what drives survival. So the men are physically stronger generally. So in the hunter-gatherer days, they took the fall. Now, in today's age, what we have is a system that is driven more by capacity, the mental capacity, no longer the physical capacity any longer. Yeah. So the raw strength has taken a backstage for the brain. And when it comes to brain, there is no difference in the capacity of a woman or a man to develop or to use the brain.
What I want to quickly chip in. What I want to quickly chip in, because of time, what I want to quickly chip in is what Evan said about same-sex relationships and marriages, and the fact that there is more violence amongst the women in same-sex relationship. That's something I'd like to tease further. How generalized is that? Is it that there is more violence in a same-sex relationship involving women than the heterosexual one? You have kick-started that, and I'm going to check that out.
Yeah. Okay, to protect the Nigerian woman is actually the forte of the Nigerian woman, because it is women who are the enablers of patriarchy.
Right, you're right.
This is what I suffered in my husband's house. I had 11 children. She just only had 3. Why is she shouting? What's there? Oh, they shaved my own head though. She must shave her head. Rukewe was talking about women being marginalized in politics. When Sarah Jubri was coming out every day, how many women voted her? You people that refuse to support yourselves. So until women come together, because again, we have the numbers. If we came together and said, oh, we're going to drop 1,000 naira, we're going to form our own political party. The
Which
next
I am for
president
that. Jumokele's
is
did
a
it.
woman.
It won't work.
We'll chuck out Gbolahan and Evans.
No, I will come in skirts now. That's very easy. I will shave and come in
No, you
skirts.
can't add boys. Okay, you have to.
The numbers improved though in this last election, let me tell you.
You are not adding
There was
your
a lot
voice.
that
We are
was done
going home.
to have more women, but still it wasn't enough.
I want to talk about the Benue State case that just happened, where a man had to beat the woman physically to a point of blood and all that.
That popular.
So what I'm saying is that beating a woman is exposing a man's wretchedness, because it is practically wrong for a man to physically, emotionally, or whatsoever
Unleash that Stone Age passion
on the woman. It is
Right.
wrong, and I think men should take a clue from this and desist
I
from
celebrate you. I celebrate you. Evans. Thank you. I celebrate you.
Okay, up next, right after the break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slum.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Did you know that Nigeria budgets to pay rent for Aso Villa yearly? Who is our landlord? Who is in Aso Rock? The presidential villa was built with taxpayers' money, but we pay rent to an unknown landlord. We've been asking this question for years. Maybe we'll get an answer before the 2021 budget is finally passed. But now, our landlady, the wife of the president, has relocated to Dubai. Will the president finally agree that Nigeria is no longer safe? But what will Alhaji Mohammed, Nigeria's Minister of Information, say this time? I know he reacts quickly to fake news. Will he tell us this is just a figment of our imaginations too? The APC youth have thrown in the towel. They claim they can no longer defend this government, particularly with President Buhari choosing to visit his cattle rather than families of abducted schoolboys in Kankara, Katsina, while he's on a private visit to Katsina himself. I assumed going home on a private visit was to avoid being embarrassed by the National Assembly that had invited the president to answer questions on the state of insecurity across the country. But to be in Katsina and not go to commiserate with the governor and families whose children were abducted is morally unacceptable for the father of the nation. His predecessor, who he criticizes so much for insecurity, would at least show up, show face, and make promises. And Patience Jonathan never absconded. Is this a sign that Nigeria is definitely more insecure than it was under President Jonathan? If the first family is absconding and relegating responsibility, who is in Aso Rock then? Where will Nigerian citizens run to if the president's family aren't safe in the country, with the security apparatus at their beck and call? My advocacy today is to agree with Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State that what Nigeria needs is security and restructuring, rather than keep borrowing money from everywhere, even the pensions fund as suggested by Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State, to sustain states that are no longer economically viable under our present arrangements. Nigeria needs to sell Aso Rock and let everyone go back to their regions to seek prosperity and security of lives based on each region's resources and potentials. Nigerian lives have deteriorated in the last 21 years. We can't keep doing the same thing. Do you agree we should sell Aso Rock?
Yes.
I disagree.
I like that. And government should be
No,
part-time,
but if you have
not
somebody
full-time.
like Evans at 40 who has not seen
Good governance,
then
Yes.
why do we have
In 40 years.
In 40 years.
It's the building,
Except
the
what he read
problem.
in
I don't think that the building is the problem. The Yorubas will say,
No, but
"Ọmọ
truly-
tí a kò kọ́ ni
But
yóò
we're
gbé
paying
ilé tí a
rent
kọ́
for
tán."
that building.
Maybe
No,
we
but
should-
truly,
We have
the
money.
American president pays for his rent in the White House.
Yeah.
No, he pays to the state.
He pays to the state.
Yeah.
Do we do the same thing here?
No.
Since we're
No.
calling
No, the
this
landlord.
presidential
We have the
system.
landlord. Oh.
Our own landlord, we don't know.
We don't know who the
Who is-
landlord is.
Who is the landlord?
We don't know.
I am not sure I've seen, I've done
I think we
extensive
should
work on the
deregulate
Nigerian
Aso Rock.
budget,
Let's-
and I'm not sure I've seen rent as an item on that list. That is
Have you
No,
seen
but,
2021?
but there's presidential.
I've done an analysis of at least for 8 or 9 years of Nigerian budget.
I've seen it
Go and
twice.
check again.
I've seen it twice.
Well, there's rent.
Let
There's
me-
rent.
Let
There's
me
rent.
let me now talk on
But there's no
some of the
landlord.
other issues that were mentioned.
Right,
You see,
right.
when I get confused about certain issues, I try to personalize it to make sense out of it.
Okay.
So when I heard that the president went to see his cattle, I have a 14-year-old boy too, and I'm asking myself, oh, he could have been in that school. So
Can you
if
imagine?
he is part, God forbid, if he's part of the people that got kidnapped,
Can-
will I go to check cattle
Laila.
in that? So, and that brought it clearly to my face that something is seriously
Seriously wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. Let us deregulate Aso Rock, like she said. Advocacy. We can decentralize it. Let's move back to our regions, our various states.
restructuring.
Let's develop
The government is
governance
too big.
from native intelligence
government.
and from the roots. And then let's contribute to whatever it is left of the center. Therefore, we'll have a prosperous future where to stand on. Like in my place, there's no federal government presence in Ndokwa Okwane land.
Oh, you have a jail.
As we speak.
They have a prison.
The only thing we have is a federal prison that was built before 1960. And this is terrible.
Right, okay, well, let's take you. What's your
The
take?
funny thing is, in Canada, we have provinces, and there's no central anything. And each province self-auto-regulates. We create our own income. For example, I'm a physician in Toronto. I'm also a physician in Saskatchewan. I have 2 separate licenses, two separate boards. So each state, if you will, we will call province, generates their own income for themselves. And there's no central government where we're paying anything to. We do pay taxes to the central government.
there are federal
but
taxes
You must still pay your state taxes. So bottom line is, our government in Nigeria is not working for us. It's too large, and people are too divided across the country. And you cannot look after me in Ugweru from Abuja. It's not possible. How would you know what my problems are? You understand? So this is where the problem is. We need to restructure our government. The style that we're doing is not working for us.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Okay, for me, first of all, how do you even plan to take away more than 300 students from school. And our security apparatus, as it is, could not do intelligence work, did not get to know. And then more than a week after, we've been doing talk shops. Talking, governor of the Katsina state talking, police not talking, the military not talking. Nothing is going on, you're just talking. No action that this is what we have done. And that's what I'm asking the government today on the show. What have you done to recover these children?
So we
Treasure, that American that was taken from Niger to Nigeria, was it not you that talked about it last time, Bola?
Yeah.
How long did it take to recover the American? They knew exactly his location, one person.
Correct.
Then you take 300 people and nobody can see anything. Does that make any sense?
It definitely says to us
That
that
was show-
Nigeria is not working the way it
of the
is.
federal
Nigeria
government
is
said
not
only
being
10
governed. That's
Yeah.
what it means.
It's an ungoverned space.
Yeah, who is in Asoro?
It's an ungoverned space.
It's not even about who is in Asoro, but who is in charge.
Who is in charge?
Who is in
Asoro
charge?
is the house of,
It's just a
house of
building.
government.
That's just a
Who is
building.
in
you know,
charge?
to be honest,
Really,
it's just a building.
really
But who is in
preposterous.
charge? Who is giving the orders? It is not just about, oh, how bad, how sad. Oh, we will work to bring the children. What have you
We will
done?
leave no stone
The song is,
unturned.
what have you done for me lately?
The president condemned.
He's in shock.
300
The president is in
Imagine.
shock. How can you take 300 children while I'm in Katsina and all my security apparatus is around here?
No one saw anything.
It is well with us. Okay. It is time to draw the curtains on this week's episode of The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. You can also catch up with previous broadcasts on plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time, same station. Please keep advocating for a better Nigeria. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, greet them in Canada.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
welcome. Merry Christmas. And thank you for joining us on The Breakfast this morning. My name is Felicity Ezewike. We start saying Merry Christmas today.
Is that what the law
It's
says?
the new rule.
Oh, okay. Merry Christmas.
Felicity Ezewike. Merry Christmas.
Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Another very, well, not bright yet, but a very interesting morning. Second day as we step closer and closer to the official Christmas day. And I hope that you're getting yourself ready somehow, some way. Unfortunately, we're back in a lockdown again, and I'm not sure how this is going to really affect the Christmas.
Well, they're saying it's not a total lockdown, but it is a lockdown of some sort. Theaters and places of worship, restrictions to 50 persons. We'll be taking a look at that on The Breakfast this morning. Before we go talking about all the things we'll be talking about this morning, please, are you seeing what I'm seeing on this man's
Doesn't
head?
it look good on me? And it fits my tie, so I heard.
He's trying to bring the Christmas cheer by force to all of us. So yes, it is the Christmas season, and please find a reason to be cheerful.
Find a reason to smile this morning. I like she said, it's not a total lockdown, but it will definitely affect some businesses here and there. For those people who earlier in the year, because I am sure I was one of those people who had said, oh, COVID is only going to last a month or 2 months and then we're going to be fine. And then some others had said by 2021, when COVID is gone, but it doesn't look very likely. No, now we're talking...
A new strand is out in the UK. The transmission rate is even worse than the current one that we have. We'll be talking about that really in detail. We'll also be talking about the 2021 budget that has been passed by the Senate. And the question that quickly came to my mind when I saw the story was, the budget for 2020 has been extended to March 2021, and now we have a budget for 2021. How are we going to marry the two and then go back to the conversation about the January-December cycle, which they made efforts to comply with as the National Assembly? But we have somebody who really knows these things to join us and shed more light on it.
Absolutely. The government always tries to stick with the January to December cycle, regardless of how it affects, the economy and affects people. But, one thing that, I'm sure that I would bring up this morning is how does this budget reflect what we currently are dealing with as a country and as an economy? And of course, a pandemic. Does the budget in any way cover our plans to lift Nigerians out of poverty, to help Nigerians survive better during a pandemic? Or it's, the same Nigerian budget,
I'm sorry, your heart is distracting me so much. We'll also be talking about the NIN office almost mob situation where people were flouting COVID-19 rules, and the NIMC management had to, shut down for the day because, we have a situation on our hands. The question again arises, why the sudden deadline of 2 weeks? Now they've extended that deadline further. Why did they not think about it before now? All of these we'll be taking a look at on The Breakfast this morning.
Looks like it's going to be a very interesting Tuesday. So join us with our very bright, super excited energy this morning. And we wish you a great day ahead.
Heart. I can't stop talking about it.
This is the Christmas spirit. It's the Christmas season. So enjoy all of it as much as you can. We have the newspaper review coming up next.
Yes.
What stories are making the headlines this morning?
Now we'll kick off from there with Chris Wandu to stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome once again to The Breakfast. We're going straight into our news review. We call it Off the Press. It's where we have a quick conversation of the major stories making headlines across the country this morning. And we've invited once again Mr. Chris Wandu, the publisher of CKN News, to quickly join us and share his thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning to you, sir.
Okay, as soon as he does, I understand we don't have him connected yet.
Okay.
As soon as he is connected, we will bring him live to you. But before he does, let's start with the Sun, Daily Sun newspaper this morning. Just beside the masthead, you'll be seeing court refuses to stop Ohaneze election. I mean, even units we can't put together. How do we hope to put together a country? Court refuses to stop Ohaneze election. A scribe rejects electoral committee. Ex-envoy joins race for secretary. As fear of second wave of COVID-19 spreads, bleak Christmas as FG slams fresh restrictions. We did allude to that in our intro. A couple of writers are underneath that headline. Schools to remain closed, may impose travel ban on UK. I don't know why the probability clause there may. It doesn't, there shouldn't be a may about it. Other countries are putting up travel ban just to be on the safe side. But yes, let's see what happens in the coming days. And like we told you earlier, it is captured here in the Daily Sun. Nightclubs, bar, recreation centers shut. Religious gatherings suspended. That one is going to cause some, what's the word now? I'm looking for the right word. I can't get it. It doesn't seem like I have the right word in my head. It's just going to cause some trouble. Let me use that.
Which of them now, the religious gatherings or the...
Because there was a lot of, opposition to the shutdown of churches. I don't see them taking it lying low if it gets down to it. But the reality is we do have a situation on our hands, and we must do what we need to do to survive.
I mean, but I also... couple of times that I attended, I went to church after the lockdown, and when it was okay to go to service again, they seem to be complying very well.
Yeah, not all the churches. Well, I did notice that after the first few weeks, we went back to business as usual. You see people, of course, they're doing their thing. They have their face mask on, but it's under their chin.
Yeah, but my observation. And of course, I didn't go to all the churches, but the one that I attend, there was a very strict observance to physical distancing. I mean, I've been on schedule every Sunday for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So, but before that, I did, and there was, always social distancing, and it was never, full capacity. There was always a lot of space. There's hand washing on the outside, sanitizing, all around the church, and so I don't know about those very big churches. I wouldn't call their names, but there's some really big ones that when they have crusades and they have these, every now and then they have crusades like the one that we had on screen 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. For those type of crusades, for those type of events, maybe yes, those ones should stop. But
normal religious gathering, you're one of those that support Sunday that service, it should continue.
It's not. I feel that it can be controlled. That's the way that I feel.
Let's see what government says in the coming days. But as far as I'm concerned, we still have a situation, and whatever directive that our health agencies recommend that we should comply with.
Absolutely.
Not because of sentiment, but because it is something, I mean, nobody really knows. Yes, we have vaccines, and we see that some people are reacting. It hasn't come to Africa yet. What would be our own unique reaction to the vaccines that was done abroad? I mean, so many things that is unknown. So please take the right part, be safe. I understand we have Chris Wandu on the line now. Mr. Wandu, good morning. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Can you hear us? Okay. We will fix that and get back. Still on the Daily Sun, there are more headlines here to mention. NIN, government extends period of registration, suspends USSD charges. Blasphemy, court orders IGP to release Bola, detained Facebook user. You might want to read that one. Details is on page 28 of the paper. Still on there, Boko Haram, again, Zulum blasts military. Christmas, Igbo groups protest extortion of travelers by security agents. And then NDDC, protesting Ijaw youths block east-west road. Do we have him now? Hello, Mr. Wandu, can you hear us now?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. That's a relief. We don't want to start the morning by having to, hold back and forth. So you're welcome to the breakfast. Let's just get things started. We've been looking at the Daily Sun newspaper, and the screamer here is Bleak Christmas as FG slams fresh restrictions. It's all about the fear of the second wave of COVID-19. What's your take on that?
Well, it's inevitable. If you look at what is happening across the globe, the United States, the United Kingdom, and other parts of Europe and other parts of the world, there seems to be a new wave, second wave of coronavirus. And even in Nigeria, recent reports has shown that some Nigerians have been dying of COVID-19. Recently, just a few days ago, we're looking at the Director General of National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. That is one. We also had recently, just about 24 hours ago, of a first-class king that died, although there has not been a formal press release from the palace. So those are just some of the prominent Nigerians that we know. Also, there's also a professor at the Nigerian Defense Academy who also died a few days ago, and it was attributed to COVID-19. So those are the ones that I know. There are so many Nigerians that are dying from the second wave of COVID-19 that we don't even know. So I think this is the right time for the government to take the appropriate action to be able to curb all this. But my worry is that are the states really ready? Because it seems that after the first phase, all the states collapsed all the apparatus and they stopped testing and all the necessary things that they need to be doing and close up. And that in itself, I don't know how they're going to revive that as quickly as possible. Some governors are already, the governor of Lagos State is still in isolation. And some other governors, also, one or two governors also said to have been COVID-19 positive. So it is the right time for us to, and it's a festive period, and there will be movement of people moving from one part of the country to other, and that in itself may
increase the spike. Okay, let's get your thoughts on the government extending the registration period for national identity number.
The initial directive was a total joke for me. 2 weeks for people to register, over 200 million Nigerians to register for NIN. That was a joke, taken too far for me. I don't know why we always want to rush issues like this. Yes, I can understand government stance. The reason for this being maybe the rising insecurity across the country and the rest of them. But why are we rushing people? You are saying people should keep their distances, people should not, because the wave of COVID-19, now you are asking over 200 million Nigerians to now storm various registration points to register for that. And that in itself is a big problem. So that, how do we reconcile that? You saw what happened in Lagos, some of the pictures coming out of Lagos, where thousands of people were crammed together trying to do the registration. So we cannot be preaching one thing on with another hand and doing another thing entirely. So but it's good enough that it has been extended. It should be a continuous thing. I don't think there should be a time frame for this. The only problem I can understand that Nigerians, if you don't take such stance, most of them might not be able to register. We know what happened with the BVN until the banks and the government stood their ground and people's accounts were blocked. That was when Nigerians quickly rushed and get themselves registered.
All right.
But my
let's quickly move on.
My problem with this, on Parliament, yeah.
All right, let's quickly move on to the nation newspapers. Hopefully, this story might come up again and you might have time to also share your thoughts again. The Nation this morning is also talking about the COVID-19. It says COVID-19 spike. The federal government slams 5-week restrictions. It also says here, ASU mom, as Ngige raises hope of varsity reopening. The Olu of Warri, you earlier mentioned, Ogiame Ikenwoli passes on. It's also alleged that he died from COVID-19 complications. House to probe 19.2 billion naira rail rehabilitation contract. Court bars ICPC from ex-customs boss Diko's trial. Lawmakers raise budget 2021 estimates by 506 billion naira. We also have a few stories here. Oil plunges 5% on new coronavirus strain, and grabbers selling OAU land. I think I can just squeeze in one more. Of course, the rush for NIN in Lagos, Abuja, and others. These are the major ones that we can quickly share this morning. You can start with the budget. Of course, it's been raised by 506 billion naira. We earlier were speaking about the 2021 budget. What are your expectations? There are some figures in that budget that are a little frightening, especially the debt servicing of more than 3 trillion naira while we are still borrowing. But go ahead and share your thoughts on the 2021 budget, which was passed yesterday.
Yes, we know the way we treat issue of budget in Nigeria. Current expenditure, recurrent expenditure, and debt servicing. The problem I've always had is that at the end of it, by the time you take all this, you come to realize that there's practically nothing left for projects, infrastructure, which is supposed to be the key factor of every budget. Ours, we just use whatever funds we have to service there, and also to pay salaries and wages and the monuments of government officials that typically have little or nothing for capital projects. And that has always been the issue. That has been the norm just with this government, even with previous government. I think we should start thinking of how we can be able to make sure that our budget will be able to handle issue of capital projects, because that is what touches the life of the people, and not just the just paying salaries and monuments of government officials and rest of it. And for me, it's not just passing the budget. At the end of it all, we come to realize that yes, budgets are passed, but at the end of it all, what are the level of implementation? At the end of it, practically we implement less than 50% of the budget. So good on paper, but implementation has always been a problem. And I hope this will be a different budget entirely. Good enough it has been passed. That means that it will be signed into law before the new year by the president.
Okay, and as to strike once again, Chris Ngige is speaking with regards the possibility of reopening schools. It's almost a year since the strike started. We might as well just rule off 2020 with regard to education in Nigeria. But what are your quick thoughts on that one also?
I personally am tired of talking about us. I was on a TV program a few days back on another station. I was a guest with the president of ASU, and it was a heated debate where I was saying that it's high time that the government and the ASU should come to a compromise for the benefit of the students at home over close to 1 year now. And I was giving instances, but the ASU president seems to disagree with me. He was saying that, no, this is not personal, it's this and that. And I was trying to tell him that if they have the interest of the students, just like the federal government, some of the issues that they are holding tight to shouldn't be an issue. There should be a middle ground. It cannot be a win-win situation. And several times the government have come to say that, oh, I will be resumed very soon, and also to come back and say, no, we are not resuming. I think it's high time that both agencies, both government and ASU just come together and make sure that the students who are suffering severely for this, they've lost one academic session. Those in the private university are already moving on and have concluded a session and moving to the next session. While those in the federal and state universities are still gambling with this. I think there is need for us to just get this sorted out as quickly as possible so that they resume in January. All right. And I quickly want to talk about the court injunction bearing
ICPC
the investigation of former ICPC investigation of former chief of a custom. That is very strange to me. I wouldn't know reason for that, but it has become the norm. Don't forget that. I'll give you a practical example. What happened in Rivers State? You know that of a former governor of Rivers State, Peter Odili, whose case was stalled just because he got an injunction that that case should not be heard. And for years now, that case has meant that it is high time that our courts to start looking at some of these things and make sure that justice is done. And anybody find culpable of looting or allegedly should be brought to book. And we see what happened to issue of Metu, see what happened to issue of Senator Ojo Zokalo. We are technicalities, we are involved, and practically lost the case, and the case has to start like it. That is not the right way to fight corruption.
All right, let's see what we can do with The Guardian in the time left. We have the budget recapped here. We also have the scramble for identification numbers, so we'll just skip that and go look at the other ones. Underneath, at the very bottom of the front page of The Guardian, we have Reps probe 19.2 billion naira Eastern Railway line contract. We also see a new variant of COVID-19 may incapacitate current vaccines, experts warn. Fireme's rumored presidential ambition divides Ekiti APC. And then Zulum indicts army police over insecurity in Borno State. Let's start with that new variant of COVID-19. What comes to your mind when you hear this? And then we now have a new dimension. Experts warning that the current vaccine might not work with this new variant. How do we come about these diseases, I mean?
Well, I'm not a medical expert.
I know. I just want to hear your 2 cents on it.
But for me, yes. So, but on a more serious note, we should look at it from the point of, don't forget, a second vaccine has been approved in the US and is already, in fact, last night, the president, president-elect, President Biden of the US was able to get himself vaccinated and to show that this vaccine is working. And that, for me, is a positive one. I've also the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, also getting himself, getting the vaccine. I don't think we should be looking at the negative for now. I think that this vaccine should be pushed out as quickly as possible across the globe. My problem is that while the Western world is getting it right, I don't know what we in this part of the world are doing, especially in Africa. We are hearing that, it will be January, February, but be rest assured that the Western world will not send the vaccines to us until they make sure that their people are well, have gotten this vaccine. So that puts us in danger. And I hope that the federal government of Nigeria should do something as quickly as possible.
Well, the WHO has promised 20%. population coverage for all participating 92 countries in Africa. So
Exactly.
there is
Let
hope
me quickly
for
talk about
that.
the issue.
Yes. But let's quickly
The
look at...
governor of Borno State talking about me yesterday. You can see that he was very, 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 I'm very, very sad about the situation in Borno now, that he lambasted the army and the police, saying that they've been getting bribe. What they do is just stand on the road and take bribe rather than just doing their job. That is a big indictment on the police and the army. But funny enough, the governor came out just a few days ago to say that I commend them for the job they are doing. So to me, that seems contradictory. But in that situation around in Bologna is totally...
All right, in 30 seconds, if you please, the scramble for 2023, there are conversations here and there, candidates springing up, potential candidates, I beg your pardon, springing up everywhere. Now we have the conversation around Fayemi talking about rumored to have presidential ambition. In 30 seconds, isn't it too early?
Yahya Bello also was mentioned some time ago.
Yeah, some people came out to talk about that. So isn't it too early to be talking about 2023 when we have crisis upon crisis on our hands?
Well, that's Nigeria for you. As I always said, every 4-year cycle of a government, you see that they use years for governance and use years to campaign for the election. And we have this major business, economically, socially, politically, insecurity and stuff, and people are just clamoring for 2023. How many of them are even sure they will live to 2023? But that is Nigerian. But the program we did that with the Southeast for 2023, and you expect a lot of it to come out and a lot of flags being even the North. All
right, Mr. Chris Wando.
Apparatus, and let's see how it's bet. It's just too early. But in the life of politician, nothing is too early. And that is it.
Thank you very much, as always, for your time and your thoughts on the headlines this morning.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a nice
pleasure. Merry Christmas in advance.
You know, there is one headline I must talk about, and that's the demise of the Olu of Warri. I grew up in Warri, so I have this thing about anything that affects people around that area. It just feels like it's a personal thing. And my condolences to the people of Warri and Delta State in general. He's a phenomenal figure, well respected, and he is known for brokering peace. There are controversies around him, but when you hear the name Ogiame, you just sort of feel there is some maturity around. So my condolences to the family and, of course, the people of Warri on the loss of their monarch.
Absolutely. I say condolences to the people of Delta State in general. I saw the video of Governor Babagana Zulum speaking, with regards to insecurity, and he was basically saying, that there's almost zero presence of the military in very, very long stretches and kilometers in Borno State, and he also spoke about the police, the rapid response squad, and all of that, and I remember it was yesterday that I said, in the absence of truth, there would always be, turbulence, and there would always be issues here and there. Until we get to a place where we are entirely honest with what we are dealing with and what we have on ground and what we have available to fight these things, then we'll continue to have these factions. Also, not long ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I said, is the Nigerian government really ready for another lockdown, or we're really just doing the copy and paste thing that we see outside the country? So the UK takes this step, the United States takes, that step, Nigeria does the same thing. Do we understand our specific and our peculiar situation in Nigeria?
Well, I wouldn't say they've taken... Remember, there is a comment from a presidential aide suggesting that there might not be a total lockdown. Another says there would be a total lockdown. But for Lagos State, we know that the governor has said it will be detrimental to us. I mean, generally speaking, economically, professionally, and all of the angle you can look at it. So there will not be a total lockdown. However, it makes sense. It's not a matter of copy and paste that we restrict the number of people.
My views are not about countering what the government is doing. If there should be a lockdown, there should be a lockdown, and I will agree with that. What I'm asking is, are we ready for it? or we're just going straight into it because, well, it's time for it and we're seeing numbers. You can remember very clearly the effects of the first one on our economy, the effects of the first one on our people. So
I'll just save you the stress and the bother and tell you a lot of analysts have said we cannot afford a second lockdown. But let's see if the government is daring in that aspect to say, let's shut down again. We're barely surviving. Let's see what happens in the coming days. We're going to break, and when we come back, we'll be telling you about the first ever gorilla to be born in captivity. We're also going to be talking about the killer clown. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today in history, obviously my favorite part of the breakfast, we talk about what happened on this day, years gone by. Today we're going back to 1956, December the 22nd, a baby gorilla whose birth was not planned in the first instance. It was just the shenanigans of an undergraduate, a student, a veterinary student in a university, putting two gorillas together, Baron and Millie, that's Christina, if you please, to hang out. And then, poof! We saw an amniotic fluid, did I get that word?
Amniotic, yes.
Amniotic fluid sac outside, and then, oh my gosh, there is a baby. And that's how we got Kolo. His birth was unplanned, but he was one of the most celebrated animals, celebrity, let's use it that way. Okay, let me just break it down a bit. On this day, the name Kolo was given to the gorilla, to be the first gorilla to be born in captivity. The name is a combination of Columbus and Ohio. And the two gorillas that I mentioned, the parents, Millie and Mark, was the world's, at the time, they were famous as well because they were together. I also mentioned already that she was born accidentally. There was no plan for her birth. She just happened. The baby was given a mouth-to-mouth, and she survived. But because the parents did not have any parenting skill, they've been in captivity for a while, the zookeepers had to raise Kolo like a normal baby. They gave him formula, they gave her, rather, I beg your pardon, they gave her formulas, they put her in diapers and all of that. Now, gorillas are basically vegetarians, as we know, and they always claim, animal rights activists claim that we humans are their worst, worst enemy because we go to capture them and all of that. But the intriguing thing I find about this is, on the average, a gorilla that is in the wild lives for 35 years, but in captivity they live longer. And in the case of Kolo, she died in 2017, so she stayed for a long while and, opened the conversation about animal care in the zoo and how you're going to raise them. She had her baby not so long, and then she became a great-grandmother, a grandmother, and then a great-grandmother. Today, we know that there are approximately 750 gorillas in captivity around the world, and most zoos are active in captive breeding program, but we know that there's also been an evolution. When you think about, just oppose the conversation around humans being among their worst enemies, and then you see that they live longer when they're in captivity, you now begin to, what is humane? And what is humane that we're seeing today is that they are trying harder to recreate the natural wild environment in the zoos.
They live longer in captivity because they are kept in zoos and they are fed and they are, taken care of. Doesn't make it better for them.
I agree. It's not.
In the first place,
right,
Kolo maybe wouldn't have been born if his parents weren't captured in French Cameroon in the first place as early as 1951. There's a lot of activism against circuses and zoo animals and keeping these animals, in captivity for human, pleasure and enjoyment for years. They should be in the wild. They should be in the seas. Those dolphins should be in the seas. Gorillas should be in the forest or wherever they should belong. And yes, I would agree that human beings have become the worst virus on the earth, on Mother Earth itself, against animals, against the seas, against the forests, and the trees, against everything. And one of the reasons that we might be seeing a lot of the diseases and a lot of the natural disasters that might be coming up, in these times, that some of the effects of human beings, decades and centuries ago. We've been a total disaster to Mother Earth. And
we also have a lot of humans. In everything there is, I don't know, I'm always on trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We've also worked hard to try, and there is a whole a group championing preservation of our climate, asking us to be a bit more, sustainable in the way that we behave. And there are people who, there are people who are vegetarians simply because they are against the killing and the eating of animals. There are people, so in every cluster, even in the animal world, you survive or you die.
So these groups come up because of the actions of human beings.
We're also humans. It is humans that are coming up to protect. It's a contradiction, but at the end of the day, there is humans. We are a mix of good and evil.
Yes,
so we try to amplify the good as against, for me, the evil will kill you, like if you think about it. But the little good, and that's the care. She was a celebrity. She was well cared for. And in spite of the fact that she was in captivity, she brought a lot of joy to a lot of people. She probably, if she was born in the wild, I'm looking at the plus side now, if she was born and in the wild and she died maybe a year after, we would never know about Kolo. We would not be celebrating her.
Why do we need a celebrity gorilla in the first place? Anyway, let's move on. His name is John Wayne Gacy. He was born in 1942, lived in between Ohio, Iowa, and California, I believe. Or Chicago, I beg your pardon. He's popularly known as the Killer Clown. His atrocities started in 1978, and today is relevant in this story because it is on this day that he confessed to killing about 33 young boys and men, a lot of them who he claimed were male prostitutes in the Chicago area. 29 of them were found under his house. 3 of them were found in neighboring rivers, including the main suspect, the main victim that led to his arrest, a boy called Piest. John Wayne Gacy was had a pretty decent regular upbringing. There were claims that his father was an alcoholic and was abusive.
There's always, when people commit crimes like
they
this,
always go back
always,
in history to see, where they're coming from, but it's still not a good enough excuse.
I do have, I do have a controversial perspective on this.
I mean, so it's basically talking about, today and how he eventually got to confess. If you read very, very deep in the story, because I spent a lot of time yesterday reading about the investigation, reading about how, these things were eventually uncovered. It's a very, very interesting investigation. And the very final, I think the 48 hours before he eventually confessed, when he knew that he had been caught, are also very, very interesting. There were court orders granted to do a search of his home. The first time that police officers went there, they didn't notice anything. And then the second time, when they got a warrant to search his house again, that's when they discovered that there was a certain smell coming from underneath the house. And they got another warrant to search the house, and then they started searching and seeing bones and human parts and skulls and the likes. He basically was a person who would lure his colleagues, lure his employees. He used to manage 3 KFC outlets. He would lure some of these boys to his home, drug them, tie them up, convince them that there was going to be some sort of sexual play that needed them to be handcuffed.
Well, we will never truly know what transpired inside because he is the teller and the doer. So there's always, for me, there's always, an issue around when people confess, right? There was red flag when he was originally convicted for sexually assaulting a young boy. When he was just 25 years old, he lost his wife and his kids as a result of that. And then this same person evolved to become a public figure, a politician who was, known at the time. Nobody could tell.
Yes.
But the controversial part I'm looking at is the evolution of homosexuality and how it came to be today. As at that time, there were summons about how vile you are, how terrible you are. There are still summons like that today, but then it was amplified. And for somebody who was unstable and feels filthy, you do things and you want to hide it. You don't want people to know. This kind of thing will make you even go deeper in thinking of ways. That's a mind that is already twisted, and then you now have tendencies that you can't seem to control. He was killing young boys after sexually molesting them. And it's not something that happened in a short period of time. It happened over time. He was 52.
72 to 78.
Yes, he was 52 at the time he finally confessed. So imagine the life this man had lived in the shadows. That red flag for me, when he was 25 years old, and assaulted a young boy. Nobody kept touchlight on him.
And that was because he was sentenced to jail for 10 years,
and
but only got to spend 18 months. Yeah, out of good behavior, he was released and led back in society, and then got married again, and of course started all his killings. Eventually in 1972, he was arrested in at first in 1968 when he was set free. Then started killing in 1972.
You don't want people to know this other part of you. You see, I keep forgetting how they phrase it. Say there is no art to interpret what's in the mind on the face. I'm not sure if I'm getting there because people look different, and what they actually do in secret is quite different. He could not live the kind of life probably that he wanted to, and he felt. It's not a justification for killing people, but as a society, we also play a role. When people are compelled to suppress their natural tendencies and then it becomes so repulsive to even them, we will continue to have scenarios like this. And that's why I said my perspective might be a bit controversial this morning, but I think that as a society, we play a role in some of these atrocities. Red flag missed, and then preaching about evil.
And next time, someone is sentenced to, given a 10-year jail term for sexual assault, he should spend, a good 8 years before you start talking about his character. Not 18 months.
Angel, you see Angel, you don't know the best in a devil.
If you also have time, and I know we need to move on, if you also have time, if things like that interest you, take a look at the world's worst serial killers, and it's
oh no, I thank you very much. I need a happy Christmas filled with joy and happiness. If not for work, I probably wouldn't be reading about this man. Why should I be reading about somebody who takes other people's life? Really,
let me
I
quickly
would
share
rather
something.
not.
So one of the worst ones is it was a child murderer and a rapist known as Kukri, who allegedly murdered up to 100 street children by strangling them. It was arrested in 1999. I want to read what the judge said. He eventually died in custody before he was executed. John Gacy was executed by lethal injection in 1994, by the way. The judge said you would be strangled to death in front of the parents of those children you killed. Your body would then be cut into 100 pieces and put in acid the same way you killed the children. But he didn't get to experience that because he died in custody. I don't know why this excites me. Good morning.
I'm saying it on national. There's something about your mind. It's a bit. Anyway, that's today in history for us. We've taken a look. I'd like to talk about the gorilla Kolo. I like that one better because, I mean, yes, she might have been in captivity, but she lived a full life and brought joy to her naming was a competition. That's the part that we forgot to mention. Yes. Her naming was actually a competition, and a couple wanted to give her the name, a combination of Columbus and Ohio. That's it for today in history. We go on a short breather, and when we come back, we'll be looking at the 2021 budget. There's an extension of the old one. How will that affect the new one? Stay with us. We'll have a guest on standby.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning once again, and welcome to The Breakfast. To those who are just joining us, you've missed out on a whole lot, but good to have you here. We're now moving into a conversation with regards to national identity number, which has been extended. The deadline has been extended. And of course, if you had been following the news stories, you must have seen also that it was suspended yesterday in Lagos because of the large crowds that gathered in Alausa to, of course, get themselves registered. The government had to have a rethink and extend the deadline a little further into the month of January. We've invited this morning to quickly speak with us Dr. Emerie Agunwa to share his thoughts with us on this new developments. Thank you so much for your time. Good morning to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, but before we take on the first question, just a quick notice that we will be visiting the conversation around the 2021 budget, but we had to step this conversation up for now. Dr. Agunwa, the decision to extend the registration period, why do you think that they are taking it because of all that has happened? Shouldn't they have thought of it before now?
Good morning, Felicity. You know, the conversation around the national identity number is quite complicated because it's been around, it's an ongoing conversation for a very long time, but there's information going around the blogs that is one of the necessary requirements for COVID-19 vaccine for the country. I'm sure you know that. Yeah, so documentation and the proper data for citizens is something that needs to be put in place. So that explains the rush a little bit to some sort. But also conversations as regards the extension. I don't think there should ever be a deadline because we're a country of 206 million, and we also need to understand that this is also a celebration period in the country, Christmas and New Year period, and the best thing to do is basically to extend the deadline, but I actually shouldn't say it should be extension. It should actually be opened up indefinitely. The more, just create the awareness, let people go and register if that's the need. But putting the deadline and threatening people with the whole NCC line blockage is something I consider totally preposterous at the moment.
Dr. Agunwa, I want your thoughts on this. You've just said, you know, there shouldn't be a specific date for a deadline. But I'm sure you also are aware that the notice for NIN registration had been given a long time ago. The government had an earlier deadline that was eventually shifted, and then, of course, you know, this has happened. You must also be aware of, you know, the Nigerian in us, you know, to always leave things till the last minute to eventually get them done. Same thing with the BVN, you know, we also have the same issues with voters registration and all of that. So can you really blame the government for taking the steps that are, you know, that they have taken now? And also, what would you say may be causing the urgency with NIN registration? Is it a security issue? Is it really about, you know, getting all Nigerians under a database?
Okay, so thank you very much. First of all, we have an agency called the National Orientation Agency. When issues like this come up, we have an agency that should sensitize the people, give us a good reason why we should do what we're doing. Okay, so there's absolutely no reason for the common Nigerian to go queue up and get another number that's totally not going to be useful. We've done BVM, we've done all manner of data capturing in this country, and for some reasons we are asking questions. So to what end is all this stuff we are doing? Okay, and now we are back to this one. This is a necessary requirement for every citizen to have a national identity number, but we are also dealing with why the urgency at the moment. Like I said earlier, there's a little bit of conversation going around some blogs that is one of the WHO requirements for the
vaccination
of the vaccines to a country. Okay, so so you cannot deploy vaccine if the citizenry are not properly documented. Okay, so of necessity, there's pressure on the government to get these numbers settled up so that they can know who they are appropriating it to. That should be able to local governments, to background checks and a couple of other things like that. Okay, but
why the urgency? We are not new to this country. At least all of us have been 4 decades or so around this country, and we are asking the same question. Does the government not know the country enough to know that you have to sensitize the people, give them a good reason to leave what they are doing, to go queue up? Or if we really care about getting these data, we have a lot of e-formats, e-registration systems. There should be some kind of data synchronization scheme between the BVM. BVM basically captures every information. Driver's license captures same information. Voters card captures same information. And we're asking, except to say the ones who don't have BVN, the ones who don't have driver's license, the ones who don't have voters registration, then go and do this. If not, we can sync all these data to in one and provide everybody with all their stuff if the data are valid. Okay, so there are a couple of things we are trying to fit in here. A 21st century system and using an analog ideology to run it. So all this stuff queuing up to get this stuff, I think is a little bit too stressful. And
you just said moments ago that the federal government should leave the registration open-ended. There should be no deadline, but there is a deadline again for those with subscribers with NIN. From 30th of December to the 19th of January, and for those that don't have either, to February 2021. And my question is it they're not listening to the people, or there is a specific reason that has been undisclosed and probably will remain so for this extension of deadline as against removal?
Okay, so basically we know the government, there's a massive gulf between the government and the people. Okay, it's something quite massive. Okay, there's a massive disconnect between the government and the people. So we are asking same question. Same question is, if it's a requirement that every Nigerian should do we know why we are doing it? Or must you use threat of blocking our SIM? Basically, an average Nigerian who is outside. I have a couple of friends who are outside the country, and their lines are basically not available, like they have to come back and a couple of things like that. So you want to put them under pressure. Suddenly, people are under pressure to get something that is not going to add value to their immediate circumstances, what they're dealing with. Okay, now I understand the rush. Like I said, there are a couple of reasons that the government is not communicating. What is the National Orientation Agency doing? They should give us the reasons. They should put up FAQ questions, frequently asked questions on their website, why we should do that. Create an enabling platform around partnership with private sector, database private sector consulting firms are going to say, help us set up this, help us set up this. Okay, it must be easy. That's what it's all about. Okay, and the numbers are important. We're not trying to say it's not important, but I think putting a deadline on extension is something that puts pressure on people. Give us a good reason and tell us to work in when we have time, and we do it. Okay, the whole rush, and we're also passing through the shutdown of the second wave of COVID. Now with the whole rush of thousands of people in the place trying to get their stuff, and we won't pretend that we're not hearing the news of when there's rush hour like this, it enables corruption. People are asking for kickbacks and bribes to ensure that you be the first to get it. So all this stuff, just a little bit of wrong policy becomes an enabler for all manner of wrong vices in the community, and that's basically what I'm trying to. So if we remove the time frame, we remove these enablers for bribery and all these other negative biases.
Dr. Agoma, I'm sure both of us will agree that the National Orientation Agency has almost been non-existent in the last decade or even more. Their state offices are a shadow of themselves. You can barely even see any work being done there. I just left Enugu, and Enugu's National Orientation Agency office is a shame. But I want your thoughts on the NIMC. Do you believe that the NIMC as an agency has the capacity to handle the registration of these millions and millions of Nigerians? If we're being honest, looking at the logistics that is required, looking at the staff that is required, are they really capable of handling this number of people? There is the angle that they are also trying to go digital. But in the same breath of going digital, they ask you to register online and then take the same printed paper, to their offices. And so it still doesn't end up being digital. So do you think the NIMC can handle these things? Are they capable?
So I think the NI, they don't have the capacity at the moment. That we know that they don't have the capacity. We are a country that is growing 206 million. Okay, yeah, I mean, at least we should have at least ad hoc staff. Okay, that's a massive recruitment right now for ad hoc staff. At least 1 billion persons. If we want this thing to start out, there should be at least 1 billion persons working with the commission right now to get these things going. At least if we're going to get all these things sorted out within the next 3 to 4 months, we need to do a lot of volunteer work and ad hoc recruitment, a couple of things to fuse this. We know they don't have the capacity. Then if you don't have the capacity, how do you put yourself under that kind of pressure? We don't have the technical infrastructure to do that. They don't have the internet infrastructure to do that. We don't even have the physical space and support. We don't have modalities to ensure for emergencies. And what if somebody faints in that place? What if a lot of things, and these things should work hand in glove, okay?
All right, Dr. Aguwa, let me interject. In the interest of time, let me interject and quickly ask you about the COVID-19 protocol that's been flouted so randomly. Do you think that we still have a deadline? So I think we should speak in that context. Do you think that there would be a way that the government can ensure that the protocols are not broken, even as people continue to push to have their cards and their numbers?
Okay, absolutely. There's a way government can ensure that protocols are not broken by ensuring that the time frame is removed. Okay, because whenever there's a time frame, there must be rush. In a place that can necessarily accommodate like 100 persons and you're expecting 2,000 persons to walk into that place within a very short period of time, there is absolutely no way you can ensure for COVID-19 protocols to be implemented. You have to ensure for the 2 meter distance. You have to ensure for who provides the hand sanitizers, who provides for the hand washing, who provides for all this other stuff. There's a lot of logistics involved in this. And I know that we are basically asking the wrong, trying to make Nigeria become a global entity overnight. But the question is, if we want to do something right, do something, we can as well do it very right. Okay, so there's no way presently except we reduce the rush. If you put deadlines on people and 2,000 persons cram into a place that should necessarily accommodate 50 to 100, then there's no way, absolutely no way that you can implement that. Everybody gets the risk of faces the risk of COVID infection. I mean, there's a whole lot going on right now. So, all
right, Dr. Agonwa, that's the much time we'll let us at this time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good day. All right, interesting submission there. I do believe that they will still extend it again.
It's not even
impossible for the. I confirmed that my MTN works, but I don't know about my Glo if it is connected to my line. I'll try and check that out today. But there's a lot of persons that don't even have the time to go and do this thing. And that technology part of it, I think they should embrace it and make it easier. People don't need to go to an office physically to have these things done. You can do it wherever you are.
You can do it virtually. There is, they keep using the hashtag digital Nigeria, and at the same time expecting people to gather at their offices to get registered. It's not logical, it's not possible, it's not reasonable to expect that, 100 million plus Nigerians, even 50 million Nigerians will be registered by the 19th of January or by the first week of February in 2021. It's not possible. If you look at the number of people that can possibly get registered every day, I think the body had said 500,000.
What about the people in the very remote areas, communities that needs these mobile numbers to get access to basic things?
They initially had said about 500,000, I think weekly or I think so. And even if you increase that number to 3 million, it still doesn't meet up with the number of people that need to be registered. Let's see what happens
in the coming days with this.
There is a fairly, the government agencies, and this is what I have said in the past, that the Nigerian government agencies fail and then make citizens suffer for their own failures. The NIMC, yes, I agree that Nigerians have their own, behavioral characteristics that, we're lazy sometimes.
Wait for the last
minute, yeah, and get that. But if you make it a little bit easier for people to get these things done, it may not be so bad. And also, the conversation about synchronizing all the information we already have from our BVNs to our voters' cards, to our national identity cards.
You want to take people's job away.
There's so much of it. Why can't all these things be synchronized?
You want to take people's job away.
When I got my international passport, I'm sure I did give the same data. Fingerprint, passport, phone numbers, all of it. It's all there. So if you simply can reach out to telcos, reach out to, the passport offices, immigration, everybody has the information already. Synchronize it somehow, some way.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the coming days. Thank you very much for staying with us thus far, but we're not done yet. We still have a lot for you. We'll unravel after this break.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slum.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that are spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
It's time to talk money, but not the one we're giving to you or us taking, but the budget to run this country. 13.588 trillion naira is the budget for 2021, up for spending with 505 billion naira. That's from the National Assembly. This was approved yesterday, and we want to talk about all that has to, as much as we can, jam into the time that we have, and to help us make sense of this one, particularly how it relates with the extension of the deadline for the 2020 budget. We have joining us economic analyst Mokhtar Mohammed. It's a pleasure to see you again. Good morning.
Good morning. Always a pleasure being on Plus Africa.
Yes, indeed. Right. So I don't know. Let me just chip that in, and then we could take it from there. Are the two budgets going to run concurrently? Please explain to us that don't know how this works. A budget for 2020 was extended to March, and then we have another budget approved for 2021. Will they run concurrently, and how would this affect the January to December cycle?
Well, we said it last year that they hurriedly passed the budget to make sure they meet the January to December cycle. And remember that there had been a bill that was passed before by the is it the 7th National Assembly or the 8th National Assembly that always extends the budget, especially capital expenditure, by 6 months before the approval of the new budget. I think that's what they are just doing. So what they are looking at now, they don't want any project to stop, because some of what, again, the law says that if you pass the new budget, that means the most approved, those other projects might stop because there will not be funds for them. They have to return those funds back to the federation accounts. So they don't want that. So that's why they are saying, look, for capital project, we're going to extend it by 6 months again, so that at that time work will keep on going. So by the time we have this 2021 budget come in place, so it will just streamline it and just stream with it and just go. I think that's what they are trying to do. That law has been there. That's why we keep on complaining that there was no need to hurry into the hurry to pass the budget. Let's do due diligence in the budget, and so that we won't have it, because we've already set up the law that all capital project and recurrent expenditure in the other after the expiration of the budget, if the new one is not passed into law, can still be ongoing. I think that's what they are just doing. It's nothing new. They've done it before. They're just doing it again.
That means this January-December cycle is a no issue then, because if we're extending the implementation and you're also going to be budgeting for some of these capital projects, I mean, I'm speaking from a plainly layman's perspective. There is no point really. We could have waited until March to pass the 2021 budget, so we continue that way.
Yes. Ordinarily, I think we are just trying to make sure we have this January to December, and I keep saying it. Every country has to fix its own financial year, and we don't have to do January to December. But a lot of people just think, oh no, some companies are there that don't do January to December; they do March to March. Some do June to July. Some do July. So it's all depends. But we want to play by the global practice that says it's January to December. That's why we are where we are now. So, but I don't think it defeats the purpose of January to December. Let me let you know that some of these projects that we're saying that they will be running concurrently with the budget are not projects that are going to be giving fund. And you're talking about the Lagos Ibadan, you're talking about the Mambila Plateau project, you're talking about the Onitsha Bridge project. You're talking about all of these projects. These are projects whereby each year there's a particular amount that is earmarked for this project. So it's just a continuation. They don't want those projects to stop. I think that's the more reason why they are doing what they're doing. Just add, those projects are continuous projects that will have been put into a plan for the next 4 to 5 years. So it just go on streaming. I believe that's what they're doing. Right. We've not seen details of the budget yet.
Mokhtar Mohammed, I'm sure you maybe, of course, remember that the January to December conversation was politicized at some point. It was also seen as one of the breakthroughs of the current administration, bringing us back to a January to December cycle. And so maybe that's why they are, fighting to keep it that way. But I want us to talk, of something that is never really spoken about, and that is the percentage of budget implementation. Every year passes, and if you look closer, you might see that implementation of our budget sometimes never gets up to 40%, sometimes 50% if we're lucky. I don't know if we've ever done 50, but it's never really spoken about. And we're now, of course, getting into a new budget without seeing how far we've gone with the 2020 budget and what we did achieve with it. If you can quickly speak on that, and then also share your thoughts on debt servicing more than 3 trillion naira in this budget. How does this work? Does it scare you?
Well, let me talk about your first question. Definitely, that's why we have our representative there. They're supposed to make sure that this budget is implemented to the latter. But unfortunately, politics always take the center stage when it comes to budgetary in Nigeria. So we always have that problem. The only state that have been able to implement budget to about 70 to 80% is Lagos State. And you know why they do that is because the house is totally controlled by one party. And so they have a way of making sure that they meet up with their financial year. So a lot of work needs to be done if we want to do that. Like you rightly said it again, when you politicize your economy, then you have the kind of issues that we have now. By the time they will now call the ministries and parastatals to defend some of these budgets, they are not there. Sometimes you hear the Ministry of Parastatals telling that the House, the members of the House, whether the Senate or the other, is asking them for kickback before their budget will be implemented. A lot of things goes behind the scene that we don't know. And that is why we always have this problem. And sometimes again, we have white elephant project. Even this current, we're talking about a budget deficit already, and you've seen about 550 billion has been added to this new project because you just feel that the price of oil has gone up and nobody's thinking of saving for the rainy days, because that's why we are in where we are today. Now, going to your second question. What did you say? The second question was
the debt servicing of over 3 trillion naira in the budget.
I am not surprised. We need to pay our debt. We will all be complaining about the debt to GDP that they keep on telling us. Well, many challenges have been the debt to revenue, and so we needed to do that. Now, I need to get a breakdown of that debt servicing, because I want whereby we have to pay the debt to the domestic contractors. If we do that to the domestic contractors, that will help boost our economy. Not that most of our debt, we have not looking towards paying the foreigners. So we should make sure that those debt services are geared towards boosting our domestic debtors, that's our domestic companies. If we do that, then we will not have loss of job. We have projects still ongoing. We have employment. So that might just be the reason why we are having that high figure. But we're still waiting for them to give us the details. Like I said, the challenge we have in Nigeria is not debt to GDP, it's debt to revenue. Yes. How are we going to boost our revenue? And we've seen that happen, that we are now seeing that the tax bracket is being widened. We are getting more money from tax, even more than oil. Today now we see the price of food has gone up. But when you see an increment in one side, you see a shortfall in the other side. Now the exchange rate, at the time they were passing this way, the exchange rate was they put the target at 373. But today, the exchange rate has been tagged at 392. And the members of the House or the Senate or the House are not looking at that. All they are looking at the price of oil has gone above $50 per barrel. Why are you not looking at the exchange rate? I think that is a major challenge that we have. We will have problem with the exchange rate, and we'll have problem with trying to save for the rainy days. Our legislators don't think about that. Once the money is there, they begin to input other projects. We have now seen about 550 billion have been added. We will need to get to the details of which of these projects were increased or which local government. Sometimes you just see that a local government project or a state project is not being handed over to state because the legislator wants to be means to be telling the people that I'm actually working for it. So we need to get details of this budget, and that lies in the hands of the journalists, with Nigerians, to go and get details, and let's see, make sure that these budgets are implemented. Implementation does not lie in the executive arm of government nor the legislators arm of government. It lies also in with the people getting interested in the budget, reading through the budget, no matter how voluminous it is, looking at where it concerns you and begin to follow up. And thank God we have the social media to be able to follow up what government is doing.
Great point you made with regards the importance of talking about revenue generation. Because if we can't fund our budget, we will, of course, continue to borrow, and nothing really will change.
Yes, I do have a question, though, to help explain the parameters and fiscal assumptions underpinning the budget. There's the 2021. How practical are they in the face of this pandemic? Let me quickly highlight a few. The oil benchmark at $40, and then daily oil production estimated at 1.86 million barrels. And then we have the exchange rate. That's the part that is a bit confusing for me. Put at 379 naira to a dollar. Please, could you help us make sense of this part of the conversation?
Let me tell you, the exchange rate at $379 per barrel is already is not right. It's not correct, because the CBN have brought the exchange rate to $392 per barrel. So that is wrong in entirety. Oil output at 1.8 million is already wrong, because presently now we are doing about 1.6, so we're already short of 2 million. So now look at all those things. When you look at that, let me get to the nitty-gritty. 397, 379 to 392. What does that tell you? That tells you that there's a shortfall. And what happened in that? That means our debt has gone high than what the National Assembly is looking at, especially our foreign debt has increased by about 12%. They are not looking at that. Now, going further to that means now oil price, oil output is already set at they are setting it at 1.8 million, and we are doing 1.6 already. Okay. So 2 million already shortfall, about 200,000 shortfall in barrel. So that already is affecting our revenue. Now you put exchange rate, oil price at $40 per barrel. Yes, presently oil is doing about $50 per barrel. Now the legislators, the executive were estimating at 3. They were giving price at I think they gave them at $35 per barrel or $38 per barrel. That was what, and they have hiked it to $40 per barrel. Now we have a second wave of the COVID. We are beginning to see most economy will begin to shut down. So that will bring down the price of crude also. So that's a challenge. When you look at these 3 parameters put together, that is why the fiscal policies has not been able to have any headway since this administration came into play. Whatever we are seeing in the economy now, whatever is playing in the economy now, has been the handiwork of the monetary policy. Because when you begin to do budgets, and when you are doing budget with fictitious figures, where you are not being details when it comes to budget, especially in the financial system, I'm just giving you 2. The exchange rate 317, they are putting at 379, and already CBN is telling us exchange rate 392. That is wrong already. You put in an output at 1.8 million barrel per barrel. Already we are only doing 1.6 million barrel per barrel.
Is this maybe as it is a forecast that by that time, since the other budget has been extended, the prices might have come down? Is that a possible scenario? We're in a pandemic. We have a vaccine now. There is a light.
Are you sure that the exchange rate would have come down?
I don't think so, but you are the expert. You have a better perspective, and that's why we're asking you.
When it comes to economic focus, the error should be less than 0. Because you are talking about what will affect just a single. I've just given you 200,000 barrels short already. 200,000 barrels. So then you go back to the
there's also
at 3.
There's also a GDP growth rate that that was mentioned at 3%. As also part of their projections. Do you see this attainable, and where do we go from here?
Even the CBN, if you what they said, that they are expecting a GDP growth at about 1.9 if everything goes by plan. If we are out of recession by the first quarter or the second quarter, you see the legislators are not taking recession into consideration. They are not considering that we are in a recession.
All right. Just before we say thank yous, I want you to quickly speak on this. I know it's a bit small, but it's something I'd like to get your thought on. The Senate President, Ahmed Lawan, said Senate had worked hard to meet the deadline of passing the 2021 budget, and he urged Nigerians to pay attention to the work that the lawmakers are doing and recognize their sacrifices to ensure the nation comes out of recession. So as an economist and somebody who is watching the Nigerian political space, how commendable really is this seeming doggedness of our National Assembly members to get the budget back to the January to December cycle? In 30 seconds, if you can.
You say I'm laughing because I don't see any hard work there. I don't see whereby you are rushing to pass a budget that has a lot of error, and you want us to commend you because you put so much hard work. Why were you put there in the first place? You put there by the people to do the hard work. We have to celebrate you for doing your work.
All right, I guess we'll just leave it there. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Maybe there's something we are missing, and they are asking for us to pay attention to the sacrifices that you're making. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed. Always a pleasure to see you. I'll be calling you after the program.
All right. I love that conversation. I always enjoy talking about how our budget really is just. Anyway, moving on. We're moving to a different conversation now. It's the talk about another lockdown and the economic implications of that. That comes up right after the short break. Don't go anywhere. We are still on The Breakfast. Good morning.
lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. We have, of course, a few more things to talk about this morning. Moving now to discussing the possibility of another, maybe a full lockdown, maybe a partial one across the country, and the economic implications of this lockdown. Earlier in the year, of course, everyone was a witness to what the country and the country's economy had suffered as a result of the first lockdown. We've invited this morning Gbolahan Olojede to quickly join us and share his thoughts. Thank you for your time. Good morning to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. So let's get right to it with the last time we spoke about lockdown, you were in the studio and you weren't very optimistic about us going into another lockdown. But has events in the past 24 hours changed your mind, from restrictions on the number of gatherings to closing down of bars and restaurants to government issuing an order for civil servants from grade level 12, I think, not to go to work for the next 6 weeks? Have you changed your mind that we are likely to get into another lockdown?
I believe this decision is made to be evaluated by each of the states of the Federation. It's not as if it's imposed directly on them. And each of these states should consider, it's a very delicate balance we have right here. Shutting down the economy might not be in the best interest of all of us because of the gargantuan loss we have over the last 2 quarters. But at the same time, I understand the position of the government as far as the second wave of COVID is concerned. So what is taking us to this position? What is bringing us here is the fact that our people refuse to obey those precautionary measures to prevent COVID spread. We stopped to wear our masks. We stopped to observe social distance. We were having mega parties, mega religious gatherings all over the whole place. When you have this kind of thing in the midst of a second wave of COVID, this is where we have brought ourselves.
And that includes political gatherings also, if you remember. Yeah. They are also to blame. All right. So, okay, I'm short of words. There's a lot, that has to be considered. And I was saying to Felicity earlier that I'm hoping that we are very, very sure about the details of this new, possibilities of a lockdown and, our peculiar situation. So we're not just copying what other countries might be doing. So I want your quick thoughts on how disastrous it might be if we have to go into another lockdown. Bear in mind that, of course, there are new restrictions that have been put in place. Other countries have stopped flights from the UK mostly, but Nigeria, of course, is still getting people in. International flights are still on. So how disastrous might this be for our economy if we have to go into another lockdown?
It's embarrassing, for example, that European countries who are neighbors to the UK are already stopping flights into their countries, and we here all the way in Africa have not taken any decisive move to do that. This is very bad for us, and I think it's part of the problem we have. We are not taking the right steps for prevention. Rather, we want to lock people down. If we do that, it means that this recession is going to be on for longer. When we locked down for the second quarter, we made a shrinkage in GDP of over 2.17 trillion naira for that second quarter when we first locked down.
Yes.
And as the economy was trying to pick up in the third quarter, we still had a big loss, about 1.2 trillion naira GDP shrinkage in the third quarter. Now that we're in the fourth quarter and things are beginning to pick up gradually, if we lock down again, we will go deep into this, and it will take us a while to come out. Then we will now have to start talking about balancing the poverty implication of locking down vis-a-vis the health implication of COVID. We did not do our bit in this project. For example, we did not bother to find out why we did not go down the way we were meant to go down under the first wave of COVID. What happened? There were supposed to be dead bodies on the street. There were no dead bodies on the street. So what did we do right? So people said, okay, because we locked down. I didn't know. They locked down all over the world, including America. They locked down before us. And they still have the kind of result that they had. So what did we do right? How can we begin to do more of what we did right? We never bothered to investigate that. We just want to do copy and paste. They're locking down the Europe. And then maybe there are already increased cases.
Before we get to the part,
this copy and paste thing doesn't.
Before we get to the part about the locking down, for now, what we have is restricted movement. What is your thinking as to government's ability to enforce compliance, to see what we do with it before we talk about a complete lockdown? Do you think that government has the capacity to do what is needed in this time frame? And what is the role of the private sector and the business community to help in with compliance with COVID-19 protocols?
Well, interestingly, most of the private sector players have been doing their bit to a certain extent in some segments. If you look at the banks, you look at the supermarkets, you still cannot enter any bank today without wearing your mask. By the door, you will still have to obey, you still have to sanitize your hands or wash your hands, whatever the case may be. So in some segment of the private sector, we're doing the best. But as far as compliance, enforcing compliance is concerned, government went to sleep. People in Lagos, for example, have not been wearing masks for like 3 months. And nobody cared, nobody enforced it. Whether in the buses, in other public places, nobody enforced it. How they are going to be able to come out and do that this time around without resistance from the people? Because while some of these things work in other places, it's a bit tougher here, where people live from hand to mouth and the level of poverty. If we're saying people can no longer gather, that bars should be closed, clubs should be closed, we are already, the lockdown is already getting in motion. That is the reality. So all those places that are beginning to pick up will start to close down again. And that is where the economy is. Can we look at a way to enforce what we need to do rather than restrict businesses? Enforce means ensure that people are wearing their masks, people are doing social distancing, and all other things that we need to do. Can we enforce that rather than going in this direction of locking down the entire place all over it?
This is why I keep saying that we need to look at our peculiar situation. We're not just going to copy and paste whatever we see outside the country. There has to be a peculiar and a strategic way that we address Nigeria's COVID-19 response. Earlier in the year, we all saw the effects of no bailout funds, no palliatives, the poverty that was spread across the country because of the lockdown. And I've said it before that we need to be sure that we are ready. If we're having conversations about another lockdown, are we ready and genuinely ready for it and the things that will be required? The government claimed that they had spent hundreds of billions of naira during the first lockdown, and of course, as its COVID-19 response. We're expecting that, of course, those figures will once again come up as the response of the government. Bulaho, I want your quick thoughts on strategic actions that the government must take to save Nigerians from similar effects from the first lockdown. Do you think we maybe can afford to actually bail out families from the poverty that might arise from this? The United States government is arguing about $600 or not. Can we have a similar response? Can we have a similar response to ensure face masks are worn? Can we have a similar response to ensure that sanitizing is done across the country?
Well, I'm not sure if we can afford the kind of bailouts that are going on in other places. We may not even be able to afford the kind of bailout we have already done earlier in this. Therefore, we need to think more strategically. Unfortunately, we did not prepare the right level of background that will help us to take decisions that are peculiar, that we can own and say this is our own peculiar situation. We have not done the homework as far as that is concerned. And one of such homework is that we cannot tell with clarity why in the first wave, it wasn't as bad as predicted. In fact, it was far from what was predicted. So the things we did right, we don't know what they were. Was it sanitized? Yes, they sanitized in America too. Was it lockdown? They locked down in Europe as well. So we did not identify those things, and that will not help us.
All right.
That is why right now what we're doing is jumping on the train of what is going on in Europe and other parts of the world, because we don't have our own peculiar situation.
What would your suggestions be? I know you've clearly stated that we cannot do a copy and paste, like other countries. But what would your suggestions be from what we can afford? If we can't afford the bailout like Europe and America and other places, what can the Nigerian government do to keep us safe and to keep us going?
Let's at least go back to enforcement of the preventive measures against COVID. Ensure that people start to wear masks. Some months ago, when you're in a bus, you see everybody wears their mask. Today, nobody does. If you go to some other public places, the same thing. Can we begin to enforce those? If we do that, we can curtail and stop the community spread in its track and begin to talk about treating the people who are already infected and all that stuff. But if we just go the way of locking down businesses, maybe we had better start preparing for another instance.
Okay, so on top of all of this conversation around lockdown, there is a new variant of the COVID-19 that's been found in London. The flip side of this is the WHO has said that we shouldn't panic. According to them, it's yet to be out of control. And that they're still studying it. And then you hear from experts that say this strain of COVID-19 might not respond to the vaccine that has already been found. What is your thinking around this? Should we be concerned and consider, like other countries are doing, to lock themselves away from the UK? Or is it just too much to be panicking about?
We should have done that already, in my view. If neighboring European countries to the UK are already closing their borders, and we know we have quite a number of our citizens who normally travel into Nigeria, especially around this season. I know a few people who have come in from the UK in the last couple of weeks, and they are coming in every day. So if there is a new variant, even the earlier variant, we don't know when vaccine will be, when it will be our turn to have vaccines for the older variant. Now we are having a new variant. When will the vaccine? So we need to shield our stuff. And this is the duty of government. I know it is possible that there are some protection because a lot of them who are decision makers are also very close to the UK. So they have children, they have families in the UK, and they probably don't want them locked down their house or something. But we have to go beyond this parochial way of looking at it and begin to drill further down in the larger interest of the society. If there's a new strain, we need to ensure that it doesn't get.
Of course, earlier we spoke about the 2021 budget and the new budget cycle. Can you quickly also share your views on how that budget might, assist Nigeria during a pandemic?
The budget did not have any big consideration for pandemic. Our expectation, if you look closely at that budget, is that pandemic might actually be a thing of the past. So what we have are elements of things that will have to rebuild the economy, which is why you have a situation in which we're extending the capital budget into the next year so that we can have a higher level of performance on that capital budget while we also do what is required to be done for the current year. It's not much. 13.5 trillion, if you even look at it, vis-a-vis what you had last year. If you use the dollar rate last year to convert it, and you use the prevailing dollar rate to convert this one, you find out that there's a flat budget. And for us as a nation of 200 million people, we must bake a bigger cake. We must bake a bigger cake. It is always difficult to share 2 chicken laps amongst 3 elders, and that is our main problem.
What?
That's one very strange analogy. But Mr. Bolaho, thank you very much. But we've been talking about government all this while. What about the people? What is our responsibility now that there seems to be real tangible concern about, the spread of the COVID-19? What should we be doing individually? Should we as a people consider listening to the advice from the federal government to restrict traveling during this festive period? How can we help? In the UK, there is actually a rule that you can have more than 2 people in your home as part of celebration during the season. Can we try to maybe restrict the parties this Christmas and all of that? What is our role as citizens?
Well, our role as citizens is to ensure we take on those preventive measures and obey them. Unfortunately, knowing Nigerians for what we are in this season, I am not sure of how much of don't travel Nigeria will listen to. People who have already made up their mind to travel are going to travel. So we must begin to pass the message on all platforms that Nigeria listen to, the radios, the TV. We also need to use traditional institutions, the religious institutions, to let everybody know that the second wave is real. And there is even a potential that it might be worse than the first wave if we're not careful. So these are the kind of things we need to start create awareness and increase awareness about this second wave, because people have forgotten about COVID, they've moved on. So that awareness must come back. And as individuals, let's lay examples. When you go somewhere with your mask on and people are looking at you strange, ignore them. Rather, encourage them to put on their own mask.
Nigerians have a lot to deal with. If we're being honest, the Nigerian citizen has a lot to deal with, and COVID-19, regardless of how dangerous it is, most times gets lost in the conversation. when the Nigerian is thinking of survival.
We have to put it back in the conversation because it's not just peculiar to Nigerians
the thing is,
at this time.
The average Nigerian is thinking of survival. And it's not survival from COVID-19, survival from Nigeria itself.
Well, it's not a lot to ask at this time to wear a face mask. It's available and very cheap. So, yes, we have a lot to contend with, but this is a crisis situation and we must put up our antes to be able to save ourselves. We have to be alive in order to struggle. Thank you very much, Mr. Gbolahan Olojede, as always, for your timely contributions. I hope your coffee is not cold yet. I hope your coffee is not cold yet.
It's cold. I'm going to have to brew another
Heat it up again. Okay. Enjoy it. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so.
I was just saying that people need to, yes, we need to struggle to survive. Yes, we need to hustle. But these are very little things we can do. If you can't social distance, wear a mask. If you can't wear a mask, they sell hand sanitizers for as low as 100 naira now. Yes. I know it's a huge money for some
face
persons.
Mask also,
you know, and there are people that are giving it out for free. If you cannot afford it, look for an environment. There are places, businesses that you go to, and before you step in, they give you a small hand sanitizer. So please, let's try to be safe. Wear your face mask where you can social distance and use your hand sanitizer. If you can't, water is available. Wash your hand. That's basically what we're saying.
We will always call on the Nigerian government to take action when necessary. You know, earlier we had spoken about the National Orientation Agency and how they've been a very, very docile agency for more than a decade. You barely know what they do or if their offices still exist. But aside the need to remind the government of where it should step in with the economy, with helping Nigerians survive a pandemic, with bailout funds if necessary, with not hoarding noodles and bags of rice and all of that, that is one of the most embarrassing things of 2020. So aside demanding that the government takes charge where it should take charge, shuts the airports down if necessary, imposes restrictions where necessary, it's also important that we remind Nigerian citizens that that carefree lifestyle that we live, not caring, not being bothered, not being wanting to be told what to do, is a very dangerous lifestyle.
Especially
there are still nightclubs that are open. Enugu still has a carnival going on currently. And it's heartbreaking. If you drive out tonight or this weekend, I'm sure you would still see some lounges and some clubs secretly open to customers to come in and party and drink.
I hope there is a task force too, because that's the part where government comes in now. For those
secretly open. So it's
how can you be secretly open?
Nah, they send out messages to special customers and say we're open, or you can sneak in, park your car far away, sneak in, and party with us till whenever. It does happen. Strip clubs.
It's really unfortunate. We should be more responsible.
We should do better.
Basically, we should be more responsible. Yes, we are all adults. There is freedom of movement and association, but at this time, by staying home and doing the right thing, you're saving someone. You don't know if that person is the love of your life or the family that you've always wanted. You don't know. Life is strange in that way.
We understand, everyone is struggling. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people are struggling financially, and telling them to stay at home, is taking food out of their mouth. But be careful if you have to go out. Wear a mask, wash your hands. If you can work from home, work from home. If you can work digitally, do work digitally.
I guess that's how we will be wrapping up the breakfast this morning. It's been an engaging time. We've had guests from Gbolahan Olojede, whom we just spoke to Mokhtar Mohammed. We also had Dr. Emerie Agunwa. We thank all of them for always giving us a listening ear when we call to be part of the conversation. The breakfast returns same time tomorrow here on Plus TV Africa. A pleasure to know you joined us, by the way. So if without you being part of it, we will not be here.
Remember also that infidelity is not just about STDs these days. It might give your family COVID.
What's wrong with you? How is that coming into this
I'm just reminding husbands out there and wives, all right? It's not just about STDs.
It's a choice. There are people who have open relationships.
Okay.
People who choose to be how they're adults.
Okay.
So let's leave people to live
give your
their
young
private
kids COVID
lives.
because you couldn't be faithful. Ha! Anyway, I was out here. On the news comes up next at 9 a.m.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once he clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. It was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the world has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived to oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings myelin crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if you start with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, okay, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not in the child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, Forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
It's that time again, and we're on our marks, set and ready to go with topical issues to trash out. Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. And as you know, there is never a dull moment on The Advocate. I'll be hitting the tracks by crusading for our looted funds to be returned back to the country, which could be some form of amnesty. Rukewe, our women rights advocate, joins us virtually and she speaks on the recently distributed COVID-19 vaccines. She's asking, which way Nigeria? Our First Lady, Treasure, will be talking about fixing our politics. Evans is definitely shaking tables as he speaks on the Nigerian woman. Are they safe? We'll find out in his advocacy. And lastly, our seasoned journalist, Jumoke, as always, she's asking, should we sell Aso Rock? In fact, who collects rent money for Aso Rock? Now, wow, I can't wait to hear this particular one. Nigeria, my beloved country. We'll be back in a moment.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Let them bring the money. Now, this is going to be very controversial, but then my preference is not to run away from controversies, but to confront them. If it doesn't lead us in the direction of what we should do, it may at least make us understand what we should not contemplate doing. And I speak on a suggestion for a government program
to persuade Nigerians who took our money to voluntarily bring some of those monies back to the country as some form of restitution in return for amnesty. Aha! You see now why it is controversial. It's like I'm asking for us to take some steps that will encourage citizens to steal our money and then bring it back home in return for forgiveness while they go enjoy the rest of the loot peacefully. Well, as if that is not what we already do in a more convoluted and grossly inefficient manner. The suggestion indeed raised a strong moral question, but rather than run away from that question, we should confront it. According to a Chatham House report in 2019, an estimated $582 billion has been stolen from Nigerians since independence. In today's money, that comes to about 4 trillion every year. To put that in context, and rather simplistically, I must say the capital expenditure budget for this year is 2.47 trillion. At 50% funding, we'll be lucky to close with 1.5 trillion performance. Meanwhile, some people are taking 4 trillion out of the system. So while the entire nation grapples with 1.5 trillion borrowed money to fund capital expenditure, a handful of Nigerians take 4 trillion away every year. We have been on the prosecution of Maina for about 7 years. We don't know when that prosecution will end, if it will end. We have been speaking about the extradition of a former Minister of Petroleum for the past 5 years. Dasuki Gate is still in court. The former head of service case is still in court. And so are many corruption cases that have been in the court since OBJ days. When will they be concluded? At what cost? What will be the eventual judgment? If found guilty, and that is a big if, by the way, what will eventually be the judgment? And how much of the loot are we likely to be able to recover after 10 to 20 years of prosecution? This is what makes me think there may indeed be a case to review our approach to the issue of recovering funds already looted from us. At the current state of our system, I am not sure we have the capacity to bring a citizen who stole correct money to justice. Just take a look at the past 4 decades, and the answer is there blowing in the winds. What did you see? Okay, what about monies that have not been looted yet? Again, drawing from the Chatham House report, we can increase our capital expenditure by 4 trillion in real cash terms annually without borrowing by simply blocking the looting of our Commonwealth. Thus, the focus of our anti-corruption policy must shift from catching them after they have taken the money and then prosecuting them for the next decade. Rather, we must prevent them from being able to steal. My advocacy. We need to revisit our approach to getting back our looted funds. And we should not be averse to unconventional ways, including some form of amnesty, as part of the pool of opinions. On the other side, we should dedicate 80% of our corruption fight to prevention and only 20% to catching and prosecuting looters for decades. Our current approach is not working.
Prevention. Keyword. Prevention.
To add to your list, maybe we should also involve deities.
If we can.
Because you talk about us not running away from unconventional means. So why don't we involve traditional practice or using some of the deities to recover these funds?
If you
or
work.
Applying spiritism. Since physical operation is failing us. I'm just
that's a weird one. You know Metu's case has been sent back for retrial, for example. After 5 years in the court process, retrial will start. Maybe after retrial, we will go to appeal. After appeal again, we'll go to Supreme Court. When will it end?
No,
how much money will be left by the time it ends?
When they say retrial, a lot of times is just to abandon the case. Because I remember Senator Ojikalu, his case was also sent for retrial. Is he being trialed again?
His own case is even worse. He spent 13 years in the court system.
Before he was awarded 14 years and then sent out, you know.
Okay, so what this present administration sold us during election was that they were going to rid the country of corruption. But have we really truly seen this happen? I recall that at some point last week, I asked myself, the way this country is going or borrowing, it doesn't look like 3 generations after us will be able to pay up. Okay, so this is a country that the same Okonjo-Iweala, who's been celebrated globally, works for under OBJ and under Jonathan, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they had paid up all our debts.
Yes, sir.
Now we're back as debtors.
Yes.
And all the people who looted us, see, we have been looted
Yes,
as a people.
And re-looted.
And re-looted as a people are there,
They are
just lounging every day.
Taking new positions, sitting in the Senate, sitting everywhere.
Rukewe.
It's very interesting. I liked what Bola has said. Prevention is actually much cheaper than cure. And we haven't really done anything to do anything prevention in our looting system, if you will. Like you said, the politicians, they're recycled and there's no real justice. Even when they are caught red-handed, they have lawyers, they keep going to court and the system just, it's crazy. Now, I know that they try to seize assets and even the asset seizing people, even they're now looters apparently. I heard, Magu is already being prosecuted as well. So who is checking? Where is the check in the system? Buhari ran on corruption, anti-corruption, and it's been said that probably this is the most corrupt of all the governments that have because everything is really, really abysmal. Nothing is working in Nigeria. And of course, all the monies that are brought, they've not been brought back. And if they were, we haven't seen it. And you're talking 4 trillion, these amounts are staggering. Anyways,
Yes.
We need to find a system, independent system, not necessarily from the government. Like the other time we talked in the advocate, we have chartered accountants, accounting firms that can trace the money, that can plug the leakages in the civil service, in all forms of government. There's leakages every day in the hospitals, in the what's it called, in the school systems, the school board. In fact, I heard they used how much to feed children the other day, and there was no evidence that it was properly spent. So this is where the problem is, plugging it from the root and holding people accountable when they do steal. Nothing has been done to show that we're serious. In China, you'll be hanged. In Russia,
because
the same thing.
it looks like there are untouchables. And so when the untouchables are behind the looting, then you can elongate their cases in court until you think the people have forgotten, and then you just give them a slap on the wrist and then they go away.
The government always remembers to remind us of China when they're talking about clapping down on the freedoms of the people, like the internet and things.
But they don't
never remember how they handled corruption of government personnel. And then I remember under Minister Obi Ezekwesili, we had due diligence. I wonder what happened.
Due process.
Yeah. We used to call her Madam Due Process. I wonder what happened to due process in our procurement in government now. Because
it's trying to do the needful, doing the needful now. You know what that means? That means corruption.
Wow.
You understand?
So we have gone from due diligence to doing the needful.
Needful, yes. One of the former ministers said that. I'm sure you know who said that. When she said we'll do the needful. And that was, for me, code word for corruption.
Thank you. Well, Rukewe is up next after the break.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As they do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa, Big stories live here.
Today, I'm asking the COVID-19 vaccine, to be trusted or not. On Tuesday, December 8th, a lady made history. The 90-year-old Margaret Keenan of Coventry in the United Kingdom became the first person in the world to be given the Pfizer COVID-19 jab as part of a mass vaccination program. Millions more are planned to be vaccinated. And indeed, the UK government has ordered 40 million doses of this same vaccine. And so there you have it. We have a vaccine. And as this week, it has been rolled out in many, many countries, including the United States and in Canada, where I'm speaking to you from. So we know from science that the testing and vaccination are the 1-2 punch to end this pandemic. And Americans and Canadians, we have been promised that by June 2021, according to our public health officials, we'll have everyone vaccinated who wants to take the vaccine. So which way Nigeria? Any sign of the vaccine yet? Just yesterday, our minister came on to say that they're still talking about which vaccine to get and whatnot, and nothing concrete has been discussed. If it works as expected, tests have shown 95% efficacy, and then the days of COVID are indeed numbered, and there is indeed light at the end of the tunnel. The metaphoric expression, light at the end of the tunnel, is apt considering the dark shadow COVID has cast over our lives in the last few months. But how do we know that this light is not a speeding train barraging down the tunnel to crash into everyone? The other day, someone posted below a meme in my WhatsApp group, 40 years worth of research for HIV, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for cancer, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for malaria, no vaccine. 100 years worth of research for the common cold. Where is the vaccine? Now, you want me to believe a vaccine for COVID is available after just a few months? Haba, no vaccine for me. Among the hundreds of ridiculous conspiratorial theories out there, there are a few that are worth mentioning. Novel coronavirus was planted to build the 5G network. The COVID vaccine will alter a person's DNA. Mr. Gates, former Microsoft CEO, will launch human implantable capsules that become digital certificates, which can show who has been tested for the coronavirus, who has been vaccinated against it, and gather more information about you. Number 4, COVID is not worse than the flu. I don't take the flu vaccine, so no reason to take the COVID vaccine. Such myths and misinformation have led to a lot of people to refuse to even consider taking the vaccine. So to date, Nigeria has not released any concrete plan, logistics, or in fact, the government, how they want to acquire the vaccine. Like I said, they keep talking, they're talking to this and this and that, but nothing concrete. And we know that the vaccine, at least one particular type, needs very deep freeze cold chain, and there's not a single deep cold chain of minus 80 degrees centigrade in Nigeria, not one. So other countries have ordered 10 billion doses against COVID from AstraZeneca, Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, and even Gamaleya by all of them. And we haven't mentioned what we have pre-ordered. I can tell you, for example, 700 million doses have been ordered by the United States and the European Union, and even India ordered 500 million doses. And in Africa, Egypt ordered 30 million doses. So how many million doses has Nigerian ordered? We haven't got any concrete thing till now. Now, advocacy, therefore, is for the Nigerian government to copy the gold standards seen elsewhere in our world, and for the NCDC to inspire confidence by widely publicizing the gains of vaccinations, and by top government officials like our elderly, sometimes sickly president, volunteering along with frontline workers as the first in line to take the jab, to make Nigerians know that it's safe and indeed protect us against this deadly virus.
Thanks, Ukewe. You've made an example of an elderly sitting president to take the jab first. That would be fantastic. You should lead by example. After all, the measure of leadership is influence.
Yes.
Nothing less, nothing more. So the president should lead by taking the jab first. It's Ukewe, she said it.
My fear is that in Nigeria, the government have no strategy to preserve the people and keep them away from hunger and poverty, sickness and diseases. They have not been able to do that. Now, coronavirus is a higher dimension of a danger, okay? As we speak, there's no strategy for now because we're only told that the federal government will acquire the vaccines. How will it be distributed in a country where we have tribal issues? You have to know man, you have to sort yourself, pay your way through to get yourself treated and all that. How exactly are we going to have this distributed? What is the strategy? What are the measures being put in place for the proper distribution of these drugs? We don't know anything yet.
Let's say Jumoke.
Evans is talking like we are in a hurry to take the vaccine. We are not.
That's another part of the story.
So, why you people are queuing up? We are standing at the back.
No, but the vaccine is important.
We agree with you. Go and take it first.
Bolahon, what do you think?
Well, I think
we can incentivize some people to take it. If we say we're giving out money, a lot of people queue up.
When you talk about a population of 200 million people, the views will not be the same. So there are Nigerians who are ready today to take the vaccine if the vaccine is actually available. And as a matter of fact, we won't be able to provide 200 million vials of the vaccine. So if it's only 20, what is important is the plan, the priorities. Who are on the priority list?
Elderly.
And how are we, because for now, one of the vaccines requires certain unusual temperatures to preserve them.
Yes.
Do we have the facility with those temperatures? Those are some of the issues we need to deal with before even talking about getting the vaccine. If we get the vaccine today, it will go to waste.
Well,
the reality.
My solution is to allow the president, his ministers, the National Assembly, all our elderly
who are not the Sorosoke generation.
Let them just take the vaccine. President, lead by example.
It appears that you are more scared of the vaccine than the coronavirus.
Exactly.
They constitute the risk group, high risk group. So they should lead by example.
That's all.
Anyway, I'm up next after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
$500 they collect them. If you don't talk, They go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It's time to fix Nigeria's politics. Well, for a while, I've bemoaned the sorry state of governance in this nation. I've told the story of our national problems and challenges for weeks here. And just when you think you've seen it all, one wakes up to another foolish policy. How should one explain the decision to biometrically register about 50 million people in 2 weeks in the middle of a pandemic and over the holidays? To paraphrase Nonso Obikili on Twitter, he says, and I quote, "It's an act of economic self-sabotage and an attempt to destroy the telecom sector that has grown steadily in the last 5 years." Isn't this also a way to start the year in chaos? How do you do 2 weeks to biometrically, register people? Well, today I'm sharing the story of a solution, one of the outstanding ones Nigerian citizens are coming up with in order to create a country worth living for themselves and their unborn. Former presidential candidate and co-convener Bring Back Our Girls, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, launched #FixPolitics in November 2020. It parades many bright brains in Nigeria from all sectors. But what excites me most about the initiative is its School of Politics, Policy and Governance, in collaboration with Hertie School of Governance in Germany. This, to me, is critical to transforming the political ecosystem and governance at all levels in Nigeria. It's like saying enough is enough. If you want to have a stake, then come for knowledge. Now, the school is a world-class virtual academic education initiative. It offers a 21st century type disruptive thinking leadership program. It's looking to train 5,000 new political leaders in 5 years. The school is technologically enabled and promises a 6-month, 70%, 30% mix of virtual and physical classroom curriculum. And I'm one of the pilot team. We've been receiving lectures, and sessions on a range of topics related to politics. I can tell you it's exciting. It's designed to transform the political system in Nigeria for good governance, for good. It answers the critical question on how to become 21st century politicians with character, competence, and capacity. It seeks to elevate the office of the citizen. Let me share my experience with you. 3 quick takes. First, it offers an unconventional approach to learning about politics, policy, and governance. We learned how the difference between the parliamentary and the presidential system and the functions of a party, a political party, and many more. Now, you can approach your career armed with strategy and a combination of street wisdom and knowledge with formal knowledge in politics and policy making. It is analytically and empirically relevant to solving our peculiar complex development problems. Secondly, it prepares you to run for elective offices at state and federal levels in legislative and executive offices, so that starting from 2023, the electorate can have top quality choices of candidates. Thirdly, if you have a commitment to public service, this is a transformative opportunity. It seeks to equip you with intellectual and professional capability to solve critical political, policy, and governance challenges facing Nigeria. If you seek and desire to be part of the solution, then join this team. We shouldn't be complaining all the time. #FixPolitics is an enabler to produce a new political leadership class and support individuals on their way to becoming political leaders, irrespective of their political parties. The first cohort will commence in January. Will I be there? Will you be there? It's time to actively fix Nigeria's politics.
It's funny how I never anticipated that I would become as political as I have become in the last 7 years. Because as a journalist, all I wanted to do was report present and do my business on the side and just enjoy my life as a Nigerian. But when everything that happens in government and through governance, you know, enables your life, encourages good welfareism, or inhibits your livelihood, you become an activist. And therefore, every Nigerian has to be actively involved in politics, from doing our own parts as individuals. If you work in the public system or the private system, ensuring that you're not cheating the next person, you're not stealing from them, because it's the microcosm of the bigger society that we are, in terms of we are the ones who eventually become government. They don't come from Ghana or Togo, you know. So if we fix ourselves, we can then fix politics, because then I'm not going to be going into political office to enrich myself and my family. It will be really to serve. But what we have now, and a lot of people say it's not our fault, is how Nigeria was amalgamated. It wasn't amalgamated to succeed. If that is true, we need to sit together and say, how do we move the country forward with all of us participating, not you and I deciding for everyone else.
Right.
You know?
I think this advocacy is very critical. Critical in the sense that it is like the fulcrum of our socio-economic existence. And it's one that every one of us, because every man is political. Politics is embedded in man from creation. So we have come to a point where everyone must come up. Because if you look at what is happening, I am 40 years as I speak. I don't know what good governance is. I've never seen good governance since I was born. I shouldn't die like this. No, this is protest. This is protest. I don't know what good governance is. The only time I saw what was when I read in government textbook that this is how a country should be managed and this is the kind of political system you should have. But I've never seen it before. Imagine dying like this.
It will happen in your lifetime. You know, I like the structured approach that Obi is putting into this for people who are now showing interest to get more involved and understand that particular space. Because another thing that scares people away is the fact that they don't understand the space. And if you don't understand something, the tendency is to just hands up. And we need to extend that even into the education space. I attended a secondary school where we have student representative council, where we appoint speakers, where our prefects campaign to be elected. There is a speech day. You know, so as a Form 1 student, I was representing my Form 1 on that student representative council in secondary school. Now, whatever took all of that away, I don't know.
And must have gone to a federal government school.
Let's take Rukewe.
Yes. Well, I went to federal government school because I recognize what you're saying. But the truth is, everything starts with education. When you put the right seeds inside the minds of a child, they will grow very good products. So it's really obvious to me that we really haven't gotten it right from inception. Our school system is really not adequate at the moment, where the public sector, public schools, if you will, are not properly funded. So people send their children to private schools and whatever agenda it is. We had this amalgamation she talked about. Well, everybody in Nigeria came to those schools. They put quotas for the North and the East and all that, with the quotas for the North being lower. But we learned to live as brothers. Even some of my closest friends today are from the North and have never been to the North. Yeah,
Rukewe, we learn to live as brothers. That will be a punchline as we move on. Right.
we did. And the truth is, we're not really living like that now. There's so many interests, there's so much divide, be it religion, be it tribalism, and all sorts of divide. And so we're not acting in love anymore.
Well, our advocacy will be incomplete without your contributions as we read through your comments on our social media platforms. Temilade Alamudu says on our last advocacy, Nigerians need reorientation of mindset for nation building, starting from our primary education, family units, and from grassroots. And we Nigerian citizens, legislative, judiciary, and executive arms of government must agree to put in effective systems of government and policies that can build a nation regardless of political parties. Also, Julius Owoye says, ask yourself how many languages in Europe and how many countries in Europe. That is what should be as well applicable in order to solve Nigeria's endemic problems from its inception. We thank you, Temilade Alamudun and Julius Owe, for your comments. Do continue to participate with us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com /The Advocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. After the break, Evans is back from his visit to Rabai. He's advocating for the protection of the Nigerian woman. Evans had better get this right.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It
really
does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
A fortnight ago, I visited Rabai, and by providence, a conversation ensued about why women are gradually becoming an endangered species in our communities, stuck in the clairvoyant metrics of slut-shaming in a more prone society like Nigeria as they face fierce existential threats. I believe this conversation is critical, so I have made it my advocacy for this week, protecting the Nigerian woman. The world is simply filled with diverse stories of gender-based violence, sexual abuse, social conflict. We are inundated with the gory reality that the world is challenged. In the face of every challenge in human history, in times of war, economic distress, pandemic, displacement occasioned by insurgencies, and the failure of governance, women are often the worst hits in the social violence chain. Armed conflict in Africa have seen more women raped and children defiled than any other incident in the world. Violence unleashed against women and children during this time accounts for the world's biggest challenge. Whilst the world struggled to contain the increasing scale of violence, economic conflict in larger parts of the world have instigated more violence against women like never before. In Nigeria, children are being abducted from schools, marriages are going down the drain, and there are no particular strategy or strategic remedies in the scheme of things. In recent times, women are resorting to self-help as the last option, among other things, as a way of protesting against the ugly trend. So the aforesaid explain why women are constantly stabbing their male counterparts. The use of violence to contain violence will bring us all to a halt. And in the face of a breakdown of law and order, more women will be put into worse violent conditions. Why I do not endorse violence from any gender, I will advocate, therefore, that men and women must be conscious of this menace and get involved in the crusade to eliminate all kinds of violence against women. I am not unmindful of the obvious fact that abuse and extreme violence is high amongst women as it could be found everywhere else. The propellant of these vices are not gender-based anymore. A survey has it that in same-sex relationship, mostly of the lesbian contraption, studies have seen more abuse and extreme violence among women. This is not to say that men are exculpated. Men contribute hugely to the record, and so we must face it. We must stand in between the gap and reshape the instigators of this social conflict, develop a new social order that will leave us with the truth that every man is a biological compartment of a woman, that violence against women may force humanity into extinction, that man is a constituent agent of a natural principle called the woman, that the deliberate twist of this natural order explains why sociology has sunk miserably. Every woman should be protected. Protect the woman around you. She is the future of the human race in the value chain of civilization, industrialization, and productivity. The woman must be allowed to aspire to her full potentials, where she comparatively have a polity to live in. And if that polity must have any meaning at all, it must be that the culture that represses women and their voices must be expunged from our social totem. Pledge today to protect the Nigerian woman around you. And in so doing, we will have preserved and protected the world. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Yes, I love this advocacy.
Wow.
I'm going to jump in.
Evans for
I have to
president.
Yes.
So the women will
is
vote.
my favorite.
Evans for president.
Yes. This is my favorite topic, so jumping. Women. It's all about us. The truth is, a woman's rights is actually human rights, and Evans captured that beautifully, that women and men are intertwined. And in our country, in Nigeria today, we still don't have equal rights for women. All over the world, we talk about rights for women. And women are real victims in any violent situation. I'm talking, like you said, in wars, in conflicts, you see that women really bear the brunt of it. And a woman is actually the first teacher of a child. And so women will raise both females and males. And so a woman that is protected and has adequate resources will give the best for the nation, for the generation. And so I can't get more excited about this topic as a female politician in Nigeria, where we are being marginalized every day, and our patriarchal society that doesn't give women enough quotas or voice. I've talked about this on this advocacy so many times, how we can make things better to represent women so that the woman will actually have a rightful place in society. Right. We are really, what's it called? Where we are point of almost extinction if we don't do this.
You're not to extinction. You are everywhere.
Let's hear from Gbolahan. No, you're not talking yet, Jumoke. Let's hear from Gbolahan.
You know, this issue of inequality with women has a very long history. And it developed in the early ages when physical strength was what drives survival. So the men are physically stronger generally. So in the hunter-gatherer days, they took the fall. Now, in today's age, what we have is a system that is driven more by capacity, the mental capacity, no longer the physical capacity
Strength.
any longer. Yeah. So the raw strength has taken a backstage for the brain. And when it comes to brain, there is no difference in the capacity of a woman or a man to develop or to use the brain.
What
I
want to
have
quickly
more
chip in.
mental capacity, sir.
What I want to
it's
quickly
not
chip in,
biological.
because of time, what I want to quickly chip in is what Evan said about same-sex relationships and marriages, and the fact that there is more violence amongst the women in same-sex relationship. That's something I'd like to tease further. How generalized is that? Is it that there is more violence in a same-sex relationship involving women than the heterosexual one? You have kick-started that, and I'm going to check that out.
Yeah. Okay, to protect the Nigerian woman is actually the forte of the Nigerian woman, because it is women who are the enablers of patriarchy.
Right, you're right.
This is what I suffered in my husband's house. I had 11 children. She just only had 3. Why is she shouting? What's there? Oh, they shaved my own head, though. She must shave her head. Rukewe was talking about women being marginalized in politics. When Sarah Jubri was coming out every day, how many women voted her? You people that refuse to support yourselves. So until women come together, because again, we have the numbers. If we came together and said, oh, we're going to drop 1,000 naira, we're going to form our own political party. The
Which
next
I am for
president
that.
is a woman.
It won't work.
We'll chuck out Gbolahan and Evans.
No, I will come in skirts now. That's very easy. I will shave and come in skirts.
No, you can't add boys. You have to.
The numbers improved though in this last election. Let me tell you.
You are not adding your voice. We are going home.
To have more women, but still it wasn't enough.
I want to talk about the Benue State case that just happened, where a man had to beat the woman physically to a point of blood and all that.
That popular.
So what I'm saying is that beating a woman is exposing a man's wretchedness, because it is practically wrong for a man to physically, emotionally, or whatsoever
unleash that Stone Age passion
on the woman. It is wrong, and I think men should take a clue from this and desist from it.
I celebrate you, Evan. Thank you, I celebrate you.
Okay, up next, right after the break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that are spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Did you know that Nigeria budgets to pay rent for Aso Villa yearly? Who is our landlord? Who is in Aso Rock? The presidential villa was built with taxpayers' money, but we pay rent to an unknown landlord. We've been asking this question for years. Maybe we'll get an answer before the 2021 budget is finally passed. But now, our landlady, the wife of the president, has relocated to Dubai. Will the president finally agree that Nigeria is no longer safe? But what will Alhaji Mohammed, Nigeria's Minister of Information, say this time? I know he reacts quickly to fake news. Will he tell us this is just a figment of our imaginations too? The APC youth have thrown in the towel. They claim they can no longer defend this government, particularly with President Buhari choosing to visit his cattle rather than families of abducted schoolboys in Kankara, Katsina, while he's on a private visit to Katsina himself. I assumed going home on a private visit was to avoid being embarrassed by the National Assembly that had invited the president to answer questions on the state of insecurity across the country. But to be in Katsina and not go to commiserate with the governor and families whose children were abducted is morally unacceptable for the father of the nation. His predecessor, who he criticizes so much for insecurity, would at least show up, show face, and make promises. And Patience Jonathan never absconded. Is this a sign that Nigeria is definitely more insecure than it was under President Jonathan? If the first family is absconding and relegating responsibility, who is in Aso Rock then? Where will Nigerian citizens run to if the president's family aren't safe in the country, with the security apparatus at their beck and call? My advocacy today is to agree with Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State that what Nigeria needs is security and restructuring, rather than keep borrowing money from everywhere, even the pensions fund as suggested by Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State, to sustain states that are no longer economically viable under our present arrangements. Nigeria needs to sell Aso Rock and let everyone go back to their regions to seek prosperity and security of lives based on each region's resources and potentials. Nigerian lives have deteriorated in the last 21 years. We can't keep doing the same thing. Do you agree we should sell Aso Rock?
Yes.
I disagree.
I like that. And government should be part-time,
but if you have
not
somebody
full-time.
like Evans at 40 who has not seen
good governance,
then
Yes.
why do we have
In 40 years.
In 40 years.
It's the building,
Except
the
what he read
problem.
in
I don't think that the building is the problem. The Yorubas will say,
No, but
"Ọmọ tí a kò kọ́ ni
But
yóò
we're
gbé
paying
ilé tí a
rent
kọ́
for
tà."
that building.
No,
we
but
should-
truly,
have
the
money.
American president pays for his rent in the White House.
Yeah.
No, he pays to the state.
He pays to the state.
Yeah.
Do we do the same thing here? Since we're
No.
calling
No, the
this
landlord.
presidential
We have the
system.
landlord. Oh.
Our own landlord, we don't know.
We don't know who the
Who is-
landlord is.
Who is the landlord? I
don't know.
I am not sure I've seen, I've done
I think we
extensive
should
work on the
deregulate
Nigerian
Aso Rock.
budget,
Let's-
and I'm not sure I've seen rent as an item on that list. That is
Have you
No,
seen the
but
2021?
there's presidential.
I've done an analysis of at least for 8 or 9 years of Nigerian budget.
I've seen it
Go and
twice.
check again.
I've seen it twice.
Oh, there's rent.
There's rent.
Let
There's
me
rent.
let me now talk on
there's no
some of the
landlord.
other issues that were mentioned.
Right,
You see,
right.
when I get confused about certain issues, I try to personalize it to make sense out of it.
Okay.
So when I heard that the president went to see his cattle, I have a 14-year-old boy too. And I'm asking myself, he could have been in that school. So if he is part, God forbid, if he's part of the people that got kidnapped, will I go to check cattle in that? So, and that brought it clearly to my face that something is seriously
wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. Let us deregulate Aso Rock, like she said. Advocacy. We can decentralize it. Let's move back to our regions, our various states.
Restructuring.
Let's develop
The government
governance
is too big.
from native intelligence
government.
and from the roots. And then let's contribute to whatever it is left of the center. Therefore, we'll have a prosperous future where to stand on. Like in my place, there's no federal government presence in Ndokwa Okwane land.
Oh, you have a jail.
As we speak.
They have a prison.
The only thing we have is a federal prison that was built before 1960. And this is terrible.
Right, okay, well, let's take you. What's your take?
The funny thing is, in Canada, we have provinces, and there's no central anything. And each province self-auto-regulates. We create our own income. For example, I'm a physician in Toronto. I'm also a physician in Saskatchewan. I have 2 separate licenses, two separate boards. So each state, if you will, we will call province, generates their own income for themselves. And there's no central government where we're paying anything to. We do pay taxes to the central government.
Yeah, there are federal taxes.
You must still pay your state taxes. So bottom line is, our government in Nigeria is not working for us. It's too large, and people are too divided across the country. And you cannot look after me in Ugweru from Abuja. It's not possible. How do you know what my problems are? You understand? So this is where the problem is. We need to restructure our government. The style that we're doing is not working for us.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Okay, for me, first of all, how do you even plan to take away more than 300 students from school? And our security apparatus, as it is, could not do intelligence work, did not get to know. And then more than a week after, we've been doing talk shops. Talking, governor of the Katsina state talking, police not talking, the military not talking. Nothing is going on, you're just talking. No action that this is what we have done. And that's what I'm asking the government today on the show. What have you done to recover these children?
So we
Treasurer, that American that was taken from Niger to Nigeria, was it not you that talked about it last time, Bola?
Yeah.
How long did it take to recover the American? They knew exactly his location. One person.
Correct.
Then you take 300 people and nobody can see anything. Does that make any sense?
It definitely says to us that Nigeria is not working the way it is.
Nigeria is not being governed. That's what it means.
It's an ungoverned space.
Yeah. Who is in Asoro?
It's an ungoverned space.
It's not even about who is in Asoro, but who is in charge.
Who is in charge?
Asoro is the house of,
It's just a
house
building.
of government. Yeah.
That's just a building.
Who is in charge?
To be honest, it's just a building.
Really
but who is in
preposterous.
charge? Who is giving the orders? It is not just about, oh, how bad, how sad. Oh, we will work to bring the children. What have you
We will
done?
leave no stone
The song
unturned.
is, what have you done for me lately?
The president condemned.
He's in shock. The president is in shock. How can you take 300 children while I'm in Katsina and all my security apparatus is around here?
No one saw anything.
It is well with us. Okay. It is time to draw the curtains on this week's episode of The Advocate. However, The Advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. You can also catch up with previous broadcasts on plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time, same station. Please keep advocating for a better Nigeria. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, greet them in Canada.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Married underage girls should be tagged eligible voters, so say some federal lawmakers. And with 2023 elections calling, there are calls for a Tinubu presidency. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladendi. Welcome, let's get talking. The National Assembly Joint Committee on the Independent National Electoral Commission matters has proposed a review of the provision in the Electoral Act which pegged the eligibility of a voter at 18 years. The federal lawmakers recommended that INEC should consider any married girl who is not up to 18 years as eligible to vote. The Joint Committee proposed that if a lady who is not up to 18 years is married, she should be considered to be mature enough and be eligible to vote. Joining us to discuss this, we have a former presidential candidate in the last election on the platform of ADP, former presidential aspirant, because I guess we're yet to have him as on the poster as a candidate. I'm referring to Matthias Sado. Good evening, Mr. Sado.
Thank you very much, Kayode.
Yeah, and we
Good
also
to be with you.
and we also have Jide Olugun, who is a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Jide.
Good evening. Welcome. Hey.
Yeah, good to have you. But let me see whether any of you will shock me, because most of the comments we are getting to hear on the social media is that of condemnation. Is there something we are not seeing that these lawmakers are seeing? Let me start with Matthias.
Well, Kayode, I think I would not shock you. Just like a number of Nigerians have wondered what exactly is the reason behind such kind of thoughts. I too have wondered what's, in fact, the moment I saw it, I just deleted it from my page so that it doesn't come in as a feed because it was kind of irritating. We have a lot of issues in the country. I was listening to a former secretary of a state government this morning speaking about how elections are being rigged, and which he is fully aware of. We know quite a number of people in Nigeria that believe that elections in the country is not the way we want it to be yet. So if you at the moment cannot manage the current numbers we have, and besides, let's look at it. We have a huge number of registered voters. Look at what happened in the last Lagos election. That's the by-elections that I had in Lagos. How many people came out compared to the number of voters we have registered in that place? So I think the priority of the National Assembly and the INEC should be at the moment is how do we get citizens to come out, to come and participate. The age for marriage in Nigeria, based on the Nigerian Constitution, is set at 18. So for anybody to think that somebody should be illegally married, because as far as the Constitution of Nigeria is concerned at the moment, it's even illegal for you to marry somebody that is below age 18. So, and then try to put it in the Constitution or put it into the law, I think it's absurd, it's laughable, and I think it should be rejected totally by all Nigerians.
Matthias, I'll come back to you, but let me try my luck with Jide, whether Jide has a different narrative. Can I have your take? Let me have your opening remark on this issue.
I tie myself with the expression of Mr. Matthias, and I see it more of a distraction from the several issues plaguing us in the country now that should engage the attention of the honorable members of the National Assembly. But having said that, they are personalities people are deeply engrossed in their different cultures. Now we are bringing marriage into this, but this came up earlier. And let's look at the position of the law. If you look at the Marriage Act of 2000, the Child Right Act of 2003, it sets the marriage at 18 years. But shockingly, only about 23 of Nigeria's 36 states have adopted this act. And that tells us that some people are still comfortable with child marriage, perhaps due to their religion or culture. And in some areas of the country, you may realize that the minimum age can be as low as 12 years. You recall the case of Senator Ahmed Yerima, who in 2010 sparked controversy when he married a 13-year-old girl. And I recall there was a time a review committee was looking at Section 29 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. You're talking about your ability to renounce your citizenship. And in that section, there is a clause that says that full age means the age of 18 and above. And it also specifies that any woman who is married shall be deemed to be of full age. So you can see where this is coming from, deemed to be of full age. You can check that out in Section 29 of Section 4B. And they started debating this, but it did not fly. And Senator Yerima was the arrowhead of pushing that that particular clause be deleted from the Constitution. So now when we now tie it to voting, I mean, like Mr. Matar brilliantly mentioned, even if 200 million Nigerians are expected to vote and only 100,000 comes out to vote, that vote will still count. So I don't know what exactly is going on. Is anybody afraid or thinking that maybe because of the reforms going on with the INEC now, what we experienced in Edo State recently, where you got the engagement of IT effectively, that you want to populate your electorate? I don't understand. Or are you through the back door?
Okay. Mr. Jide, I'll come back to you. I understand there's a bit of fluctuation in your network, but your points are quite noted. And let me speak to Matthias. Matthias, we brought you into this discussion so that we can express some bit of sensitivity to the culture, to the religion. And you are from Niger State, even though you may not be a Muslim, but you're closer to understand the thinking of whoever is behind this idea. Can we put this into context to look at the heterogeneity of Nigeria, to look at it that this is something that is not an abomination as much as the secular state sees it as illegal, but what about the Sharia law? Does it see it as illegal? I will put that into context.
Well, Kayode, the laws that govern the Nigerian state is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not the Sharia law. So if we are looking at the secular state of the Nigerian state, our conversation should be around the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not any state law. Now, should states want to advance their various state laws, maybe if Kano, for instance, wants to introduce underage voting through marriage into the electoral arrangement of the Nigerian state, Kano is free to do that for the state governorship election, for the state legislature, for the representatives of the state, for the enclave called Kano State. But when it comes to national elections, I don't think it's reasonable. I'm just saying this like maybe should someone want to consider that at all. But really, based on what I know, based on my understanding of this particular environment, a lot of people actually see that when you are married, you are responsible. When you are married, you have come of age, and so for that reason, when, like they usually say, is that when you have taken a woman in your house, or when you have entered into a man's house, you have gained the right to sit where elders sit. I think this is the thinking, and I can tell you that this is, as far as I'm concerned, is backward, it's primitive. It's not, it doesn't at all address the issues that Nigeria as a state is faced with. I don't think we bring in the conversation of whether Sharia law or whatever laws that are existing in the state into the secular arrangement of the Nigerian state. I don't think that is at the moment allowed. If Nigeria was a restructured country, like a lot of people have been advocating for, where
Okay, we'll quickly take a short break and sort out that disturbing sound that is coming from the other end. Trust us, we'll be back after a short break. Please don't go anywhere.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. It's still Plus Politics, and we are looking at the issue around the proposal by some lawmakers and the National Assembly calling for any lady that is married should be considered as eligible voter, even if it is under 18 years. And my two guests, Jide Ologo and that of Matthias Sado, are also kicking seriously against this issue. We had a bit of a technical itch, and we are back to continue the conversation. Let me continue with you, Jide. You've listened to Matthias. He said it should not even be considered at all, that it's a secular state, and the issue of culture and religion should not be up for discussion, so to say. Do you share that same sentiment?
Absolutely. And I think it only helps us to identify the quality of those we have to represent our interests there. And of course, there are several levels of interest. You have the national interest, you have the personal interest, you have the partisan interest, you have cultural interest. But with all the issues bothering us in the country, if bringing underage on board to vote is on the front burner of some members of the National Assembly, then I'm so worried for our democracy. So, but I hope that major stakeholders do not throw this under the carpet, because when you begin to feel movements like this, they are going somewhere. But like I mentioned earlier, perhaps the interest may not be about elections. The interest may actually be about bringing up again this issue of underage marriage, which globally is not acceptable, you see, and of course, naturally too. But for cultural reasons, some are comfortable with that. But I quite appreciate the response of the chairman of INEC, who has politely echoed the fact that the Constitution may not be in support of that. And again, it's also good to mention that other issues that are being considered in making proposals towards the amendment of the Electoral Act is the issue of electoral victory. That is it for the candidate or for the party. Remember the case of Governor Audu in Kogi State, who passed on, then the recent case where a party won in a by-election, even though there was no candidate. That issue also must be of concern, and other issues. But by and large, I think the issue of bringing underage girls to vote just because they're married is not a welcome development. But having said that, also, we've had reports in the past, in some past elections in this country, where underage actually came out to vote in some parts of the country, graphs and evidence. And so it's a matter of our willingness to do the right thing.
And exactly, you just read my mind. We want to look at this, and that brings us to some kind of comments in the social media that we should think beyond what is being put out there, that this could be a subtle plan to have some kind of electoral fraud where you have underage voting being legalized, being given some kind of bite. Matthias, will politicians go this far to have more numbers? Because the region that is being alleged as guilty seems to have the highest number of registered voters. So what more could there be that there could be such clandestine move?
Currently, politicians go to any lengths to achieve their whatever they set out to achieve. Unfortunately, you and I understand very well that Nigeria as a country, or leadership in Nigeria, or governance in Nigeria is not about the governed, but it's about those who are governing. And so for that reason, you see because it's a zero-sum game, every single person that wants to get to that place wants to ensure that his road to success in terms of getting to elected position is guaranteed. So I'm not surprised that the politicians will go to any length. Politicians in Nigeria see politics and elections as war. And it's not war in terms of ideologies or views that has to do with human development or anything, but war in terms of who controls the resources of the state, who is able to administer these resources to their own pockets and to their friends, to their cronies, and what have you. So really, if I see any move by politicians in this regard, I'm not going to be surprised. Just like you have seen in several attempts that politicians have made in the past to perpetuate themselves in power. This is just one of the game. And I think we see the system, because of the new idea of electronic voting, there is this fear. There's this palpable fear in the north that seems to be suggesting that we might be having a lot of uneducated people who are not able to carry out the voting and might, at the end of the day, affect the numbers in terms of the votes from the north. So this might be to just ensure that there is security to buffer whether this happens, if eventually
I'm just imagining how that will work, whether these children, that's the language it should be called, these children will present a marriage certificate they never had, and how they will be registered. I'm on the same page with both of you. But before we go, let's look at what both of you consider as more important things, what we should be looking at in the electoral reforms. So we all agree that this should not even be submitted to INEC for consideration. But let's look at other issues. What do you think must not escape the electoral reform as amended now? Let me start with you, Jide. What other issues do you consider as more important?
I think one other issue that has been prompted now is the issue of cross-carpeting. You found those who leveraged on political parties' influence to win elections, and for perhaps their personal selfishness, they jump boat and nothing happens. They continue in office. I think we need to correct that and bring a high level of sanity to our electoral processes. Like I said the other time, is it really for the victory? Is it for the candidate or for the party? And we must amplify the need to engage IT and carry out the spirit of Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, that says the state shall abolish corruption and abuse of office. So let's be transparent in our processes so that we can focus on governance and not just on politics. And that is why I'm pushing it back to the National Assembly now to go back and study Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution that helps with governance. And it says that the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. As Nigeria is today, have we fulfilled the primary purpose of government? And let them live underage marriage in a corner. If you want to take that risk for religious or cultural, go ahead. So let's fix Nigeria. Let there be prosperity in this land. Let there be development. Let's come out of economic recession. Let there be maximization of our resources for the benefits of the citizens. I think those are issues that should concern them.
Okay, I'll come back to you for your final comment, but let me quickly get Matthias on other issues you consider as more important. Some people have felt the issue of minimum qualification for people to contest should be upgraded for us to have maybe some kind of intellectuals in governance. Why some felt this is also inconsequential. We've had some lettered men, and there was probably no difference. What's your take on that?
Well, I think, Kayode, first of all, I was a victim of one terrible issue in 2019, during 2000 run up to 2019 elections. That is the cost of contesting for position in Nigeria. Wow. It was a major issue. In fact, I shared my manifesto with a lot of people in and outside Nigeria, and many of them were wowed by the plans that I have in terms of answering some of the questions that Jide has raised as regards to national prosperity and the security of the country. But unfortunately, it was so difficult for me to get the funds to be able to advance my project. And so I think it's very, very crucial that we consider that particular provision, that people should pay exorbitant figures for contesting for position in the country. I think is outrageous. It shouldn't be. And then to speak to the issue of qualification, you see, based on the provisions of the Constitution, that the current level that is provided in the Constitution is that you are a secondary leaver, you hold a certificate in secondary school. I think beyond these conversations, we need to have a system whereby individuals who want to run for office are put to test for a period of maybe months before final peaks takes place, such that you have primaries like you have in United States of America. You have all maybe 15 or 30 Democrats coming together, and all of them, whether their qualification be whatever at whatever level, let the commission, that is the electoral commission, supervise these processes and make sure that the Nigerian people get to see that these individuals who want to be our leaders are qualified, not only in terms of document, in terms of papers, but even mentally, being able to address issues, being able to speak to matters that are important for the country. I think these two key things. And then the last and the very, very important one is electronic voting, electronic voting, electronic voting. Electronic voting should be sacrosanct. It should not be something that should be subject to whether the people like it or not. No, as a matter of fact, if we cannot do electronic voting in 2023, we should ask the INEC to postpone the election because it will just be useless.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthias, if time permits us. But I think that might be your last comment because of time. But let me quickly hear what Jide Ologun has to say. Maybe there are other issues. We're beginning to see a bit of distraction. This time around, we're talking about underage girls should be allowed to vote. And the other time, it was an issue of let's peg the maximum age or the age you shouldn't be above for you to be a president or a governor. Do you think these issues are distractions, and what are the things what more should we focus on?
They are offensive distractions. You see, when Chief Olusegun Obasanjo consulted Lee Kuan Yew, that translated Singapore from a third world country to a first world country, the man told him, we decided to do the right thing, and we continue to do the right thing. Singapore is one of the best places to live and work in the world today. And I want to leave our 109 senators and 360 House of Reps members with this passage in the Bible, which is in Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2, that when the people flourish, means the righteous are in office. But when the people groan, it is a reflection of wickedness. So let's represent the people to prosperity. Can we please have electricity in Nigeria? Can we begin to industrialize? Can we begin to have functional refineries? Can we begin to engage the resources for the benefit of the people and minimize the gaps that we have in the country? Can we stop the bloodshed? Can we be removed from the list of terrorist nations? Can we be having several issues that are bothering us? Can we have a responsive and resourceful government? And I think when we focus on that, the age of those who are voting may not be of interest. But like a man rightly said, the politician is interested in the next election, but the statesmen are interested in a prosperous future for their people. So God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so
and
much.
Blessed are those who allow themselves to be used by God to bless Nigeria.
I perceive strongly that this is Pastor Jide Ologun. Thank you for your submission on that. And thank you, Matthias Sadu, for your insight. It's quite appreciative, and let's hope that we will not focus on the unimportant issues. We'll focus on things that will really build us as a nation. Thank you for your submission once again.
Thank you very much, Kayode.
Yeah. And our viewers, we'll take a short break, and when we return, conversations surrounding a 2023 Tinubu presidency is up next. Please, don't go anywhere.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back. And to the other issue, the end of 2020 is fast approaching, and so is the rise for concerns as regards who will take over the reins of power come 2023. A few hours ago, some loyalists of the APC launched a campaign and they began canvassing for a Southwest presidency, specifically a Tinubu presidency come 2023. Today we will speak to, well, we were supposed to speak to someone who actually believes in this cause, but we understand that the network is pretty bad and is not able to join us. Well, coincidentally, we are being joined by a public affairs commentator who is also a political analyst to help us look at this issue of 2023 presidency, whether Southwest, Southeast, or some other zones who are showing interest. We are being joined by Jide Benson. Good evening, Mr. Jide Benson. Yeah, I think the audio is quite low. Mr. Jide Benson, can you hear me?
Yes, faintly low.
Okay. I think I can hear you now. Okay, quickly, a lot of issues are coming up, and I know that you've been following political trends, and let's look at should the Southwest even be considered in 2023 presidency, looking at political arithmetics in Nigeria?
Yeah, all regions should be considered, but as I started on a jocular note, sometimes that I wish that my name was Jidofo and not Babajide, because I think that in the interest of fairness and equity, the next president of Nigeria should be an Onwosu or Kafo or Kurafo or Nnemeka or what have you. Between 1999 and now, we've had a Yoruba president for 8 years. We've had somebody from the South. So in the southern part of Nigeria, the only region or geopolitical zone, if you like, that hasn't produced the number one citizen is the Southeast. So, and I know that the race to which I belong, the Yoruba race, has always been the most vocal when it comes to call for equity and fairness in Nigeria. So I think that the Southwest